L'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be opened. Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from His Excellency the Governor-General, signed by the Deputy of the Governor-General. Keep these until after you.
His Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates A of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31, 2018, and, in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. May 8, 2017, Patricia Jeton, Deputy of the Governor-General. Son Excellence, le Gouverneur Général transmet.
His Excellency the Governor-General transfers to the House the supplementary estimates A, providing for the funding for the federal public service and for the period ending March 31st, 2018, pursuant to Section 51 of the Constitution Act of 1867, recommends these estimates to the House. May 8th, 2017, Deputy to the Governor-General.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32, I have the honour to table in both official languages and with respect to Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, a document entitled Legislative Background Reforms to the Transportation Provisions of the Criminal Code, Bill C-46, including a charter impact statement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the 70th annual meeting of the Council of State Governments Southern Legislative Conference held in Lexington, Kentucky, United States of America from July 9th to the 13th, 2016. The second concerns the annual Legislative Summit of the National Conference of State Legislatures, NCSL, held in Chicago, Illinois, USA, August 8 to 11, 2016. And the third concerns the 69th annual meeting of the Council of State Governments West, held in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, United States of America, September 6 to 9, 2016.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, dealing with the Bill S-217, an act to amend the Criminal Code, detention in custody.
Not to proceed further with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities in relation to the main estimates 2017-2018. And I also have a second report, Mr. Speaker, to present to you in both official languages the 4th report of the Liaison Committee regarding committee activities and expenditures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to main estimates 2017-18.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions, and if you were to seek it, I think you would find there is consent to adopt the following motion: that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Belleuil-Chambly, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May 16th, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Thank you. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted.
Présentation de pétitions. Petitions. The Honourable député de Brome-Missisquoi.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A petition for Global Affairs Canada. In 2008, the International Joint Committee examined the issue surrounding the quality of water in Bay Missisquoi, but has not pursued the work on this matter. Various levels of government in both Canada and the United States, as well as the Watershed Committee, have undertaken colossal efforts to deal with the bacteria problems in this lake. This bacteria is a problem for people who live in the area, and it's a problem for people in Lac Champlain, and it is supposed to be their source of drinking water, but I'm not sure that you can even drink it at this time of the year. The residents surrounding Lake Champlain are urging the government to go back to the table with the Joint Commission to find a solution to cyanobacteria in order to improve the quality of water in Lake Champlain.
Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, on this day, exactly 1 day before the International Awareness Day for Chronic Immunological and Neurological Diseases, I have the honor to present a petition, electronic petition 734, on behalf of more than 1,000 signatories, bringing attention, in fact calling attention of the Government of Canada to create a national strategy with respect to addressing the diseases that, as they refer to, chronic immunological and neurological diseases, which implicates upwards of 1.4 million Canadians. They're asking the government to consider how they might address the impacts of these diseases, not only on the healthcare system and the economy, but of course also for those living with these diseases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, last night I had the honour in this place to speak in support of labelling genetically modified foods. And today I am pleased to be tabling a petition on behalf of my constituents for labelling genetically modified foods, specifically asking that various polls consistently show that over 80% of Canadians want mandatory labelling of GM foods. We, the undersigned, petition the House of Commons to establish mandatory labelling of all genetically modified foods. I thank Lillian Martins, the Big Carrot Food Market, for their advocacy on this issue, and Kate McMurray, who was from the Big Carrot, who was here on the Hill last week to advocate. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions inscrites.
Questions on the order paper.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Government orders. Business of supply, a motion standing in the name of Mr. Dubé, dealing with the Infrastructure Bank of Canada.
Monsieur Dubé, appuyé.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves that, in the opinion of the House, A, public infrastructure should serve the interests of Canadians, not work to make private investors rich. B, during the election, the Liberals did not reveal to voters their plans to privatize investment in public infrastructure. C, infrastructure built by private investors will cost more than public infrastructure. D, it is a conflict of interest to allow private corporations, who will be the largest beneficiaries of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, to participate in the planning and development of the bank. E, the bank will leave taxpayers with an unacceptable burden of fees, tolls, and privatization that will only make private investors wealthy to the detriment of the public interest, and F, the clauses concerning the Canada Infrastructure Bank's creation should be removed from Bill C-44, Budget Implementation Act 2017 No. 1, so that they can be studied as a standalone bill. Debate. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the warm welcome.
I'll be sharing my time with my fantastic colleague from North Island, Powell River. Et donc, Monsieur le Président, comme...
So, Mr. Speaker, as you've just heard, this motion deals with the proposed infrastructure bank that we could call the privatization bank or the broken promise bank or the conflict of interest bank. Any of those titles are good to describe this Liberal initiative. What we've seen, Mr. Speaker, is that during the election campaign there was a very important issue of concern to all communities and people that who we represent and all parties in this House. And I'm referring clearly to public infrastructure. Clearly, day in and day out, depending on where we live, whether we're close to large centres, we see problems with congestion, how long it takes someone to get to work in a riding like mine in Belleuil-Chambly, or people who represent rural ridings, the problems that they face there. Access to internet, among other things. So there are major infrastructure issues facing all of our communities. And as a result, citizens in those areas face those problems. Now, what we're putting forth here, Mr. Speaker, is what we're seeing put forth is something that needs to help with infrastructure in the provinces and the municipalities. We need to see public funding invested in public infrastructure. But what we see here, Mr. Speaker, is a plan to put forth a so-called infrastructure bank, but which is a privatization bank that will serve, if you will, financial groups like BlackRock, and not people who face infrastructure problems on a daily basis in their homes.
From the outset, how this has gone ahead, this whole plan of the infrastructure bank, it's happened behind closed doors. It's happened, it's gone on with investment groups like BlackRock that we learned last week are going over presentations and talking points of ministers. I think there, Mr. Speaker, is a pretty clear indication of who stands to gain the most from this proposal that the government has put forward. And Mr. Speaker, there are tangible facts here. It's not just wanting to go after the private investors who stand the most to gain at the expense of taxpayers, at the expense of Canadians. It's also looking at what we saw in the Globe and Mail just this morning, that in an internal memo from Infrastructure Canada said a few things that are important for the motion that we're debating today, Mr. Speaker. The first, take your time. Hard to do that when it's part of an omnibus budget bill. Omnibus budget bills that we promised to do away with in the last election from the Liberal Party. It's difficult to do that when you're going to spend 1 or 2 hours studying something that is so fundamentally going to change how we invest in infrastructure in Canada. And not only that, it's going to be done once again at the expense of who? The expense of taxpayers and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. What else did we see in this report that was revealed to us today, Mr. Speaker? We saw that this is going to slow down, potentially, the going ahead of infrastructure projects. And why, Mr. Speaker? Because it's going to create all kinds of jurisdictional snafus. And I want to read one quote, if I may, from the article that I think illustrates very well the exact kind of problem that this kind of bank poses and the problem of putting what is done so well by public dollars for the public interest into the hands of the private sector. This quote from the report, Mr. Speaker. Catalyzing private capital to invest in Canada's water utility industry, as an example, because of course issues related to water are one of the core issues related to infrastructure, is challenging and would require a transformation of the industry as a whole.
It's difficult to examine this kind of fundamental story when it's part of an omnibus bill, which includes so many important points and which is under time allocation now. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we're asking the government to respect many of its election promises. Of course, the one whereby they would invest in public infrastructure publicly, but also split the bill. We cannot accept such an important change without examining it properly and having a bill on that question only. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the infrastructure bank issue and the omnibus bill, there's another thing that's problematic. We see that positions have already been posted for the board of directors. They're going forward with the location of the bank, the choice of liberal cronies who will be part of the board. All this before consideration in committee, before Parliament has even voted on this bill, omnibus or not. That is completely unacceptable for such a fundamental issue for our infrastructure, which I would remind you are one of the things the federal government works that has a direct impact on the daily lives of the citizens we represent. Let's get back to the impact on citizens, on taxpayers. Because like it or not, the Liberals were elected on a commitment to invest public money, and we agree with that. Let's invest public money for our infrastructure, which is public. The need is urgent. We could have a debate about the fact that this is over 10 or 11 years and not a shorter period that would immediately benefit the communities that need it so badly, but that's another topic for another day. Let's concentrate on the impact on citizens. User fees and tolls. We're asking taxpayers to pay twice. We're asking them to pay through their taxes, which they do pay. We have a social pact here in Canada. We agree to invest public money to make sure that bridges don't crumble while we're going to work. Citizens are prepared to accept that. But what they're not prepared to accept is to invest significant amounts of their money in infrastructure, and then the government decides behind closed doors and talks to its friends like BlackRock and say, well, we'll give you an opportunity to have taxpayers pay again. Those same citizens will have to pay user fees and tolls. And the government can say, well, no, don't worry, there won't be any user fees or tolls. It depends on the project. But one can wonder, an 8% return or even higher that private corporations are looking for, where are they going to get that? They'll get it out of the pockets of citizens who've already invested in their infrastructures through government spending. We're asking middle-class families, this Prime Minister says he wants to defend them, but they're going to pay twice, and that's completely unacceptable. It goes against the commitments made by this government.
I want to focus on that point, because that's the key here, is what are we asking Canadians to be on the hook for? We're asking them to be on the hook through their tax dollars, and that's fine. They're ready to accept that, but we're asking them to be on the hook for the friends of the Liberal Party that are meeting them behind closed doors, that are looking over their talking points and their presentations, and that are then turning around and saying, great, we are going to pick and choose. And we hear MPs from Toronto, for example, who tell us, this is great, we're going to invest in social housing. Well, good luck looking for the private sector to invest in social housing, Mr. Speaker. Maybe social housing for the people who go to the Prime Minister's fundraisers at $1,500 a pop. Maybe it's social housing for those people, Mr. Speaker. But I certainly have a hard time believing that that's going to be the priority of those private investors. That's exactly why government has to play a role, not bankrolling private companies to fleece the taxpayer twice on critical infrastructure, but the government's role is to really live up to their commitments of investing those public dollars into our public infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. We cannot repeat it enough. Et Monsieur le Président, je veux terminer.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by saying that we have some hope today. Maybe we're naive, but this is the privatization bank, a bank of cronyism of the Liberal Party, but it's also the bank of broken promises, because a bill to create a bank, and with this bears repeating, this will fundamentally change how we invest in our infrastructure and give all the power to the private sector. And that's part of an omnibus bill. They promised not to do that. They promised to invest public money and not privatize our infrastructure and our airports, which of course is a whole other discussion we could have that we don't have time to have in the 60 seconds I have left. But these are all commitments that the Liberal Party took. So I'm wondering whether it's not up to Cabinet or the backbenchers who represent communities who say they want to invest in green infrastructure, in affordable housing. Well, let me remind them that the commitment they made in the last election campaign was to fulfill those promises, was to invest, but with public money, not BlackRock money, which won't be very interested in investing in things like in protecting the environment or make sure that people who need affordable housing urgently can have access to that. Mr. Speaker, we're truly asking the federal government to stop having these closed-door meetings with Bay Street and respect their commitments to citizens who seriously need public infrastructure funded with public money, and put an end to omnibus bills and really examine this fundamental question carefully. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that my colleague has made and the motion that's put forward today, because this is of the utmost importance, and I think it's really relevant and poignant now that Canadians begin to understand exactly what this bank is all about. And my question for my colleague is that in committee they've allotted 1 hour of discussion for this bill, and I'm just wondering if he could comment on that as well as shutting down debate on this issue.
The
Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question and the work that she does on this file as well. And I would perhaps say, tongue-in-cheek, with all due respect to my Conservative colleagues, I think the questions we've heard even from them on this issue just goes to show that even the previous government realized that this kind of scheme is a bad idea and serves to benefit one group of people, and that's the financial sector and the private sector, and not the Canadians who really need our public infrastructure to serve their needs and the needs of our communities. But to get to her question, Mr. Speaker, about what's going on in committee, she's absolutely right. 1 hour in committee for $35 billion of taxpayer money to a privatization bank that is going to fundamentally change how we invest in our infrastructure here in Canada. And not only that, things like, for example, being exempt from access to information requests. All of these fundamental issues that turn around this bank. And you know what? It doesn't need to come from us, Mr. Speaker. It can come from the internal memo that we're reading about this morning in the Global Mail, from Infrastructure Canada, from KPMG. Slow the heck down. Instead, we're putting it into an omnibus budget bill and 1 hour in committee. It's totally unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am somewhat disappointed in my friend in the sense that he doesn't highlight what it is that this government is actually doing on the bigger picture of infrastructure. Imagine, if you will, $180 billion being invested in Canada's infrastructure over the coming years, Mr. Speaker. That is an incredible amount of money, of public dollars that is being ultimately committed to do things such as housing, such as our recreational facilities, our roads, and so much more, Mr. Speaker. It's a very small percentage of that, less than 10%, that's ultimately going through this infrastructure bank. My question to the member across the way, if the NDP did maintain their balanced budget approach, and if they were to invest in infrastructure, the public infrastructure, how much more than the $180 billion do they think they would have invested?
Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly.
If I had to share that Kevin Sorbo clip of him screaming disappointed every time this member feigned disappointment in these issues that he knows he campaigned on in the last election, I think that joke would get old very fast. But Mr. Speaker, it's really important to note that when the member talks about housing, I have a hard time imagining that a private investment company is going to look at that and say, yeah, we're going to help the little guy, we're going to help the people that need it the most through that kind of infrastructure. Et Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, you just have to look at the last budget. They list all kinds of public transit projects that the bank could fund, but who's going to decide? The private sector. friends of the Liberal Party. And to our minds, this is something completely unacceptable. I'm perfectly prepared to work with the government to invest public money in our infrastructure. But what we're seeing today is that this is only going to happen in 10, 11, or 12 years. It does not address the crying needs that we have today in our communities. It's the opposite from what was promised by this member and all the others here in the House on the government side. They should remedy the situation. I urge them to do so.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Infrastructure Bank has been a long-standing issue that continues to be locked in shadows. New Democrats had to put forward this motion today because the lack of clarity, transparency, and accountability of this bank. I do believe the most important part of today's discussion is this, Mr. Speaker. If this government is so proud of the Infrastructure Bank, why make it part of an omnibus budget bill in 2017? Why not have this section of the bill separated out? I believe that Canadians and municipalities deserve the right to hear in detail how this bank will work, especially when its creation is under a cloud of suspect behavior with private companies who will be the same companies making the profit from these ventures, sitting in the driver's seat. Mr. Speaker, this shows a clear conflict of interest. Now Liberals have cut our ability to debate this by virtue of it shutting down debate. This needs to be clear. First, the Infrastructure Bank is squished into an omnibus bill, creating a lack of accountability and vigorous debate in this House. Second, the debate is shortened so these issues can be rushed over by this government. We've asked for this provision to be split from the omnibus bill, something the Liberals have yet to do. If this government is so proud, they should not be afraid and should be willing to have this discussion. I believe this would truly allow for an in-depth analysis, more hours of debate, and a specific committee to review the process rather than 1 hour as it is currently standing. This provision will be reviewed quickly in committee in conjunction to the 300 pages of legislation create changes in Bill C-44. This is a lack of accountability. It is important that all parliamentarians take this seriously. The Infrastructure Bank has a general lack of clarity. This reveals many alarming issues surrounding the scheme, many measures that will have to be dealt with in future legislation. The lack of transparency is troubling. The bank will be able to withhold important information from the Attorney General of Canada and the Parliamentary Budget Officer under the guise of sensitive commercial information. This bank will have serious consequences for our public infrastructure and the lives of Canadian citizens. As Deputy Critic of Infrastructure, it has been a pleasure to advocate for this role, most notably for Canadians living in rural and small communities. Too often we hear the word infrastructure tied up with the larger communities. Too often, smaller centres are simply left out of the equation. For us to quickly demonstrate how the scheme will never benefit our rural communities or the middle class, you simply break down the nature of the beast. Bottom line, private investors won't be joining this government scheme for the pleasure of building infrastructure. They will expect a significant financial return. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. It makes sense to me that these investors will want a return. Investing is for the purpose of making a return. My concern is that infrastructure is moving in this direction. I'm concerned that Canadians are not getting a say in this bank. I am most concerned that these investors have been shown to be in the driver's seat of building this seat. It is like asking the fox to guard the hen house, a complete lack of acknowledgement of the role of a fox. The Quebec pension plan, for example, is very clear. They expect between 7 to 9% returns. Where do you think they get that from? From tolls and user fees from Canadians. Simply said, rural communities cannot sustain this level of returns that Bay Street bankers require. That means all of these communities I represent will be ignored. Other MPs in this House should really reflect on the usefulness of this bank in their riding and most importantly ask, who is this bank really helping? So why is this government so proud to encourage the urban and rural divide? Canadians deserve to know what will bring these returns. What will be sold off? Where will the new tolls be imposed? What user fees can we expect? Every time the Prime Minister is asked this, he talks about the different models and the potential. while the outcomes of these models require more taxpayers to shell out more money.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It's hard to understand the reasoning to create this bank from the start. This dubious venture was not in their major campaign platform. Why suddenly is it such a major project priority? We've all witnessed this government mammoth infrastructure stimulus plan fall flat. All this taxpayer money and very little to show for it. Does the arm's length nature of this bank allow them to relinquish the hard decision on the infrastructure file? Is this an excuse for their failed stimulus? The Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy says the Liberals haven't shown a solid business case for its new infrastructure bank. At the head of the Institute is the former parliamentary budget officer, surprisingly enough. The omnibus budget bill also limits the independence of the current PBO. It doesn't look good when Liberals are limiting the PBO's powers in this year's budget while ignoring calls from the previous PBO about this year's budget. So what are the Liberals hiding? It could do with the fact that the bank has the potential to increase overall costs to taxpayers because infrastructure built by private investors will always cost more than public infrastructure. The government has the capacity to borrow at a very low cost. So why won't it? Well, it may have to do with their friends on Bay Street. Rather than building critical infrastructure that benefits everyday citizens, the Liberals are creating a privatization scheme that puts the need of their wealthy friends first. Government records show that corporations and private investors were given unprecedented control in the planning and development of the Liberals' privatization bank. BlackRock's extensive involvement in the creation of the infrastructure bank of the private sector raises conflict of interest questions. And Mr. Speaker, these are very important questions that need to be discussed in this House. I think it's a conflict of interest to allow private corporations who will be the largest beneficiaries of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank to participate in the planning and development of the bank. The Conflict of Interest Act states that a public officer holds in it is in a conflict of interest when he exercises an official power, duty, or function that provides an opportunity to improperly further another's private interest. The Liberals promise investments in infrastructure to benefit everyday Canadians, but instead they're getting a government that puts the interest of larger corporations first. This is a fine example of a Prime Minister that has lost touch with Canadians who rely on public infrastructure. It is also a sign that he has lost touch with the middle class and those working hard to join it. Infrastructure can create meaningful employment for many, but this bank will pay with taxpayer money with one hand and take our user fees and tolls with the other. Therefore, Canadians will be paying twice. The government has yet to make a compelling case for why it would be better to work with private investors seeking high returns when Ottawa has the ability to finance projects itself at a much lower cost. While the Liberals are unfazed and standing tall in the face of this important criticism, Canadians deserve better to know what is happening. Canadians need to know what is being pawned off, where the tolls will be, and what user fees can they expect. This project will hinder the growth of middle-class Canadians by imposing costs that will line the pockets of millionaires and billionaires while leaving everyday Canadians on the hook. While the Liberals and their buddies are too busy figuring out how to make this venture profitable, Canadians are quickly figuring out how unaffordable and impotent this government is. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd just like to say that last night on Power Play on CTV, the member of Gatineau said in a panel about the infrastructure bank that Canadians don't need to know. I disagree, Mr. Speaker. This government needs to take this discussion out of the backroom secret meetings, pull it out from the omnibus budget bill, and put it in this House for debate. I hope this government will stop hiding, and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montarville.
Mr. Speaker, honestly, I actually preferred the approach of the colleague who spoke just before the presentation. Because there's a whole list of allegations here and speculations that aren't even based on logic. And I don't think that's a good way of informing people about how this infrastructure bill will actually help people. Public transit, internet connection. Now, these are services that have a real impact on people's day-to-day lives. So I want to know, what budget will my colleague be able to count on, not only to invest in these types of projects, but also maintain them?
Or North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I have the great honor and privilege to represent the riding of North Island Powell River, the third largest riding in BC, with many remote communities that are asking so much for help. They need sewer and water. You know, I have one community in my riding that is at risk of forest fire because they simply don't have the water pressure for their fire trucks to get the water that they need. I have many communities that are begging for the infrastructure so that they can have meaningful internet access, because it would open up doors to them. So this is what I have to say to the honourable member's question. If we are so proud on this side of the House of the infrastructure bank, why is it not in this place for discussion? Why are they hiding it? And why are they in secret rooms talking with corporations who will make the profit and not having the discussion here where it belongs?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech and her comments. My question to her is, because there's $15 billion being extracted from projects that have already been announced in communities, $5 billion coming out of public transit projects, $5 billion from trade and transportation corridors, and another $5 billion from green infrastructure projects. And I just want to ask her how she feels that's going to impact her community.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks so much to the member for that important question. It's important to be looking at the realities of where the funding is going in terms of infrastructure, where it's being taken out of projects that are desperately needed across this community, across this country. You know, when I look at the reality, and I spoke about it in my speech, I serve small communities. The largest community I have is just over 34,000 people. The smallest are about 20 to 30 people. So when you look at them and the challenges they face, they're very unique. I think of Kinkham right now, who's desperate for funding to help them to get off diesel because it's costing them too much money. A small Indigenous community trying to build up an economy for themselves, paying all of that money towards their cost for energy. So it's not going to have an impact because those small communities, Mr. Speaker, they can't make the returns that the Bay Street people want. And that's why it needs to be separated. I am so concerned that this government is not separating this very important information and making it legislation so that it can be accountable, talked about, and something that is open so that Canadians have a right to have their voices heard.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
I think what the honourable member just said is precisely the point. She seemed to suggest in her speech that only large communities can benefit from large projects and that rural communities, smaller communities, can't benefit from larger projects. And in the case specifically of getting communities off diesel or coal, these are projects that may be of some interest to the bank itself, but also to the $2 billion project, specific funding project in traditional infrastructure that we have for smaller communities and northern communities. I'm wondering whether the honourable member has actually given consideration to that thought and believes that we can actually have larger projects in smaller communities as we plan to do where it's feasible in our budget plan, and has she given that any sort of consideration before she spoke today? Thank you.
Honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, I thank the member for his very interesting question. I want to clarify, at no point did I say that smaller communities couldn't benefit from larger projects. What I did say is that they do not have the resources to make sure that the Bay Street people who are investing, expecting a significant return, are going to be able to pay those tolls. And I don't know why we can't have a discussion about what those tolls are going to look like in this place, what we are asking Canadians to be on the hook for. It's shameful that this this government will not separate these bills. It's too important. Do right.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the members of the NDP for their belated support for the infrastructure, because when we were discussing the infrastructure plan during the campaign, they were so focused on artificially balancing the budget at the cost of ignoring the needs of the communities that need the infrastructure. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, having a debate with one of their prominent candidates in Edmonton and asking them what the plans were for infrastructure. And what I heard was they will build infrastructure 5 years from now or 10 years from now. So when they talk about rise in the house, to talk about affordable housing, public transit, and water, wastewater infrastructure, or the support for rural communities, I welcome that. I welcome that because at least they recognize that infrastructure is important, that it's the bone of our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, since taking office, our government has been hard at work to deliver unprecedented investments in infrastructure. I'm pleased to speak to the House today about the Investing in Canada infrastructure plan. As well, I will speak more about the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is one of our government's new innovative solutions to help address Canada's pressing infrastructure needs and build more infrastructure. We want to build strong foundations that will allow all Canadians to thrive, excel, and innovate. In Budget 2016, we launched the first phase of our long-term infrastructure plan, which is designed to achieve 3 important goals. Create long-term growth for those middle-class Canadians and those who are working hard to join the middle class. Build inclusive communities so everyone has a fair chance to succeed. And support low-carbon and green economy. The plan will invest more than $180 billion over 12 years, bringing new and innovative infrastructure investment tools to the table, and support 5 key areas for investment: public transit, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, trade and transportation infrastructure, and rural and northern communities infrastructure. Our plan will deliver better public transit, clean water, and more social housing units for Canadians, while creating long-term growth and jobs for the middle class. When we ran during the last election, we said we would do more, we would double the infrastructure investments across the country. We said now is the time to invest in our country and in Canadians. And now we are delivering on that commitment. When we came into office, we started consulting broadly with our partners, provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous communities, to make sure we were investing in the right way, to make sure our investment would have a maximum impact and would address the real needs of our communities. It quickly became clear that everyone was feeling that the infrastructure deficit caused by the lack of sustained, predictable funding from the previous government, and it was clear that our ambitious plan was needed now. Existing infrastructure across the country was in dire need of repair, modernization, our partners told us. So we decided to roll out our plan in 2 phases. The initial phase of our Investing in Canada plan was designed to focus on the recapitalization, repair, and modernization of existing infrastructure assets, making buses accessible, giving access to clean drinking water to communities facing boil water advisories. Phase 1 also recognized the challenges municipalities face when trying to plan for the long-term plan funding the design and the planning work of new large-scale infrastructure projects like Ottawa's second phase LRT, Downtown Relief Line in Toronto, Calgary's Green Line, or Edmonton's LRT expansion. We did this to help municipalities rebuild the foundation of the systems and start planning for projects that will form the core of our ambitious long-term plan. Mr. Speaker, our plan is about building not just more infrastructure, but building the infrastructure that meets the needs and addresses the pressing infrastructure gaps that are felt throughout Canada. To ensure that we are supporting the infrastructure that our communities need, we continue to work in close relationship with our provincial, territorial, Indigenous, and municipal partners to plan and deliver infrastructure projects that will shape our country for years to come. We have made great progress in delivering projects under Infrastructure Canada's new programs. We streamlined the approval under the new Building Canada Fund to better support our municipal, provincial, and territorial partners and to approve projects faster. We added new eligibility categories to recognize our partners' priorities, making cultural and recreational projects very infrastructure eligible, for example. And the members of the NDP will remember that because they're the one, along with Liberal MPs, requested that we change the category to include ferry infrastructure in our plan. These changes were not only made by our provincial and territorial partners, but also at the request of other MPs. So, Mr. Speaker, since taking office, we have approved 2,200 projects across the country, with a total combined investment of $20 billion since November 2015. We have approved more projects to help our communities in a year and a half what the previous government did in 5 years combined. These projects are now rolling out in the communities, large and small, and will make a big difference across Canada. Our investments so far mean 200 projects that will make public transit more accessible for people with disabilities. More than 1,000 new buses, along with other improvements. Together, these investments will deliver faster, more reliable service and help reduce traffic congestion and pollution. Over 1,000 projects that will give more Canadians access to clean drinking water and reduce pollution in our lakes and rivers. More than 89,000 social housing units have been renovated under our plan. 182 arts and heritage facilities in 109 communities are being improved. Nearly 6,000 housing units on reserve for Indigenous communities have been built, renovated, or planned, along with 125 projects aimed at building and improving schools for Indigenous children. 251 projects under post-secondary institutional strategic investment fund are underway to enhance and modernize the research and commercialization facilities on Canadian campuses. An example of the results of our investments so far can be found in towns of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Because of a lack of infrastructure investment by the previous government, the people in Lanigan were lacking quality water to bathe their children, wash their clothes, and prepare their food. Thanks to the financial support from our government, the community will soon upgrade the water and wastewater treatment systems. We have helped communities in the North Bay, Ontario, Selkirk, Manitoba, and Moncton, New Brunswick, to buy new buses. New buses are reliable and accessible buses, and they're better for the environment. In North Vancouver, in London, and in Minas, Nova Scotia, they have installed new transit shelters. And Durban, Ontario, and Winnipeg, Manitoba, they have expanded their facilities to accommodate maintenance of their fleets. Our plan is funding water supply main replacement in Clinton, Ontario. It is helping communities' water conservation projects in Texas, British Columbia. It is funding Mayo lift station in Mayo, Yukon. In my home province of Alberta, we have supported key infrastructure projects like the expansion of the Edmonton Yellowhead Trail, a project that was ignored by the previous government for 10 years. Fort Edmonton Park expansion, a very important project from an Indigenous reconciliation point of view. The Southwest Calgary Ring Road and the Lacombe Red Deer wastewater line. Our long-term infrastructure plan is focused on investing in the project that will transform our communities for the 21st century. We know that Canada's infrastructure demands outpaced the investment for decades. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, underfunding infrastructure has a cost, and it is significant. Which is why Budget 2017 built on the measures announced in Budget 2016 and clearly outlines the next steps in our governance plan to make smart investments that will help grow our economy and strengthen the middle class. The proposed Budget Implementation Act includes legislation to establish the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which I would like to talk about now. Even with our historic investment in our country's infrastructure, there remains a gap that we can't completely fill. We need to find a new way to build more infrastructure, understanding the limited resources of all orders of government. During the campaign, we committed to creating the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Through our consultation, our government recognized that we need to find new innovative ways to effectively mobilize private capital to supplement our historic public investments and build more new infrastructure projects that will benefit Canadians. Through consultation with mayors from across the country, municipal associations like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, provinces and territorial governments, First Nations, industry associations, global organizations like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, and investment groups like the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, we crafted the details of the bill that is before this House. We are proposing the Canada Infrastructure Bank because we believe there's an opportunity for the federal government to attract private sector investment in infrastructure and partner with some of the world-leading institutional investors to build more projects across our country. The bank would finance those projects that are in the public interest, that do not often get built because they're too costly or face competition priorities or competing priorities. Projects that have a potential to be transformational, but that have not received funding under traditional infrastructure programs. If approved by Parliament, the Canada Infrastructure Bank would just do that. Invest up to $35 billion in new growth-oriented infrastructure across the country. Projects like public transit system in our largest cities, energy transmission corridors, and more. $15 billion would be sourced from the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan. This $15 billion, Mr. Speaker, is approximately 8% of the total commitment infrastructure funds that we have made under our $180 billion long-term plan. And it is on top of our initial commitment to doubling infrastructure investments. We would make an additional $20 billion in capital available to the Canada Infrastructure Bank for investments that will result in bank holding assets in the form of equity or debt. This $20 billion will therefore have not result in a fiscal impact on the government. If approved by the Parliament, the bank's mandate will be to make investment in revenue-generating infrastructure projects that are in the public interest and seek to attract investment for private sector and institutional investors in those projects. To carry out this mandate, the bank would structure investments in infrastructure projects that have revenue-generating potential or in the public interest. Attract private sector and institutional investors to projects that are more infrastructure can be built. Serve as a center of expertise on projects in which private sector or institutional investors are making a significant investment. Foster evidence-based decision-making and advise all orders of government on the design of revenue-generating projects, and collect and share data to help governments make better decisions about infrastructure investments. The bank would amplify federal support by bringing private sector and institutional investors to the table to help pay for the transformational projects that our country needs. The bank offers our funding partners a new way to help meet their pressing infrastructure needs. It will be a new tool for provincial, territorial, municipal partners to build the infrastructure that Canadians need, should they wish to use it. The bank will free up public dollars to build more public infrastructure, such as housing, recreational facilities, cultural facilities. The bank is expected to attract private sector capital that would not otherwise be possible to build the infrastructure that our country needs. If approved by Parliament, the bank would be established as an arm's-length Crown corporation that will be accountable to Parliament. It would report on the activities to Parliament twice a year. Government of Canada has engaged Canadians and stakeholders from across Canada on our long-term infrastructure plan, and development of Canada Infrastructure Bank, we believe, will help us achieve the results that we want to achieve. I would like to stress a few points again, Mr. Speaker. The bank is an optional tool for our partners to use. It is up to provinces, territories, and municipalities to decide if they choose to use the bank to help build more infrastructure. The bank will focus on new infrastructure, not selling the existing assets. We need to build even more infrastructure in this country. The bank is one way of doing that. The bank is one additional tool we are putting into our infrastructure toolkit. Of the total $186 billion plan, less than 10% of that will be delivered through the infrastructure bank. The bank is a tool for certain projects that have a revenue stream. It enables us to focus our grant money on the infrastructure that does not have a revenue attached to it. It will allow us to stretch our infrastructure dollars even further. So earlier this week, Mr. Speaker, we were proud to announce the leadership search for the bank. This is an important milestone towards the creation of the bank, and if Parliament approves it, it will allow us to well-positioned to have the bank operational in late 2017. These searches will identify a chairperson, board members, and chief executive officer. The process will be open and merit-based and will identify experts and professionals that are needed to lead and govern the bank. The selection process is designed to attract diverse and highly qualified individuals, taking into consideration the desire to achieve gender parity and to reflect Canada's linguistic, cultural, and regional diversity. We know that our country is stronger when decision makers reflect Canada's diversity, and that's why we're searching for the right talent and people who can help us design this bank and help build this bank and also help deliver on the commitments that we have made to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée de Beloeil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his remarks. I wonder if over the course of the day the Minister of Finance will also speak to this motion, because we know that the Minister of Infrastructure has worked in the infrastructure or the municipal level, but we know that the Minister of Finance is the one who makes the ultimate decisions on funding behind the bank. Now, I have to read something out here that I have in English.
Represents a barrier to projects. The Canada Infrastructure Bank will provide loan guarantees and small capital contributions to provinces and municipalities, to ensure that the projects are built. Et Monsieur le Président,
So, Mr. Speaker, when I read that, I have trouble reconciling what was said then during the campaign and what's being proposed today by the government, where all of the power is being placed in the hands of private investors. My question for the minister deals with an essential part of the motion. The request that we're making today to split this measure off the bill. Now, if Parliament approves it, the minister must acknowledge that it's important to have approval of Parliament before going ahead with this. So will the minister agree to splitting this provision, this section, out of the omnibus bill when it before it goes forward? Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we held a wide range of consultation leading up to the introduction of the legislation. We consulted with the provinces, territories, municipalities, private sector, labor unions, trade councils, and all sort of other stakeholders to ensure that we were crafting a legislation that will reflect their needs and allow us the flexibility to build the infrastructure they need. That's why the legislation allows the oversight from the Parliament as well as the ability to have an arm's length decision-making process on project selection and project financial execution. We feel very comfortable and that we will attract the right talent to establish the bank and the board members and the CEO who will guide us in the execution of as we move forward to get the bank going by the end of 2017. Canadians expect us to deliver the infrastructure. And that's why we are doing this, and that's why this is part of the Budget Implementation Act.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is not arm's length because the minister has to approve the projects for financing. But I just want to talk a little bit about some of the alternative facts here. The minister spoke about sustainable funding, and that was the Conservative government that brought in the gas tax that went directly to communities. He talked about historical spending on infrastructure of $180 billion. $90 billion is the existing Conservative programs. We announced 7,800 projects, and we completed 7,300, which was 94%. But that's not my question. I want to talk about on page Budget 2017 on page 266 and 277, Mr. Speaker, about lapse funding. There was so much red tape that $1 billion in lapse funding, something that this government said they would never do, and if there was any, it would go back to communities. But we see that in the budget, it will not be reallocated till 2022. So my question to the minister is that when will communities be receiving their money?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, let me focus on the bank, right? I'll share an example with you how municipalities actually struggle to make decisions. Some of the members from Alberta may remember that a number of years ago, the provincial government did consultation with Albertans for the need to build a rail link between Edmonton and Calgary. Albertans want to have that kind of rail link, so they are supportive of it. But major urban centers like Edmonton and Calgary were concerned. Their mayors were concerned that if you build that link, it will take resources away from their own LRT projects. So they were reluctant to support this. And we see the potential that with the bank, they wouldn't have to compete for against that kind of project. We have a dedicated funding for urban center public transit system, and with the creation of this bank, we can actually potentially look at building such a link that would link Edmonton and Calgary through a high-speed train. What is wrong with that? These people may not like it, but we want to explore the potential, and we believe that if we can engage private sector to make those kind of projects a reality, Canadians will benefit. And I can give you more examples of such.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. La députée de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hold my parliamentary colleague in high esteem, but what Canadians expect is for you to keep your promises. That's what Canadians expect. They're not expecting infrastructure with a system like this across the country. I'd like to ask a question. How is it that if it's so important for him, if it's so important for all Canadians, how have you dared to break yet another provinces on such an important like this by putting it into an omnibus bill? You should be very ashamed. The government should be very ashamed of this. I'd like to see an honest and frank answer to this question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are so proud to be delivering on our infrastructure commitments, right? We promised Canadians that we will double our infrastructure investments. We are almost tripling our infrastructure investments because we understand that Canadian communities have been denied the opportunities to succeed, to grow our economy, to create jobs, and to have a safe, clean water to drink, to reduce congestion in major urban centers. And we heard from those communities, and that is why we are creating this additional toolkit that will free up resources for Edmonton to build their LRT, for Calgary to build their LRT, for Toronto to build their subways, for Vancouver and Surrey to build their LRT system, and still engage private sector to build transformative infrastructure that otherwise will not be built. What is wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? Either they don't get it.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for outlining to this House the significant investments of the government in infrastructure. And we know that there's a direct link between infrastructure investment and job creation. The Minister mentioned in his remarks the Post-Secondary Institutions Strategic Investment Fund, which in my riding right now, construction is underway at Algonquin College of $22 million to be able to create a centre for innovation, learning, entrepreneurship, which includes an Indigenous entrepreneurship centre, and it's allowing students to literally create the partnerships and the skills to make the jobs of tomorrow. Could the Minister elaborate on the direct connection between infrastructure investments and good middle-class jobs?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government clearly understands, and that's why we focus on infrastructure, that in order to grow our economy and create long-term prosperity, infrastructure investment in all infrastructure, post-secondary infrastructure, public transit, trade-oriented infrastructure, rural communities infrastructure is necessary. Because we, as a Canadian, have seen when you underfund infrastructure, people are denied to have access to clean water. People are stuck in traffic, wasting their time, losing productivity. That is why we have committed to do so. And I'm so proud, Mr. Speaker, that with the introduction of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, we can do more. We can undertake projects that are unimaginable by some of the people, like the rail link I talked about, or the link from Toronto to Windsor, the high-speed link. How do we fund those? We fund those by engaging private sector, by mobilizing the innovative thinking around that. The people who can utilize those projects are excited about. Our municipalities want to see more infrastructure, but the one thing they don't want to see, Mr. Speaker, is compete against other priorities. They want to have a dedicated funding, and we have given them the dedicated funding, and the bank will do more on top of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time just for one more short question. La députée de Richmond, Athabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is happy to say here, there, and everywhere that he's consulted many people about this infrastructure bank. Now, I obtained a document through access to information. Now, I can't show it to you because of the rules, but we can see all the work that was done with BlackRock, a private investment firm. And that firm, it's in its best interest, in fact, to have this bank set up because it's going to be benefiting greatly. And oddly enough, all of those people who were consulted and with the attendance of the Prime Minister and the ministers, etc., they were in the document. It's impossible to have access to the ministers. Now, if the minister is so proud of these consultations, can he actually tell who he met with apart from that? The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the presentation that was made to investors is publicly available. Member can see it. There's nothing secret about it. We actually take pride that we are investing, we are attracting foreign capital to invest in our country. We are open for business. We are open for business because our country has lacked the infrastructure that could actually transform our communities and allow us to move faster, our goods to move faster, our people to move faster. And we see a lot of potential, not only through $180 billion out of that 92% being delivered through traditional ways, but also mobilizing the private capital through the infrastructure bank.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I was delighted to hear the minister defend this bank. But what I want to do is, first off, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Richmond, Arthabaska, and I want to thank the member from Belleau-Chambly for bringing this motion forward. This is a very, very important issue, and I think many of us would agree that Canada is open for business. It's about what kind of business and what that process looks like. And as we've seen with the development of this bank, there are some serious, serious concerns on this side of the House. And I just want to give a bit of an overview of this bank. A total of $35 billion of taxpayers' dollars. So $15 billion is being taken away from communities. Now, it's been taken away, but the government has announced these projects. So there is an anticipation from communities that these projects will be built in their community. But that's not so, because $15 billion is being taken away from communities. $5 billion is being taken away from public transit projects. $5 billion is being taken away from trade and transportation. And $5 billion is being taken away from green infrastructure. So the minister should really let communities know which communities are being affected, which projects will not go forward that have already been announced, and I think that is the prudent thing to do. This government talks about being transparent. Well, that is a measure of transparency. Also, too, the CPP Investment Board has stated that investors will only look at projects over $500 million. Because they need a return on their investment. But $20 billion will be provided to the bank through equity, debt, and that means that it will not be on the books unless the project defaults. This is another issue that's very problematic. Now, the bank will seek out private investors and public pension funds to invest in Canadian infrastructure projects. But we come back to what is the expectation from investors, Mr. Speaker, and they want a return on their investment as high as 12%. Well, let me tell you, anybody that's got their RSPs invested, anybody that's got any investment whatsoever, 12% is a really good return on return rate. But what is missing in this is that the minister has not identified where that money's coming from. How is that being paid back to the investors? So if it's taxes, if it's tolls, if it's road pricing, whatever fees and whatever mechanism that looks like, that should be implicit in the legislation. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is not there. There is no mention of what this return on the investment is going to look like. And again, that's very problematic. You know, I go back to 2009, and the Conservative government set up P3 Canada. Now, at the time, I was the mayor of a large city of 520,000 people, and through P3 Canada, we were the beneficiary. We worked together, and we built a biofuel facility, which is just being completed now. And we leveraged private sector dollars. But the taxpayers are not paying fees to investors on that front. So the structure's already there for P3 Canada, and the initial investment into P3 Canada was $1.3 billion. Well, Mr. Speaker, that leveraged $6 billion in infrastructure. So the mechanisms and the tools are still here. Now, one of the other functions of the bank is data collection. Well, I would say that the FCM has been doing data collection for quite some time. And in fact, $50 million from this government to the FCM was given specifically for data collection. So again, it's a repetition of things that are already being done. The infrastructure bank in the portion of Bill C-44 will be studied for just 1 hour. Now, something as significant as this, with $35 billion of taxpayers' dollars to be studied at committee for 1 hour. That is absolutely not enough time. And within the motion that has been put forward today, we have requested, actually the NDP has requested, that this be brought back to the House separately so we can have a wholesome debate on it. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the government has allotted time allocation, they're shutting down debate, and they're giving 1 hour in committee. And this is absolutely unacceptable. Now, on Wednesday, May 10th, the Minister of Infrastructure, and this was stated in the Globe and Mail in an article, and his comment, and I'll quote, that he, and I quote, is not hearing concerns from those on behalf we are doing this. So, of course, there's no concerns on the people that they're doing this for. And I think that comment is really telling from the minister. But I want to talk about the conflict of interest, and significant conflict of interest. The Liberals gave direct control over the development of the bank to the very same private investors that will be profiting from the bank. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear and blatant conflict of interest. BlackRock officials were invited by the Liberals to work directly with senior public servants as well as ministerial staff ahead of a closed-door meeting with the Prime Minister and ministers on November the 14th. Now, this was to ensure that BlackRock clients would hear from the minister in regards to the infrastructure bank. And in fact, they even looked over the speaking notes of the minister. And documents also reveal that a member of the Finance Minister Advisory Council, who is the president and CEO of Quebec's largest pension fund, was the lead in the policy decisions of the infrastructure bank. Now, it's interesting because now the pension fund is seeking a $1.3 billion contribution from the Liberal government for a $6 billion light rail transit project. Again, this is a blatant conflict of interest. The postings for the positions on the board, Mr. Speaker, are being closed before the end of this month, and the legislation hasn't even been passed. Now let's talk about the Liberal infrastructure plan. 90% of the announced infrastructure projects have failed to start construction. That means there's no jobs that are being created and the economy is not being stimulated. The majority of the funds in the Liberal infrastructure plan are back-ended after 2022. There's no bilateral agreements for Phase 2 that have been signed, and there's no projects that have been submitted by the provinces. The PBO, the Fraser Institute, the Senate, CD Howe have all serious concerns. They can't follow the money, there's no transparency, the projects are not getting built, and there's no way they can measure progress. And no wonder why, Mr. Speaker, they want to muzzle the PBO. Now, the Liberals continue to say the historic amounts of spending, and, you know, they are spending. There's an Asian infrastructure bank, $253 million, but you know what? We're going to be on the hook for $1.3 billion in loan guarantees, and the Chinese government is taking the lead on that. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to make an amendment to the motion, so I will get to that because my time is limited. So, Mr. Speaker, I move, and seconded by the member for Louis Saint Laurent, that the motion be amended by adding to Part C, after the word investors, the following: using taxpayer dollars while also imposing user fees on Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make this amendment, and thank you for allowing me to bring this forward.
I must inform honourable members that an opposition motion can only be amended with the consent of the sponsor. I would ask the member for Belleuil-Chambly whether he consents to this amendment. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do consent, and I would say that if the Conservatives are against this whole proposal, that tells us a lot about how they're in the wrong direction in this government.
Ms. Watts, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that the motion be amended by adding to Part C, after the word investors, the following: using taxpayer dollars while also imposing user fees on Canadians. Questions and comments? Question commentaire? La députée de Beloy.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech and her amendment. I would even say her support. She can confirm that, but it seems to me that's the case. She did illustrate the problem of examining such an important proposal that requires $35 billion in investment from taxpayers, but that will only be examined for 1 hour in committee. Beyond the fact that parliamentarians' time is being limited for debate, the minister says we consulted before the legislation was tabled, but legislation is consultation with parliamentarians. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' views on the fact that the government's going forward looking for candidates for the board of directors, made a choice about the location of the bank, set aside our opinions about that choice, is making these decisions without it being examined by Parliament. That's a big problem. I'd like to know if she agrees with that assessment.
Very White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And yes, we do support the NDP motion put forward, and it is very problematic. There are serious conflict of interest issues. We need to have this legislation reviewed. We need to have the recommendations coming out of the advisory board reviewed. We need to have the request for $1.3 billion that it was made by somebody, by an individual on the board, reviewed, and to not have the time to have a wholesome discussion. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about $35 billion of taxpayers' money that is being shuffled and behind closed doors, that debate's being shut down on, and it's absolutely unacceptable. And I don't know how any Canadian across this country would accept this kind of behavior from a government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member.
Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague across the way for her remarks. And as a historical note, Mr. Speaker, it was the then Finance Minister, now Public Safety Minister, at the time Minister of Finance, that introduced the gas tax transfer to assist with municipal infrastructure. The Budget 2017 is now taking extra steps on top of our $180 billion commitment to restoring infrastructure, rebuilding infrastructure in this country, with the announcement of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I also think it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this will be debated in 2 committees in this place, in 2 committees in the other place. And my question to the colleague on the other side is, how can this possibly not benefit our Canadian communities from coast to coast to coast when the Canada Infrastructure Bank is going to add more of the infrastructure Canadians need and address the $500 billion deficit we have in this country?
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And actually, it was the Conservatives that made the gas tax permanent and indexed it. So, you know, when you look at a mechanism of P3 Canada that has already been set up, they already have a track record. If there's a mandate that you want to expand, then you look at expanding it on exactly that, the structure that has been there and proven for many, many years. You don't set up a new bank that is supposed to be arm's length, using $35 billion of taxpayers' money, taking money out of the communities that has already been announced in the communities. I find that absolutely outrageous. And for the member to think that 1 hour of debate on this significant bill is appropriate, then he needs to think again, because this is not appropriate. This House needs to debate this bill, and we need to have proper transparency, and we have to have the Parliamentary Budget Officer look at this conflict of interest, and that's where we need to go as Canadians. Obviously, the government doesn't want to have this shown to Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise in the House today to discuss this notorious infrastructure bank, which is full of conflict of interest on the part of the Liberals. I'd like to thank the member from the NDP who tabled this motion before us today on an important topic. I'll have an opportunity to talk about the dubious relationships later, but I'd like to start by showing you the rather peculiar evolution of this project and the trouble we have getting to the bottom of this because of the lack of transparency on the part of the Liberals, who are supposed to be so open and transparent. In October 2015, the Liberals promised small $10 billion deficits and announced the creation of an independent infrastructure bank. This is a great way to hide taxpayers' money in a new Liberal scheme. In November 2016, the announcement of this bank is made, and I asked the Minister of Infrastructure at the time where he would take the money to finance this bank. Radio silence, as usual, no answer. The next day, I came back with a question about the origin of the money. I'm told that $15 billion that had been announced as part of the infrastructure program for all Canadian municipalities and would be transferred to this bank. And I can tell you that many of my colleagues in municipalities were shocked when they saw all this money that could have been used for important projects in their communities disappear. A few weeks later, another slap in the faces of municipalities in Canada. Not only Are they taking $15 billion that was earmarked for them and redirected to the infrastructure bank? But the majority of projects funded by this infrastructure bank will be projects valued at over $100 million or even $500 million. Because if such projects weren't large enough, they would not be particularly interesting for large investors. In our jargon, we call this having a pine tree shoved somewhere. So, between November, December, January, February, March, April, I asked the infrastructure minister to name a single project over $100 million that could be achieved with this infrastructure bank in a small or medium-sized municipality in Canada. And every time, no, not 10 or 20 or 100 municipalities. I'm only asking him to name one, a single little project that could be funded through this infrastructure bank. Be it during question period, during the committee, during various exchanges, he was never able to name a single such project. It's too bad, because the average project funded partially or fully by the federal government are not valued at over $100 million. They're about $6.7 million, with the exception of Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, or mega projects at the provincial level. There are no projects over $100 million for the vast majority of municipalities in Canada, which means that $15 billion that could have helped the entire Canadian population will only benefit a small group of people, and those are foreign investors and friends of the Liberal Party. The Prime Minister and his infrastructure minister have not understood the story of Robin Hood, who stole from the rich to give it to the poor. What the Prime Minister is doing with his finance minister, his infrastructure minister, and his government is taking money that was earmarked for small and medium-sized municipalities and put it in the pockets of multi-billionaires and foreign investors. That's the reality. We also found out from Michel Sabia, the president of the Caisse de dépôt de placement in Quebec, that for him and other investors, because Mr. Sabia, like others, is part of this committee to advise the minister, the Prime Minister, and the government, he tells us that they will require returns of a minimum of 7 to 9% for it to be interesting for these people to invest in this bank. Well, that's strange, because my colleague who just spoke before me and I, who are former mayors of municipalities, can tell you that all municipalities can get funding at 2% maximum. So why should municipalities invest in these infrastructures to fill the pockets of these private investors, these foreign investors, these cronies of the Liberal government who are filling Liberal coffers for elections when they hold fundraisers across the country? We ask questions. Every time it's radio silence when we ask such questions. We found out, in answer to a question I put, that there was a document from BlackRock, an investment firm. It's the largest investment firm in the world. It meets secretly with senior government officials and their guests, their clients, their potential clients for this bank, and they meet in secret. Through access to information, we got a list of all these meetings with the orders, the agenda, and the topics discussed, but we have no other information because everything was redacted. No one present at these meetings. Where was the Prime Minister? Where was the Finance Minister? Where was the Infrastructure Minister, the Transport Minister? There were guests who were clients of BlackRock. They are the ones who would benefit from this infrastructure bank. We don't know. It's too bad for everyone. The Liberal government says it's transparent, but we can't get that information or the topics discussed. Imagine, BlackRock even helped the minister write his speech. during an event in November. This is completely unbelievable when you think about it, with the whole machinery to help a minister, all the speechwriters. He had to ask a private company to help him write his speech. During this meeting, the creme de la creme of the Liberal Party were there. The Minister of Finance, Minister of International Trade, Minister of Innovation, Minister of Health, Minister of Canadian Heritage, Infrastructure, Minister of Transport, Minister of the Environment, and of course, our Prime Minister himself, Justin Trudeau. And then, all of a sudden, the infrastructure bank is exactly what the investors wanted. Tatum, the investors managed to create a bank that met their needs and allowed them to get minimum returns of 7 to 9%, or even 10 and 11% in some cases, and that would fund a project of over $100 million for it to be a good idea from them. So where did these recommendations come from? Michel Sabia and Mark Wiseman, two members of the Advisory Committee to the Trudeau government for economic growth, who coincidentally will benefit directly from the establishment of this bank. The first is president of the Caisse de dépôt et placement du Québec, and the other is on the World Executive of BlackRock. It seems clear there's conflict of interest here, and one can wonder whether these people even disclosed that there was a conflict of interest. And the answer is no. No disclosure, no offer to recuse themselves from these talks. They were involved. They directed the...
Aucune réponse, Monsieur le Président.
I would like to remind the honourable member that it is not permitted to use the family names of members in this House. Even though this may be part of a quote, for instance, it is not allowed. It is preferable to use the name of the riding or the title of the member involved as appropriate. I'm not sure whether the member has finished his speech. The honourable member for Richmond-Tabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. I strayed from my text a little bit, and unfortunately I made the mistake of naming people by their family names, so I'll be very careful about that next time. Now, before concluding my speech, I just want to quote someone, and this is from a report by the Public Finance and Democracy Committee, directed by Kevin Page, who was the former parliamentary budget officer. He said the following: the raison d'etre of the infrastructure bank is not very convincing because it would have the potential to increase costs for taxpayers, in other words, citizens, by privatizing infrastructure that are currently low risk and self-financing. So why have this infrastructure bank? We don't know. They say it's innovative, but that's not a good enough response. So personally, I'm shocked to see that the minister is trying to make us believe that this is a good thing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your attention. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And this speech was based on a very relevant experience. He represents Quebecers, he represents municipalities in Quebec very well. And what's so shocking here is to see that this information is coming out very slowly, and yet this is such a huge transformative project, which seems to be in the interest of financiers. And all of this was smushed into an omnibus bill, and we weren't given enough time to debate it. Now, in the information that we did get about this, we learned that there is a board of directors that is being set up, but that we have $30 billion of money that would be in that bank. And who would be representing the citizens on the board of directors? That's my question. The Honourable Member for Richmond-North Tabasco. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for his question, which is very relevant. I would say that there's just a total lack of respect for democracy. And I don't want to
imagine too much, but we're dealing with a real catastrophe in Quebec, and they announced that they already have started seeking managers for this fund and investments for this future infrastructure bank even before the bank was created by Parliament. And furthermore, they had the nerve to include this in an omnibus bill, as though nobody here would notice, as though Canadians wouldn't even notice. This is totally unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member spoke about rural, and I want to pick up on that particular point. We have a government through the current minister that has recognized the value of infrastructure in rural Canada. In fact, for the very first time, there's literally $2 billion that's being designated for rural infrastructure. I think that's a very important point to recognize. The member challenges the government saying, well, what about through the investment bank and rural potential projects? And my question is specifically regarding that question that he's lobbied over this way, Mr. Speaker. And maybe if the member could tell the House that does he believe that if you invest in infrastructure in rural Manitoba, I was about to say rural Manitoba, but obviously rural Manitoba, but rural Canada, Mr. Speaker, in things such as transmission lines. There's all sorts of projects that will now be potentially eligible for significant amounts of financing, and I would suggest to you that rural Canada would benefit immensely by that, Mr. Speaker, keeping in mind that this investment bank is to complement the current $170+ billion that's going towards infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm trying not to laugh, because everything that my colleague is trying to explain here, well, I mean, we've already asked these questions. We're trying to find something that could be financed in municipalities and regions, in small towns, and the minister never has an answer. He's got his officials around him, and I asked them off the record, name a single project that could be funded by this infrastructure bank, and they were not able to name a single one. So if the member across from me is better than the Minister of Finance, well, then maybe he can name one project that might be funded by this, and then they can stop talking about all of their other stratagems. We only have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very nice to hear my colleague. And he's speaking from his experience as a mayor. The member knows well that when you're a mayor, you have to deal with infrastructure projects, and so you need to deal with other levels of government. In his opinion, why does the current government want to go through an infrastructure bank when there are other programs like Canada PPP that already exist? The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. I thank my colleague for his very relevant question, a question that really shows what the government's intention is. There's no reason to have a bank. All of the other programs already exist. A mayor or a municipal board would never need this funding because they'll have funding, access to funding through other municipal mechanisms. And the government is certainly capable of finding funding. The provinces are capable of finding funding. So there's no reason to create a new structure unless the goal is to make people believe that this is a good thing, or unless they want to create a new structure for new civil servants in Toronto who will be able to work with investors and make even more money. Otherwise, there's no reason, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Vancouver East. Of course, I am very happy today to be able to have the opportunity to rise in support of the motion from my colleague, the member for Bellevue-Chambly. The motion, in my view, is very clearly worded, and its purpose is also clear and concise. The clauses concerning the Canada Infrastructure Bank's creation should be removed from Bill C-44, Implementation Act 2017 number 1, so that they can be studied as a standalone bill. This is not an unreasonable ask, Mr. Speaker. It's widely acknowledged that the government's proposed infrastructure bank scheme is complex. Canadians and parliamentarians should take the time to study it before it's enacted as part of an omnibus budget bill, which is precisely the type of bill that this government used to decry and condemn as undemocratic. After all, if we are to invest $35 billion into this scheme, we should allot more than a couple hours of study. I'm sure my colleagues would agree that this sort of spending deserves more careful scrutiny, which is why it needs to be excised from Bill C-44 and studied as a standalone bill. Why is this government burying such an important and expensive initiative in a 300-page bill? What are they afraid of? A government who has boasted over and over again about its pledges to be open and transparent is afraid to allow any sunlight to fall on its infrastructure bank scheme. Could it be because this scheme will benefit their wealthy friends first and foremost, instead of the citizens of Canada? What are the criteria and governance models that this bank will operate under? Already there are concerns that corporations and private investors have been given unprecedented control over the planning development of this scheme. But where is the consultation with everyday Canadians that Liberals are so fond of? Why won't the Liberals even allow elected members of this House to study this scheme? Are they concerned that their scheme will not pass the smell test? This government promised that investments in infrastructure would benefit Canadians, but it's difficult to see how a scheme that will pad the profits of corporations and wealthy private investors will do that, especially when everyday Canadians will be paying the price through new tolls and user fees, with nothing to show for it in the long run. This is the oldest trick in the book, Mr. Speaker, and we all know how it ends. Governments give sweetheart deals to corporations for infrastructure projects. The people pay through the noses, corporations make profits, and then dump the crumbling infrastructure back on the public. It's not a scenario that benefits taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians be sure that decisions made by this bank will indeed be in the best interests of the taxpayers? Will corporate profits always trump public good, or just sometimes? Either way, it's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker, to push this through without consultation, without study, and without the disinfectant of sunlight on this scheme that seems to have been concocted between the government and a few of their wealthy friends. It's just the latest example of the arrogance of this government. Just trust us. We know best. Well, it's passing strange that the consultation that the government loves to trot out as a delaying tactic whenever convenient is so conspicuously missing here. When it comes to pay equity for half of our population, the Liberals conveniently kick the can for a couple of years, citing the need for consultation, even though pay equity is a human right and has been studied to death. And after ragging the puck on electoral reform for months, the Liberals insisted on consultations in many forms, town halls in each riding, postcards, and even a famously incoherent and universally ridiculed online questionnaire, only to abruptly pull the plug on their promise to make 2015 the last election under first past the post. But when there's an opportunity to help their wealthy friends get even richer off the backs of Canadians, it's suddenly inconvenient to have consultations. It must be just a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. If Liberals think they have a case to move forward, they shouldn't be afraid to pull the plug, just like they did on electoral reform. They should pull the infrastructure bank scheme out of the omnibus budget bill so it can be studied properly. If they have acted, as they've claimed, in the best interest of Canadians, then they shouldn't be afraid of scrutiny, and their scheme should be able to stand or fall on its own merits. This unseemly haste does not bode well for Canadians. If elected representatives cannot be allowed to properly study this costly scheme, one must ask again, what is the government hiding and what are they afraid of? Mr. Speaker, public infrastructure should serve the interests of Canadians, and privatizing investment in public infrastructure is not just a bad business decision for taxpayers of Canada, it represents a blatant conflict of interest. And we don't have to look very far to find examples of boondoggles that have cost taxpayers dearly. In my home province of Saskatchewan, I can point to a couple of infamous examples. The Regina bypass portion of the Trans-Canada Highway was contracted to a foreign company that had been accused of unfair labour practices, and the cost of this project has ballooned from $400 million to $2 billion. And what about the sketchy land deal known as the Global Transportation Hub scandal? Particularly the revelations, reported that the land was purchased by the GTH, should have been bought years earlier, could have been bought, years earlier for a tenth of the cost. As a result, the Sask Party's GTH scandal, two businessmen who also happened to be Sask Party supporters took $11 million of profit out of the pockets of Saskatchewan taxpayers. And now the Sask Party government has unilaterally killed the Saskatchewan Transportation Company, STC, because they think that a private operator will be able to take it over. Well, yes, a private operator would be only too happy to buy STC's assets in a fire sale, then only offer service on routes that would be profitable. What happens to the less profitable routes to serve Canadians in remote communities who have no other means of transportation to get cancer treatments? And selling off profitable Crown corporations like SaskTel will only lead to higher costs for consumers and an unnecessary loss of equity and revenue for the province and therefore the taxpayers. And I really don't care which party you belong to, stories like these should make your skin crawl. In the last 30 years, there have been many failed experiments that have exploded the myth that private business could deliver essential public services and infrastructure at less cost and with better results than the public sector. Canadians pay taxes for the common good. That includes public services and that includes public infrastructure. During the 2015 election campaign, the Liberals promised to establish the Canada Infrastructure Bank to, and I quote, provide low-cost financing for new infrastructure projects. But in 2016, they subsequently announced that the bank would be financed largely by private sector investors. And I'm pretty sure private sector investors are not known for their pro bono work. Projects financed by the Infrastructure Bank will have to generate revenues that will pay significant returns to investors, resulting in user fees, tolls, and of course, new costs to be assumed by Canadians across the country. What the Liberals are proposing is nothing short of privatization of infrastructure, of our infrastructure. This privatization will benefit their friends, wealthy investors. It will not help middle-class Canadians. And middle-class Canadians is who this government keeps saying they are trying to help. All Canadians should ask this question. If the bank's mandate is to finance projects with income-generating potential, what will happen with essential infrastructure projects in the regions deemed unprofitable, but which are at the public interest and are necessary for public safety? Based on the Liberal plan, the bank will have great autonomy in choosing which infrastructure projects are financed. Given these circumstances, who will guarantee that the decisions made by the bank's board and executive director are in the public interest? And moreover, who will have the power to prevent corruption and ensure accountability? In fact, we're learning through the news media that there is an internal federal report that warns of a wide range of potential problems with the proposed Canada Infrastructure Bank, including that it will duplicate the work of provinces, slow down projects, and add new layers of bureaucracy and expose Ottawa to public relations disasters and embarrassment. If the government is so convinced that their infrastructure bank scheme is in the best interest of Canadians, then they should have no objection at all to severing it from the omnibus budget bill, having it scrutinized by parliamentarians and Canadians. After all, what do they have to hide? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? L'honorable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. and her presentation and criticism on the bank. This is what we are here for. Both of Her Majesty's loyal oppositions do an earnest job in holding us to account, and I want to thank them for their advocacy. It should come as no surprise that we're investing all over Canada, Mr. Speaker. In the area of Saskatoon alone, we have 13 projects, total eligible costs of about 60+ million, half of which are federal contributions. These are things for which the member will, I hope she will admit, are critical for the development of the Saskatoon area. And indeed, the mayors and city councillors are over the hills about these investments, which have been underfunded for so long. My question with respect to the infrastructure bank is the following. There seems to be this fear of the private sector. The suggestion pushed to its limit would be that we would have to build all of these projects, even in our classical funding model, all by ourselves. This is not the case. We work with partners, and they contribute to our understanding of the needs, and indeed we defer to the provinces and the municipalities for their expertise in which projects get selected or not. My question then to the member is, has she read the legislation? It took me half an hour. It is not buried anywhere in any omnibus bill. It's an easy read. I'm glad to sit down and work with her. But to truly understand the functioning of the bank, it's worth that half-hour sit-down, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is, has she read the legislation? Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comment and his question. And of course, my community of Saskatoon and my riding of Saskatoon West is pleased to get the investment they've received. I also did meet with my counterparts and my colleagues and friends within City Council to talk about what they thought about a infrastructure bank. Now, you need to know that the province of Saskatchewan has only 1 million people. The two largest cities are a population of 200,000. And although the city of Saskatoon in particular has a very long list, as we all know, most municipalities have not been able to keep pace with the infrastructure needs of their communities. It's a very long list of things that need to happen in my community. It was pretty clear from their list and from our conversations that none of them, the ones their wish list, would be able to be funded would not sort of fall within this infrastructure bank. So the $15 billion used to create the bank, I believe, has come out of my community. And I think what my final comment to the question is that what we're discussing today is to be able to have the conversation. I'm not afraid of private investment. I want to have the conversation. I want this huge investment of taxpayer dollars and all the stuff that has gone on prior to even the bill being passed to come to Parliament to see the light of day and to debate it. It's within an omnibus bill. It's not being pulled out because I believe that it won't.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear the Liberals on the other side of the House say that city councillors and other members of municipalities are over the hills excited about this infrastructure bank. I know it was originally discussed that it could potentially come to a place like Calgary. The mayor there, I wouldn't describe him as being over the hills excited these days about the decision to locate it in a place like Toronto. However, to my colleague, my NDP colleague, is she hearing similar things that I'm hearing, that a bunch of the infrastructure announcements are being made? There are lots of flashy lights, lots of members of Parliament on the Liberal side are there standing, excited to make the announcement. However, a lot of it's not funded until years 2022, 2023. We heard the infrastructure minister here and say that everyone's excited about these infrastructure projects, but yet there's no shovels in the ground. I wonder if that's similar in her city in Saskatoon.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and for sure. I had concerns, and folks in my riding have concerns about so much of the money being back-ended, not only for what we traditionally view as sort of public infrastructure, but also for the many social programs. things like daycare and public housing. Although they're sort of kind of bunched in around social infrastructure and public infrastructure, we know that many of those programs are not going to be funded to the levels the Liberals promised during the election until after the next election. And I find that very, very disappointing. And I think if you knew the folks in my riding, we really need those basic social infrastructures, and we can't wait until the next election. And the Liberals promised that it would happen to the people in my riding during this term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak to this important motion brought forward by my colleague, the member from Belley-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, for decades, Canada's vital public infrastructure has been suffering from serious neglect from the lack of political will of government after government to adequately invest in it. To make matters worse, not only have federal governments continued to fail to adequately invest in public infrastructure, there's been a significant downloading of the responsibility to provincial and municipal governments. In turn, many provincial governments over the years have followed suit and downloaded their responsibilities to local governments as well. The result is that local governments have been left holding the bag. These local governments have even been further handcuffed by successive cuts to transfers made to them by both the federal and provincial governments. Between the 1990s and 2000s alone, transfers from other levels of government were reduced from 26% to 16% of total annual municipal revenue. While estimates of the infrastructure deficit can vary, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives in their annual alternative federal budget pegs that figure at $171.8 billion. There is absolutely no doubt that investment is needed. Canada's public infrastructure is desperate for upgrade and expansion, and these are not just some make-work projects. Public infrastructure such as improving roads and highways, expanding public transit services will not only significantly improve lives of Canadians as they go about their day, but will help Canada build a more environmentally sustainable society, allowing us to do our part to reduce greenhouse gases emissions, for example. As Canadian cities continue to grow, the failure to provide the essential funding to increase public transit options impact Canadians at a personal level and the broader economy as well. The 2014 Traffic Index found my city, Vancouver, was home to the third largest amount of gridlock in North America, just behind Los Angeles and Mexico City, with Toronto not far behind. Gridlock was believed to cost the average commuter nearly 79 hours in 2014. 79 hours, Mr. Speaker, that's over 3 days per year stuck in traffic. In 2009, the OECD estimated that the Greater Toronto Area alone lost $3.3 billion in productivity as a result of urban sprawl, underinvestment in public transit, and congestion. Fast, frequent, reliable, accessible, affordable, high-capacity transit is essential. In my riding, you often see buses drive past stops because they are full. There's no question that more buses are needed. The B line on the Broadway street often have long lineups. People would love to see rapid transit that takes you all the way to UBC in my community. And hence, Handy Dart services is also much needed for seniors and those with mobility challenges. Significant and stable long-term funding is required to provide the services needed to meet existing and future transit demands. Investment in public infrastructure are investments in our country's future. Aside from a deficit in transit infrastructure, we also need soft infrastructure support. Things like libraries, community centres, neighbourhood houses, art and cultural spaces, theatres across Canada in both cities and rural communities are vitally important community institutions. In Vancouver East, Vancouver's Chinatown is one of Canada's major tourist and historical sites. It is a recognized National Historic Site, yet today it is number 3 on Heritage Vancouver Society's top 10 UN watch list of endangered sites in Vancouver, and on top, 19 Danger Places list on the National Trust for Canada. Today, historic Chinatown is faced with enormous redevelopment pressures, and the neighborhood is fast gentrifying. Currently, the community is very concerned about the future of 105 Kiefer Street. It's located next to the Chinese Memorial, which commemorates the Chinese railway workers and soldiers. This memorial depicts the history of Chinese Canadians in Canada and is profound in its meaning to our community. The Vancouver Chinese Memorial is one of a kind in North America and is also a major tourist attraction. In recognition of the above factors, the Chinese Benevolent Association, the Canadian Alliance of Chinese Associations, the Canadian Military Museum Society, the Chinese Canadian Youth and Seniors Living in Chinatown held a joint press conference earlier requesting all levels of government to work in collaboration to acquire 105 Kiefer Street and develop it for the community with special emphasis for low-income seniors housing. The community would like to see all levels of government to contribute to this much-needed affordable housing in our community and to include the purchase of 105 Kiefer as part of that initiative. This would be an excellent infrastructure project for the federal government to support. Also, the historically significant role of Chinese society and clan associations in serving the social, political, and financial needs of Chinese Canadians. To bridge the history to the current realities of today, the community would like to see our government help rejuvenate these historic Chinese society and clan buildings. These buildings could be renovated in order to better serve the needs of today's community by creating usable community cultural spaces, space for food programming, and affordable housing. The critical shortage of affordable housing, social and co-op housing in this country is acute. Despite big talk about affordable housing strategies and big announcements of making investments, this government is simply continuing to kick the can down the road, investing, in fact, in this year's budget, exactly $0 to address this crisis. My constituent, Emily Rowe, and I quote, "Today I had the opportunity with my daughter's school, Fresh Air Elementary, to tour a Lookhouse shelter in North Van. We learned that the shelter is full every night and that BC housing waitlists are impossibly long. I know that the people who are homeless often face multiple barriers that will make it almost impossible to find housing in regular rental market. We need a national housing plan that includes mixed income housing, such as co-ops, accessible housing, housing for seniors, and housing for people that are really hard to house. There has to be affordable options for families too. The City of Vancouver has 20 sites ready to go, and we can see affordable housing develop there now. One of them is at 58 West Hastings, a city-owned site. The mayor signed a pledge and committed that the project would be 100% welfare pension rate community-controlled social housing. One partner of the project is the Vancouver Chinatown Foundation. The city is now seeking additional financial support from senior levels of government, and it is vital that the federal government become a partner in this important project. Aside from housing, soft infrastructure is also critical in our community. Take, for example, the Chinese Cultural Center's newly re-elected board chair, Fred Kwok, would like to see a theater built for community use at the Chinese Cultural Center. The land is available. The plan has already been drawn up by the late Joe Wei, an architect that has left a huge legacy in our community. A partnership with the federal government would be essential to see this project succeed. So, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree that Canada needs significant, immediate and sustained investments to upgrade, to improve and to expand our public infrastructure. However, like my New Democrat colleagues, I have very serious concerns about this government's proposed Canada Infrastructure Bank. The government can pick any name it wants, but it can't change what it really is: the growing privatizations of Canada's public infrastructure. We know the government has given large multinational corporations significant control in the creation of this program. They have even decided where it should go before the matter was examined by committee. What we know is that this is just another term for private-public partnerships, or what we call as P3s. So why the fancy name, Madam Speaker? Because years of evidence have shown P3s for what they really are: costly, private profit generating projects that are prone to cost and time overruns, higher user fees, and when something goes wrong, it is the public on the hook. A 2016 paper from the University of Calgary School for Public Policy concluded that P3s cost as much or even more than conventional fixed-price procurement arrangements. As I alluded to, it is found that, quote, risks that are supposedly transferred to private partners are never truly transferred. So, Madam Speaker, this is going to be on the hook and on the backs of Canadians. And the government is rushing this through. Why? Because they want to hide it so that people can't have accountability and can't have transparency. Exactly what the government said they wouldn't do. It is time that we support this motion. Canadians deserve no less.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. And I just wanted to know, given that the debate's been shut down, we've got 1 hour at the Infrastructure Committee to discuss this. I want to get her opinion on her thoughts about posting for positions on a board and as a CEO before the committee has seen the legislation, before the legislation has come to the House, and before the legislation has been passed.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The Liberals, of course, promised that there would be no abuse of omnibus bills, yet here we are, another broken promise. They're doing exactly what they said they wouldn't do. We have a major initiative here, and the government is hiding it under 300 pages of an omnibus bill. In addition to that, they are absolutely shutting down debate so that we don't have and cannot have thorough debate about the issue. And in fact, even just today, it was reported an internal report is recommending that the government should, in fact, ensure there's clear accountability on this issue and that we, as parliamentarians, should fully investigate this. And for the government to have made decisions about the board, the location of the infrastructure bank, is absolutely astounding to me. They are absolutely ignoring, I think, the important voices of every single parliamentarian who represents our community, who's elected us to bring forward our points of view on their behalf, and the government is actually usurping all of that. So to me, it is inappropriate, it is wrong. Canadians deserve accountability and transparency. We're talking about $35 billion of Canadian money. The government needs to step up and do what they said they would do during the campaign. Be accountable.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her advocacy for her community. I heard the passion with which she expressed her concern for development, and particularly in social housing. These are needs in any city, most communities, some of which, in mine, for example, it's up to 30–40% in certain areas or boroughs. These are the things that we need to be fighting for, and that is why we have a classical infrastructure model of up to $180 billion. This is why we will not be using private capital in most circumstances to leverage these purchases and constructions. We will be working with private partners, and we will be looking to work with private partners for these things, Madam Speaker. In some areas it will make sense, in some areas it won't. My question for the member is, has she talked to any community members for projects that will make sense in her riding, what will make sense for the Vancouver area? We announced recently projects up in the Vancouver area of $300 million in costs, half of which are federally funded. Again, not all of those are privately leveraged, but there are circumstances where we will be building more infrastructure in order to build bigger projects, more projects in communities where communities need it and where it makes sense allow our private partners to participate, but not all of them. It is 8% of our classical funding model, Madam Speaker. So my question to the honourable member is, will she be consulting, can she consult with members in her party? Because the projects themselves, Madam Speaker, come from the proponents and they aren't pushed by the bank in and of itself. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's interesting. The member says that affordable housing would not be part of the infrastructure bank. Perhaps he should actually talk to his colleague, the member from Spadina, York, who actually seemed to indicate that affordable housing would be part of that. But set that aside for a minute, Madam Speaker, because what I'm interested in is this. The question that is on the top of mind for my constituents and people in my community is this. With the setup of this infrastructure bank, will they be stuck with user fees and tolls for these big projects? Why won't the government come clean and tell them if that is their plan? Canadians deserve to have that answer, and in fact, none of us know that. Not at this point. The government would not confirm that one way or the other. My projection is that they will be stuck with user fees, that they would be stuck with tolls. So my community is saying this, and this is what they're telling me in terms of their concerns. My question to this member is this. Has he read the internal report, and is he concerned about what the internal report is suggesting?
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
And in the House today to speak about the important work our government is doing to support our municipalities' infrastructure investments for the 21st century, Madam Speaker. Dans le budget 2016, nous avons
In Budget 2016, we launched the first phase of the plan, which contained 3 significant objectives. Promote long-term economic growth, secondly, building inclusive communities, and third, supporting a green, low-carbon economy. The initial phase was focused on repairing and upgrading existing infrastructure. It also made it possible to fund design and planning stages for new large-scale projects.
Phase has been successful. Through Infrastructure Canada's 2 funds, the $2 billion Clean Water and Wastewater Fund and the $3.4 billion Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, the Government of Canada has supported 1,760 projects across the country. And over 70% of these projects are currently underway. When we first took office, we made a commitment to Canadians and Canadian municipalities to be transparent and to make strategic, evidence-based investments in infrastructure. And we knew the best way to do this was in partnership with provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous peoples, and key stakeholders. So we met with them. We talked to them, and we're continued to talk to all our partners and stakeholders. Because we know the best way to be successful is to make sure that the work that we're doing and the plans that we're putting forward are based on the needs and expectations of the people it's meant to serve. As the Prime Minister said in the House on Tuesday, we make sure to talk to people like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Big City Mayors Caucus, and to engineering and construction industry members. Last week, I spoke to a group of mayors from the UMQ who put forward their views on our project, and they were very positive about it. With their valuable input and contributions, we were able to develop our long-term infrastructure plan, which we call Investing in Canada, through which we will invest over $180 billion over 12 years. Our plan focuses on 5 key areas: public transit, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, trade and transportation, and rural and northern communities. It also features 2 new initiatives: the Smart Cities Challenge, which I spoke to the Mayor of Toronto and guests yesterday in Toronto, and the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And when we were developing the Canada Infrastructure Bank, we also met with groups like the Canadian Council for Public-Private Partnerships, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, because we knew the importance of having the experts at the table from the very beginning. And that is also why I would like to commend the House of Commons and Senate committees that are looking into the bank very carefully. The bank is being reviewed by 4 distinct committees, and I would like to thank those members for their time and their hard work on the matter. The Canada Infrastructure Bank is a new tool for communities across Canada to take advantage of in order to build strong and stronger communities. We're proposing
the Canada Infrastructure Bank because we feel that the federal government has an opportunity to make its mark in many private sector investments in infrastructure and to form partnerships with some of the largest institutional investors in the world. If Parliament gives its approval, of course, that's exactly what the Infrastructure Bank will do. It will invest up to $35 billion in new infrastructure, focusing on growth throughout Canada. $15 billion would come from the Investing in Canada plan. These $15 billion represent approximately 8% of the total funds that we've committed to earmarking to infrastructure under our long-term plan of over $180 billion, as I mentioned earlier. We will put $20 billion in additional capital to the disposal of the Canada Infrastructure Bank in order to allow it to have assets in the form of equity or debt. The bank will serve as a point of contact for the federal government for the private sector and will hire private sector experts in order to help the government maximize the investments through private capital. The bank's funds are added to the commitment we made to double infrastructure funding. Especially, it represents a new way of helping our funding partners meet the pressing needs for infrastructure. We will free up public money to build more public infrastructure using private capital to build these new projects. We expect that the bank will attract private sector capital that would not otherwise have been invested in public infrastructure. So there's a multiplier effect in this approach. Once the bank is created as an autonomous Crown corporation, it will become a new tool in which provincial, territorial, and municipal partners, as well as Aboriginal partners, can use to build the infrastructure that Canadians need. It will also be mandated to negotiate complex transactions and find innovative financing solutions for infrastructure projects throughout the country. It's therefore essential for us to find and attract talented leaders with experience to ensure that the bank fulfills its mandate. My colleague, the Minister for Infrastructure and Communities, has started the search for the senior management, the chairman, the board of directors, and CEO of the Crown Corporation in order to make it operational by the end of 2017. This is an open process that's merit-based and will allow us to find the experts and professionals necessary to lead the bank. The selection committee is designed so as to attract diversified and highly qualified staff.
At this point, I'd like to address some of the allegations made in the House, in particular by the member for South Surrey White Rock. The suggestion has been made, and it wasn't simply made by her, that the bank would take away from current projects that have been announced or are underway, and that is patently false, Madam Speaker. The member can rest assured that the projects in her riding, totaling $72.5 million, half of which is federally funded, will go through. Another issue that has been raised was the ownership of the gas tax fund, and it bears reminding this House that the gas tax fund was created by the last Minister of Finance to truly balance the budget, and current Minister of Public Security. And it is indeed a Liberal initiative which creates sustained funding to municipalities through regular funding from the government, Madam Speaker. In my province, in Quebec, as I mentioned earlier at the introduction of my speech, I met with the UMQ. We don't share entirely the same opinion on how much money gets funded from the federal government. We're entering into a difficult, earnest, and open negotiation phase with Quebec, and municipalities will participate in the advocacy, but they are very eager to hear what our plans are. And
everywhere I go in Quebec to make announcements, mayors and councillors who work very hard, they work as hard as we do here, if not more, and they're thrilled to have infrastructure. It's a crying need that's been going on for decades. It's underfunded, and underfunding has consequences, Madam Speaker.
The bank would be an important new tool for our provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous communities to build more infrastructure while freeing up public funding for public projects. The Government of Canada has been open and transparent regarding all phases of the bank's development, and we will continue to work openly with our partners to make sure that our Investing in Canada infrastructure plan continues to meet the needs of communities across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague this. First of all, I thank him for his speech, but I'd like to know, out of the $120 million promised by his government during the election, or right after the election, to date, how much has been spent, taken out of the coffers to be spent on infrastructure? I think it's almost zero, to my knowledge. And to what extent will the infrastructure bank accelerate and make sure that that $20 billion promised for infrastructure is distributed to various projects? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank the member for his question. Of course, that $180 billion is earmarked over 12 years. The models we will have with various provinces differ according to the provinces, according to their needs. For projects that exist in Quebec, and I'm sure that's what he was referring to, we are paying the bills when they're submitted to the government. We do our due diligence, and when we approve a project, that money is earmarked for that project. So whether it comes out of our coffers directly or from the bank is not as important as the fact that the project goes ahead and we're dedicated to delivering the goods. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to point out that there's dual danger with privatization of public infrastructure. Users risk paying more, and on the other hand, there's a return required, this will harm regions like mine, the riding of Jonquière. Let me give you an example. Cell phone service. If you have a new cell phone tower for a private company, it's far better to install such towers in populous regions with more users. In smaller communities, like La Marche with 500 inhabitants, buying a new cell phone tower is not interesting to the private sector because there are far fewer users, but is of capital importance for the development of the economy in such small communities and tourism, as well as retaining the population. So what does my colleague say to these small communities who will be penalized and will not benefit from what he's mentioning in this bill and will not be important for our communities? It's not true because they will not be able to benefit. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank the member for her question, and it's a very good one. In rural communities, we must admit that we made a commitment to invest $2 billion. That's part of our project that's very important. There's also $500 million dedicated for internet service in rural and small communities. So we should point that out. That is an option in the traditional structure of our funding. I think there's a feeling that the infrastructure bank will only favor large projects in large cities. That is not the case. The reality is that projects are the ones that are proposed to us. Not all will be approved because, of course, it's up to Canadians, to Quebecers, who seek the best possible projects that make sense. But if there's a good project for a small community, it deserves being examined because the infrastructure bank will have a multiplier effect. We will get money from the private sector that we could not have otherwise afforded, and people will invest in projects that make sense for them. And when we evaluate things, when the bank evaluates things, they will prioritize the needs of Canadians and Quebecers. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member or Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to take the floor today regarding the importance of public infrastructure and how it will help dynamize the economy and provide additional support to Canadian families. In our opinion, one of the best ways to build trust for the middle class is to invest in public infrastructure in order to build stronger communities and an economy that works for all Canadians and their families. Strengthening the middle class allows Canadians who are working hard to expect a good standard of living and better future prospects for their children and grandchildren. And when the middle class succeeds, we all succeed. We know that our investments in our communities allow everyone to advance our economic, social, and environmental welfare. But how can we achieve these objectives in practice? And that's the question. Governments worldwide are continually struggling with the challenge of creating public assets such as roads and bridges that meet expectations for quality and that resist the test of time. That's why in the 2016 budget, the government announced its intent to implement a historic plan for infrastructure. That's why we're cooperating closely with provincial and territorial governments in order to achieve targeted investments in public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. The 2016 budget announced $11.9 billion over 5 years in support of these priorities. And today, during the speeches I heard, many members talked about projects that hadn't started yet.
Comments this morning that many individuals were saying that there's not a whole lot of shovel in the ground or shovel-ready projects. I just made a quick call to my office to find out in the beautiful riding of Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe to see what projects, in fact, had been approved and that we do have shovels in the ground. And again, we can totally see that the federal contribution for some projects that have been made were $84 million, and project total values were $225 million. And some wonderful projects that we certainly see that I know that I'm very proud of and that I advocated very strongly during my campaign. One of them was the restoration of the beautiful Petitcodiac River. For those of you that aren't familiar in my area, the Petitcodiac project consists of replacing a causeway with a 200-meter bridge in order to achieve maximum recovery of the Petitcodiac River system. And back home, it's a project that's very near and dear to all of our hearts. Restoring the full tidal flow is expected to restore as much as 80% of the functions of the river, creating conditions necessary to install fish passage and the unique Petitcodiac tidal bore. And I can say even last summer we had some individuals that were out there even with their surfboards. So we can almost see they can almost promote tourism in a lot of ways, which is really fantastic.
The first phase of our plan signaled a new way of working collaboratively and using investments in infrastructure to make our communities stronger. But we knew that we had to do more. And that's why in the autumn economic update, the government announced an additional amount of $81 billion over 11 years for public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure, as well as infrastructure to support trade, rural and northern communities, and smart cities. Taking into account existing funds, we will be investing over $180 billion over 12 years to benefit our cities, villages, and trade routes, in order to improve air quality as well as water quality, improve neighborhoods for our children, and favor smarter and better connected communities. This investment is unprecedented in Canadian history, and it's happening when needs are considerable. Our communities need to ensure the transport of people and goods. Our most vulnerable citizens need housing. To meet these challenges, we had to see even bigger. So there's the creation of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. No level of government alone can achieve the ambitious objectives in infrastructure. We have to act in partnership with other levels of government, with public and private organizations, and with investors worldwide. Canada is a country where infrastructure needs are huge and that have great potential for the implementation of world-caliber infrastructure that will improve communities, create good jobs, and make the economy stronger and greener. It's therefore important to attract investment that will allow us to implement the largest number of infrastructure projects possible. Investors told us that they want to invest in Canada, but specific conditions have to be in place. That's why we tabled Bill C-44 that establishes the new Infrastructure Bank as a Crown Corporation. The bank will be led by a CEO and governed by a professional board of directors. Through this new bank, an independent organization, we will cooperate with the provinces and territories as well as the municipalities in this country in order to implement world-caliber infrastructure that will improve our communities, create good jobs, and make the economy stronger and greener. The Canada Infrastructure Bank will seek to attract investments from private sector institutions for infrastructure in Canada that is in the public interest, that generate money. This will be transformative projects throughout the country. By attracting new investors, we can carry out a larger number of infrastructure programs that Canadian communities need. The bank will have a mandate to invest at least $35 billion federal dollars by using a whole range of financial instruments. Thanks to the establishment of a new organization capable of cooperating with the private sector when it is logical to do so, public funds will be used more strategically and more judiciously, Madam Speaker. These investments will lead to the achievement of better projects that will create good, well-paid jobs that are necessary for the sustainable strengthening of Canada's economy. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would say that we know that we cannot meet the challenges we face overnight, but we also know that good governance doesn't focus only on today and tomorrow. It also looks forward to the years and decades to come. The point is to have a better future for our children, and the optimism we feel knowing that we can give the next generation a better life. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. Now, earlier we heard from the Parliamentary Secretary for Infrastructure that they were going to use strategic evidence-based investments in infrastructure as part of rolling out the money. The Senate Committee studying infrastructure just 2 months ago warned, though, that Liberals, quote-unquote, could end up wasting billions in infrastructure money because it lacks a detailed strategy, and that the only metric that Infrastructure Canada is using to measure success is how much is spent and not what it is getting spent on. I wonder if the member could comment on the Senate's report commenting quite negatively on the Liberals' ability to spend infrastructure money and spend it properly, and how can we trust them to do it properly and hand over public control to a bank when they can't even get their own act together?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, I want to thank my colleague for his question. We made a promise, Madam Speaker, that we would make historic investments in infrastructure. These are infrastructure that had been neglected by the last government for nearly 10 years. Now we have to move forward and make those investments in a wise manner. We're working with municipalities, provinces, and everyone to ensure that we will focus on the right projects that communities really need.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her speech. Absolutely, Madam Speaker, those are the kinds of projects we'd like to see federal support for. Part of my family originally settled in the Petitcodiac, the Steves family, Father Confederation. Exactly the kind of project that this bank will not fund. So I'm puzzled that she would raise that as an example. I note in the Pan-Canadian Framework for Climate Change and Green Energy that they mentioned in the report that this private infrastructure bank is going to be used to provide green energy in Canada. What are we going to be doing? Paying for export power lines to the United States? The member says that this is great news for the provinces and for the municipalities, and yet the report, the KPMG report, raises serious concerns about the intrusion of the federal government into areas that are traditionally municipal and provincial. I'm wondering if the member would be willing to make available to all the members in this place the feedback by the provinces, territories, the Aboriginal governments and municipalities on how comfortable they feel about this infrastructure bank.
Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and her comments. Earlier I was talking about the Petitcodiac River Restoration Project. I'm very pleased with that project, as I said earlier. But having an infrastructure bank, in fact, will help us free up public money to invest in projects like this one. And if we can attract capital funds, that will free up public funds that we can then reappropriate to invest in projects that communities really want. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. And, you know, out of the $180 billion for infrastructure, $90 billion of that were the existing Conservative programs with 7,300 projects that have been completed and some that are still underway. So I'm glad that in her writing she saw the benefit of that. But what I also want to say is that, you know, in Phase 1, there was $1 billion in lapsed funding. And those projects announced in 2016 had to be completed by 2019. But $1 billion did not. Now, that $1 billion will not be reallocated till 2022, and which I find absolutely astonishing. But P3 Canada has leveraged billions of private sector dollars for infrastructure since 2009. And I'd like to ask the member why they're not using that mechanism if they're looking for new mechanisms to leverage private sector dollars. We already have one in place.
A brief response from the Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. Once again, Madam Speaker, our government was elected on a commitment to make historic investments in infrastructure, and we are looking at all options. We want to ensure that we can support and finance as many projects as possible and carry them out, and that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to say that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Edmonton Strathcona. Today, we're debating the government's proposal for a Canada Infrastructure Bank. In particular, today's NDP motion is asking the House to remove the clauses concerning the Canada Infrastructure Bank from Bill C-44, the 2017 Budget Implementation Bill Act, so they can be studied as a standalone bill. I'd like to start with a short history of the proposal, then move on to some of the concerns that I have about the Infrastructure Bank. You know, in the 2015 election, the Liberal platform stated that they would, and I quote, establish the Canada Infrastructure Bank to provide low-cost financing for new infrastructure projects. The federal government can use its strong credit rating and lending authority to make it easier and more affordable for municipalities to build the projects their communities need, unquote. Now, this wasn't one of those high-profile promises like electoral reform that the Liberals have since broken, and it seems to be an entirely reasonable promise to make, using public money wisely to build and maintain public infrastructure. Unfortunately, the plan has changed radically. In the latest budget, the government reveals that the infrastructure bank will involve $35 billion, $15 billion of which is public money. The rest will come from private investment banks and funds that expect a sizable return on their investments and a real say in the priorities of where that money is invested. So, to start off with, do we need such a private infrastructure bank in Canada? Do we need to pay more for infrastructure projects? Do we need to pay tolls and extra fees? And do we need to give up the planning control of where our money is spent on public infrastructure? Well, according to a study by researchers at the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy, the federal government could build even more infrastructure simply by borrowing at preferred rates, then passing the savings on to cities and provinces. And that's exactly what the Liberals promised in the last election. The government seems to be doing this for only one reason: to take the credit for infrastructure projects they had little or nothing to do with, projects that will profit wealthy investment bankers, projects funded by taxpayers paying extra tolls and fees, and all the while taking the costs off government books so their fiscal record looks better than it is. I'd like to look a little more closely at some of the concerns surrounding the Canada Infrastructure Bank proposal, and first among these is that unnecessary added cost that it would bring to public infrastructure projects. As the Liberals pointed out in their election promises, the federal government can use its strong credit rating to access funds to help provinces and municipalities move forward with infrastructure projects that will benefit all Canadians. So why bring in private investment firms that will demand higher returns? You're simply adding a middleman who wants a profit. Now, as we've heard earlier in various speeches, the Liberal government recently commissioned a study by KPMG to look into the infrastructure bank idea. It obviously didn't like the answers they got, since they initially refused to release the report. One of the points the report makes is that Canadians don't like paying extra fees and tolls for the use of public infrastructure, something that really shouldn't come as a surprise, especially when those fees and tolls wouldn't be paying back public monies used for the project, but instead paying for profits to investment bankers. The report mentions the pushback that the government might get if we start charging fees for water use. It points out that private investors internationally have only taken on municipal water assets after the community adopted full costing and metering of water use. Now, in my riding, water metering is already in effect in many communities simply because water is a precious commodity in the dry interior of southern British Columbia. And paying for use instead of per household is a strong incentive for water conservation. And the people are paying their own municipal governments, not a private corporation, for that water use. This example points to the fact that private investors are simply interested in making a profit rather than getting involved for the public good. Every municipality in Canada has ongoing infrastructure maintenance and operating costs that they must bear every year. And small rural municipalities and regional districts are already struggling with per capita costs that are much higher than those in larger cities. So it makes no sense to them to embrace an infrastructure bank that will inevitably cost their citizens even more in the long term. What they need is a federal government that will provide the funding they need in the form of grants or low-interest loans, just as the Liberals promised in their election platform, not through a private infrastructure bank. And small municipalities in rural Canada are also concerned that $15 billion has been taken out of the infrastructure pot and put in a bank that will probably not be that interested in funding small-town projects. In recent years, governments across the country have been undertaking public-private partnerships, P3s, despite the obvious fiscal and control problems that come with them. couple of years ago, the Auditor General in my home province of British Columbia found that provincial taxpayers were on the hook for about $31 million in extra interest rates on one project alone, the Fort St. John Hospital, representing the private equity in the project borrowed at an interest rate of 14.79%, which led one journalist to wonder if the BC Liberals had put the charge on their Visa card. The amount that BC taxpayers pay every year for the extra interest costs of PPP projects has been calculated at $81 million. Now, I don't have time to go into all the other concerns about this proposal. Concerns about the privatizations of airports, concerns about the lack of public oversight, the lack of public input into the priorities of the infrastructure bank, the lack of public involvement in the board of the bank, concerns that the people who the Liberals are getting to design the system are the very people, wealthy investment bankers, who will benefit from it. And the rush to get this started. The jobs are already posted on the government website before this bill has even been fully debated in the House, let alone passed through the House and Senate. The KPMG study I mentioned earlier calls for careful study of the infrastructure bank proposal, but instead this government is trying to rush this through with only 2 hours of committee hearings. We all know what you can do in a committee in 2 hours, maybe hear from 6 witnesses who have 10 minutes to speak each and answer a few questions. This is entirely inadequate to cover the myriad of concerns about this proposal. And we're talking about a lot of money here, $35 billion. Now, the Liberals might point out that that's merely the amount of the annual budget deficit, but to Canadians, it's a big number, especially when it will be the extra tolls and fees that they will be paying to fund this investment. The minister has said that he is, and I quote, not hearing concerns from those on whose behalf we are doing this. Well, we're doing this on behalf of the citizens of Canada, and I'm hearing concerns from my constituents. So I'm left to wonder who the minister has been listening to and who he thinks we're doing this for. In conclusion, we in the NDP feel that the Canada Infrastructure Bank proposal needs to be taken out of Bill C-44 and thoroughly studied as a separate standalone bill. That way, Canadians can provide some input into a major change in government policy, a change that will unnecessarily cost Canadian taxpayers a great deal of money, while at the same time giving up public oversight into how that public money is spent and which public infrastructure projects move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, I disagree with the member across the way. You know, the infrastructure bank and the commitment that this government made to Canadians dealing with infrastructure is in fact being realized by not only this budget but the previous budget of this government, where we have seen record amounts of billions of dollars being put into infrastructure from every region of our country. In fact, now if you take a look at the actual budget itself, it talks about the importance of the infrastructure. It talks about the infrastructure bank. We have now a budget implementation bill. A part of what a budget implementation bill is to implement what's been talked about in the budget. So it is, in fact, completely relevant to the budget. My question is, what causes the New Democrats to believe that having the infrastructure bank is not in any way associated to the budget, when in fact all you have to do is read what's in black and white, listen to the commitments that's been given by the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible, and I think it's a given.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't know where to begin. First of all, I think the communities in my riding are happy getting government assistance in the infrastructure projects they need. There has been some money announced in my riding, and we're happy to hear that. But it's been brought through the normal way government does business in this, through the government providing monies that it can get through low interest rates if it needs to borrow for that. It has nothing to do with Canada Infrastructure Bank that is privately managed. And the reason the NDP wants to take this out of the budget bill and study it separately and thoroughly is because although you could make the argument that it's part of the budget, it's a very different part of it and something brand new that we should really be looking at carefully. And it's not going to get that oversight, that careful study in a couple of hours of committee hearings. It needs to be taken out and studied separately, and so the Canadian people can make their concerns known and hear the advantages and disadvantages on both sides, and we can make a good, intelligent decision on this. And that's why we want it taken out and done separately.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. And I wonder if he would want to comment on what he might think of this government's attitude and regard and respect for this House by going ahead with this infrastructure bank before it's authorized by Parliament.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, again, that, it brings, I totally agree with the member. I think it comes back to the fact that the government seems to be trying to rush this through, not only putting it in a large omnibus bill that has many, many other parts to it. It's over 300, almost 300 pages long. But now we're hearing that they're advertising for the positions on the board, for the CEO. Before we pass this bill through the House, probably before it's gone to the Senate, it'll be some time before that's happened. So I think the government is disrespectful of this place by moving ahead with this as if it's a fait accompli.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is my first time to rise today in this debate. Although I've been participating and listening to all the speeches, I believe we do need to study the infrastructure bank more fully. I do think there is a role potentially for infrastructure and infrastructure bank if its purpose is to access financing at a lower interest rate than that's available to even municipalities. This is a valid purpose. My concern is that when we see infrastructure funding, the municipalities want funding, not financing. And so I asked my honourable colleague if we can get, and I had hoped to ask this question of government members, can we get any clarity? I don't feel that we now have clarity on how much funding is available for infrastructure projects as opposed to financing through the infrastructure bank. These are separate needs, and the first is more urgent than the second.
Answer from the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, all I can say, Madam Speaker, is that what she just described, providing low-cost funding to municipalities and regions, is exactly what the Liberals promised in their election platform, but this is not what we're getting from a private infrastructure bank. An infrastructure bank is one thing, a private one is a very different animal.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of the motion tabled by my colleague, the member for Chambly.
Correct.
And very important debate. I'm very pleased that my colleague has chosen to bring this forward, because otherwise we would not have an opportunity to even debate this important bill, which is included in a major omnibus budget bill. Madam Speaker, among the 30 laws enacted or amended by the Omnibus Budget Bill is Division 18, and that, if approved, would establish the Canada Infrastructure Bank Act as a Crown corporation. I emphasize if approved because none of the myriad measures contained in the budget bill come into effect until the bill is deliberated on in committee, receives final debate and votes, and is reviewed in the other place. The law to establish a Canadian Infrastructure Bank is not in legal effect. Our first concern, Madam Speaker, is that this law to establish significant reforms in the allocation of tax dollars was tabled as part of an omnibus budget bill, yet another promise broken. The decision to include the bill in a 300-page budget bill clearly diminishes opportunities for its thoughtful, careful review and a concern raised by KPMG, who this government hired to advise them on whether they should proceed quickly and expedited to set this up, and in fact, their own consultant advised, take it slow. Then there was time allocation on debate before the majority of members had the opportunity to even share their concerns and ask questions.
and a mere 1 hour for committee review. Absolutely astounding. Madam Speaker, this shows a high degree of disregard for the role of Parliament, including our very important duty to scrutinize spending, a responsibility of every member of this place. Our party has allocated this opposition day to enable this very expanded debate to all members of this place, and we encourage all members to partake. Secondly, Madam Speaker, this government has taken premature and possibly illegal actions to establish the proposed bank before the law enabling its creation is debated and approved by Parliament, let alone declared in legal effect. Bill C-44 has only just been referred to the Finance Committee for study. As persuasively raised in a question of privilege presented by NDP House Leader, the member for Victoria, yesterday in this place, the government has already chosen and publicly announced a location for the yet unauthorized bank. Secondly, initiated a search for the board of directors, its chair, and the CEO. And third, announced on their website the deadline for appointment is the 23rd of this month, a mere 2 weeks from today, and yet we're still just debating the law that would establish the bank. Madam Speaker, these actions are beyond presumptuous. They could well be considered illegal, certainly based on past Speakers' rulings, as the enabling law is a long way from being enacted. No such actions may even be authorized by order in Council. No authorizations have been issued by Parliament to establish the bank or to authorize the spending of funds to take effect. A case has been made that these premature actions may be held to be a contempt of the House and an attack against the authority of Parliament. We await the ruling by the Speaker. Madam Speaker, hardly a great start to the establishment of this institution. Third, Madam Speaker, there remains a level of confusion about the actual purpose of this proposed bank and whose interests it is intended to serve. The stated purpose of the bank is to invest and to attract investment from the private sector and institutional investors and in infrastructure projects in Canada and partly in Canada, which I will speak to in a minute, to generate revenue. Well, how else, Madam Speaker, than by levies and tolls? And finally, that they will be in the public interest, adding that the definition of what is in the public interest is fostering economic growth or contributing to the sustainability of infrastructure presumably developed by these private interests. This provision alone raises a myriad of issues. Projects partly in Canada. Madam Speaker, what does that mean? What are the risks to Canadian investment if projects partly are located in the United States of America? Are they thinking of export power lines, perhaps from coal-fired power in Alberta and Saskatchewan? And how does this benefit taxpayers? The law empowers the Bank Board to determine what is in the public interest. Do Canadians agree with this? Public dollars. Who decides what is in the public interest for Canadians? The bank's board of directors. The law specifically precludes that the board will include any federal, provincial, or municipal government representatives. So clearly, no elected officials will have a say in what is public interest. So, Madam Speaker, what happened to elected officials being held accountable for spending taxpayer monies or deciding on priority projects that serve the public interest? We have to remember that up to $35 billion of public monies are either going to be given directly to this bank to be accessed by private entities or through loan guarantees. But then, as National Post columnist Andrew Coyne has commented, the government appears to be relying on, and in quotes, the old political euphemism, it's not spending, it's investment, end of quotes. It is important to keep in mind that this government has committed, again, $35 billion of taxpayers' money, including for loan guarantees, and that $15 billion of those dollars gifted to this bank for access by private entrepreneurs are removed from allocation for public infrastructure, including light rapid transit and green infrastructure, which this government speaks of ad nauseum. Others have queried whether it actually qualifies as a bank. Despite the private investor board, the law mandated considerable role by government. For example, loan guarantees require the approval of the Minister of Finance, and yet there's no clear criteria, or requirement for transparency. Secondly, the Cabinet chooses and fires the board and chair. Third, the board reports to the infrastructure minister, not the Minister of Finance. It's not really clear who, in fact, in the government is responsible and accountable for this bank. Perhaps one minister will be accountable when it works and another minister will be held into account when we lose money. There is concern that this bank is to be established as a Crown corporation, therefore exempting it from access to information requests so significant to their promises of transparency and accountability, which of course we can read in the mandate letters over and over again. Your responsibility is to ensure transparency and accountability, except for this bank. Will it be subject to the scrutiny by the public PBO? It appears not. So again, $35 billion that the PBO can't even scrutinize. Another issue that has been raised, Madam Speaker, by a good number of persons is on conflict of interest. There are already serious concerns with the fact that the government sought advice and in fact had direct guidance in establishing the bank from a number of the very entities who most likely will benefit from the bank and potentially be candidates for the board. A proper study would include a review of any potential conflicts of interest, the impact of the bank on existing infrastructure programs, and how taxpayers would be affected if a project fails. Therein raises the spectre, Madam Speaker, of bankruptcy. Canada's infrastructure minister is promising that taxpayers won't be left holding the bag should any projects funded through a proposed infrastructure bank go bankrupt. How this assurance can be given by the government is unclear if the board is to be run by its board of directors from the private sector. The government will be left holding the bag when, under bankruptcy law, creditors have been deemed priority over government seeking recovery of costs for the cleanup of abandoned well sites. So we've recently had decisions of the court saying that in the occasion that there's a problem, the creditors go first, and so these private entrepreneurs will gain the money first, not the taxpayers. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's absolutely important that all of the members participate in this debate on behalf of their constituents and find out what are the risks to their community, what are the projects that won't proceed if these monies are funneled through this infrastructure bank. I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm curious if my colleague, and I appreciate her speech, is aware that municipalities currently deal with banks. They borrow money for projects. The City of Kingston, for example, currently deals with the Toronto-Dominion Bank of Canada. When they work on larger projects, quite often there are other resources that they can dip into, provincial resources that are just another form of a bank. And where does the province get the money? They go to a bank to get the money. What makes this particular infrastructure bank unique is that it takes advantage of available capital throughout different parts of the world that can be put into one bank that can specifically be used for infrastructure projects of this of nature for municipalities to use. Municipalities already deal with banks. There is not much of a difference between the infrastructure bank that's being proposed and the banks that they already deal with, whether at the private level, whether accessing through provincial banking systems, or by actually using large capital available like this. I'm curious if she is aware that municipalities are currently doing this.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I appreciate the question, Madam Speaker, and through you, I noticed that the colleague across the way said there's not much difference. Well, if it's exactly the same as the other banks, why are we going to all this effort? Why are we taking $35 billion that are taxpayers' money that could be spent right now on critical projects in our communities and gifting it to a bank and to people who will have no accountability to us in this place who are accountable for the spending of public money? One thing that I would add, Madam Speaker, that I noted is in the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, they actually state that this bank is going to be used to finance clean electricity systems. It raises the question, when you think about why people would invest, what kind of clean energy projects are likely to attract investment? Not likely the retrofitting of cooperative housing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her comments. You know, one interesting thing, of course, about public-private partnerships would be this. Generally speaking, users would have to pay a fee or a toll to get those projects running. As the member mentioned, it's all about revenue and profits. But the other issue, of course, is the borrowing rate. And governments, whether you're provincial or federal, the borrowing rate is actually usually much lower than what the private sector could get. And so in this instance with a P3 model, is there anything in the documents that the member have seen to indicate that the borrowing rate through this Canada Infrastructure Bank would actually be lower than what the federal government can obtain for infrastructure projects?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. That's a darn good question and something that I've been wanting the answer to. What is the borrowing rate going to be? I mean, when you look at the very purpose in the legislation to establish this bank, what does it say? The purpose is to generate revenue. What? Generate revenue for the bank and you know, to attract private investment. So they're going to want a good return on their dollars. Let me give you an example, Madam Speaker. Similar to this was the P3 model. And I'm a little surprised to see the Minister of Infrastructure standing and defending this bank, because I know he and the city councillors and the mayor of my city were not pleased that the previous government required them to use a P3 to build the LRT they're now building. They got less money from the federal government as a result. So I think that a lot of questions are being raised by constituents across this country about why again are we going to repeat what was a model that actually ended up costing municipalities more than if the federal government had simply done the borrowing.
And for a brief question, questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her good question. Now, in my community where I come from, there is a municipal financing authority, and that's how the municipalities come together, and so that they can actually, as a collective, borrow at a lower rate than what a bank would normally charge. So, you know, if the government wanted to do something useful, for perhaps they could coordinate a municipal financing authority for the rest of the country, and particularly for those in small communities, so that they can reduce the cost. Would that be something that would be far more useful than an infrastructure bank that would line the pockets of their insiders?
Brief answer from the member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, an excellent question. I've actually had representatives of local government in my province come to me with a number of proposals. One of them is in northern Alberta, where they wanted the federal government to allow a number of municipalities with First Nations and Métis colonies to come together to build water treatment. But unfortunately, the system right now doesn't allow that. Also in Edmonton, there's been a push for the regional governments to work together. But an individual municipality has to take up their chance and ask for the money instead of some kind of a consortium. Those are the kinds of mechanisms the government should be looking at.
Question, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will let you know that I'm splitting my time with the member for Central Nova. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to participate in the debate today on the government's infrastructure investments and the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We know that efficient public transit helps Canadians get to and from their jobs faster. Social infrastructure makes for great communities to live in. And green infrastructure provides clean water to drink and clean air to breathe. Across Canada, infrastructure spending is on the rise. But so too is demand for better neighbourhoods and for better communities. As Canadian communities continue to grow, the need for vital infrastructure also grows, and Canadians feel the effects of this every single day. Business owners struggle to get their products to customers through congested ports and border crossings. Commutes can be long, buses and trains overcrowded, and getting to the kids so that they can make sure that they're at hockey practice takes far too long. I think we can all agree, Madam Speaker, that we need more Sidney Crosbys and Connor McDavids in this country. In Budget 2016, the government made a down payment on future growth through investments of $11.9 billion for Phase 1 of its infrastructure plan. These smart, strategic investments are already making a difference in communities across Canada, supporting the repair of our aging pipes and roads, buildings and refurbishing affordable housing, upgrading public transit, and improving Indigenous communities. Building on this historic investment, The fall economic statement added an additional $81 billion in funding starting in 2017-2018, targeting public transit, green and social infrastructure. This funding will also go to projects in northern and rural communities and those that help to facilitate trade. Total federal investments in infrastructure will now exceed, Madam Speaker, $180 billion over 12 years, a truly historic initiative by this federal government. This is our opportunity to finally break the gridlock, a call to action for leaders across Canada to work together to plan, to implement, and indeed to deliver transformative infrastructure renewal. With their help, long-term regional transportation plans of Canada's major cities will be funded. Transit systems will be built and expanded. And let me add to that, Madam Speaker, by focusing on the local. In my own home city of London, Ontario, I had the pleasure recently of announcing a number of transit projects, 54 in fact. I'll highlight a few here. The rehabilitation of Dundas Place, for anyone in London, Ontario, they know what that means. That's $8 million. New and accessible transit paths and sidewalks for $1 million. The Kiwanis Park Pathway connection for $1.05 million. And funds to construct new downtown cycle tracks for $1.075 million. Replacement of all our bus shelters, 380 in total. The purchasing of closed-circuit monitors for 213 buses. And also funds, $4 million in total for these specific ones I'm about to mention. 14 buses for 2018 and for 2019. These proven investments in infrastructure and in transit boost the economy, not just for today, but for years and even decades to come. And it is the means by which all countries can build a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable society. However, Madam Speaker, Canada's cities continue to attract people from around the world for their diverse and energetic offerings. The same things that make these cities desirable can also bring discord, however. Challenges from traffic congestion that take time away from families and friends to poor quality air that can make it difficult to enjoy city life are just a few examples. We must find solutions as a country. To encourage cities to adopt new and innovative approaches to city building, this government proposes $300 million over 11 years to launch a Smart Cities Challenge. Through a nationwide merit-based competition led by Infrastructure Canada, participants will be invited to create ambitious plans to improve the quality of life for urban residents. Participants will propose ideas that leverage better city planning and implementation of clean and digitally connected technology. These might include greener buildings, smarter roads and energy systems, and advanced digital connections for homes and for businesses. Winning cities will be selected through a nationwide, merit-based competition facilitated by the government's new Impact Canada Fund. These challenges present opportunities to leverage 21st century innovations and technological advances to strengthen and to grow our communities. However, Madam Speaker, there's more, and I want to focus now on the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We know that no level of government can accomplish ambitious goals for infrastructure alone. We need to work in partnership with other levels of government and with public and private organizations, and indeed with investors from around the world. It is important to attract investment that will allow more infrastructure projects to get underway. Indeed, infrastructure projects that might not otherwise be built were it not for these important partnerships coming into being. Canada is a country with enormous infrastructure needs and a great deal of potential to build world-class infrastructure that will enhance communities, create good jobs, and build a stronger, more greener economy. Investors have told us that they want to invest in Canada, but they need specific conditions to exist. That is why the Government of Canada is establishing the new Canada Infrastructure Bank. Through this new bank, an arm's-length organization, we will work with our provinces and our territories to build world-class infrastructure that will enhance communities, create good jobs, and build a stronger, greener economy, something that I hope we all want. Certainly on this side, we want that. The Canada Infrastructure Bank will provide innovative funding and financing for large, complex infrastructure projects that improve economic performance. Very simply, it is a new way of funding transformational projects in communities right across this country. The bank will be responsible for investing $35 billion, federal dollars, into large infrastructure projects that contribute to economic growth through loans, loan guarantees, and equity investments. by establishing a new organization capable of working with the private sector where it makes sense, public dollars will go farther and be used smarter, leading to better projects that create the good, well-paying jobs needed to strengthen the economy over the long term. This is a long-term vision, Madam Speaker, something that we have to embrace and endorse. Let me conclude, Madam Speaker, by speaking about the importance of green infrastructure. We know that provinces and territories are looking at ways to ensure that their communities remain healthy and productive places to live. Investments in sustainable infrastructure are needed to support greenhouse gas emission reductions, enable greater climate change adaptation and resilience, and ensure that more communities can provide clean air and safe drinking water for their citizens. To achieve this, the government is working with all levels of government and Indigenous partners to evaluate, to select, and to fund green infrastructure projects that will deliver the best outcome for Canadians. Projects that may receive these additional investments include, among others, interprovincial transmission lines that reduce reliance on coal-fired power generation, the development of new low-carbon renewable power projects, the expansion of smart grids to use power more efficiently and effectively, water treatment projects on reserve, and the construction of infrastructure to help manage the risk associated with floods and with wildfires. This investment builds on those in Budget 2016, which are now supporting communities right across this country as they adapt to the challenges of climate change. This includes investments that support electric vehicle and alternative transportation fuel infrastructure, initiatives to foster regional electricity cooperation, and the development of building codes and standards that integrate climate resiliency requirements. These measures support the ongoing transition to a clean growth economy. To conclude, Madam Speaker, these investments in infrastructure that we make today will pay dividends for years to come, delivering clean, sustained economic growth, building stronger, more inclusive communities, and creating more good, well-paying jobs for Canadians. It will be a plan that will bring hope not only to Canadians, but I hope also to the opposition, who can, I think, all agree that economic growth in this country is of vital significance. It's about how you achieve it, and I'm sure we disagree on that. I know we disagree on that, but this is a plan that I truly believe in. It's a plan that we've consulted on right across this country. One of the best ways we believe that we can bring confidence back to the middle class is through such plans. We know that by investing in our communities, everyone can contribute to advancing our economic, social, and environmental well-being. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I just wanted to remind the member that when he talks about $180 billion of infrastructure money from his government, I'll just remind him that $90 billion is existing Conservative programs. Secondly, talking about infrastructure boosts the economy today, again, I want to remind the member that his government allowed $1 billion of lapsed funding from last year that won't be reallocated till 2022. I also want to remind the member that since 2006, P3 Canada has been in existence. That has already leveraged billions of dollars in private sector infrastructure. But my question is this, Madam Speaker. I'd like him to define arm's length, because within the legislation, the minister determines who gets the financing, the minister determines which projects are loan guarantees, and the minister also chooses the board and the CEO. So can you please elaborate on arm's length?
The honourable member for London North Central.
Well, I appreciate the question, Madam Speaker. However, this government will not take lessons from the Conservative Party on how to generate economic growth in this country. It was under Mr. Harper, indeed, that Canada experienced its most anemic economic growth rate since the Great Depression. So we're not about to take lessons. Indeed, we're investing in transformational infrastructure projects, not small-scale projects, gazebos, for example. We have a larger or long-term vision, Madam Speaker. As for investments and the Canada Infrastructure Bank, as far as an arm's-length organization, it is indeed an arm's-length organization. It is ultimately the Infrastructure Bank. It will be accountable to Parliament. Regular audits will be conducted by the Auditor General and a private sector auditor. These are the highest standards, I remind the member, of accountability required for Crown corporations. And there's also a five-year review that's to be conducted by Parliament. I'm satisfied with what's been proposed, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make an observation here. I'd like to mention to my colleague who just spoke that private funding could double the cost. The population will end up paying, be it through increased user fees. We saw this in Ontario, in BC, in Quebec. I'd like to point out to my colleague that in Quebec, according to the Quebec Auditor General, it's been estimated that the province would have saved $10.4 billion if it had built the Montreal Hospital Centre according to traditional means rather than a public-private partnership. So does what we're debating here today make sense? The figures are clear. Infrastructure banks are a way to make money and do not contribute anything to the public. The government keeps saying the middle class is important and it's doing everything possible to help it, but we see clearly that this will not lead to new infrastructure for our communities. It will not improve services. It will cost too much money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
London North Centre.
Madam Speaker, we're not reinventing the wheel here. Indeed, there are a number of other cases of very successful examples of infrastructure banks from around the world. The UK has an infrastructure bank focused specifically on facilitating investments in green technology. There's an infrastructure bank in Australia. There's the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Similar initiatives have been taken in the United States. And there's also the Nordic Investment Bank. Madam Speaker, these are examples of thinking outside the box, of recognizing that infrastructure matters, but the funding of infrastructure needs to be carried out in a creative way. It builds on our existing policy. I also find it strange to hear from the NDP, I have to say, these concerns around privatization, when it was their own leader who is on record as praising not Tommy Douglas, not David Lewis or Stephen Lewis or Ed Broadbent, but who? Margaret Thatcher, Madam Speaker. Margaret Thatcher, the champion of privatization. So it's a bit perplexing, I have to say. Thank you very much.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much. The member alluded to the Auditor General reporting out to Parliament. I have the legislation in front of me. There is no mention in this legislation of the Auditor.
I just want to, based on the information that the member is providing, it is a matter of debate, and I would. So it is a matter of debate and not a point of order. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Central Nova.
That's right, Madam Speaker, and thank you kindly for the opportunity to address a key portion of the government's plan for economic growth in our country. Investing in infrastructure is a key pillar from the economic platform that we ran on in the 2015 election, and I'm pleased to see that as part of this, the Budget Implementation Act that introduces serious investments in infrastructure, as well as the concept of the infrastructure bank, that we're making good on this commitment, and we're going to achieve economic growth across our country. Over the course of my remarks, Madam Speaker, I hope to cover a few themes. For example, why infrastructure investments are important, particularly in the economic context that we live in today. Why an infrastructure bank is a wise idea. But I also hope to cover some of the investments that we've seen in my community, so I can demonstrate through examples how meaningful economic growth can happen with strategic investments in our country's infrastructure. Beginning first with the importance of investing in our infrastructure, Madam Speaker, the economic context is key to understanding why this is a good time to be making such serious and substantial investments. Right now, we're living in a time that has historically low interest rates. Money has never been cheaper in the history of currency. At the same time, we're coming out of a period of slow economic growth, culminating with the third quarter of 2015 having us on the border of a recession. Right. When we're trying to spur economic growth, when the private sector was going through a difficult time, and it's cheap to gain access to capital, it makes sense to be making investments in infrastructure. But it's also important that we invest in certain kinds of infrastructure. We want to make sure that the investments we make create jobs in the short term to kickstart the economy, but also set the conditions for long-term economic growth. We can't simply be hiring people to dig a hole in the ground. We need to be investing in projects that are going to create prosperity in the long term. There's a handful of key focus areas for the $180 billion infrastructure plan that have been laid out, namely public transit, which disproportionately has a positive impact on people living in poverty, people living with disabilities, and seniors, which are a key part of the demographic of my riding. We are investing in social infrastructure, like housing and child care, to the tune of $11 billion and $7 billion respectively, because we know the cost of investing in these key parts of social infrastructure are cheaper than the cost of failing to make investments that are much needed. We're investing in trade and transport infrastructure because we know we're competing in a global marketplace, and getting our goods to the global marketplace in a timely manner is essential if we're going to create good-paying middle-class jobs across Canada. We're investing in clean growth and green infrastructure, and I have to point out that in light of the flooding that we've seen in recent days, and I lived in Calgary in 2013 during the massive floods and was myself evacuated, with investments in flood mitigation infrastructure, we can see economic benefits that don't shut down downtown cores for weeks at a time. With investments in alternative energy, we can become greener and create good-paying 21st century jobs at the same time. And the final theme to the infrastructure plan laid out in the budget is an investment, and this is of key importance to my riding, an investment in rural Canada. There is $2 billion set aside for rural and northern infrastructure. This does not prejudice the ability of small towns and rural communities to seek investments from the rest of the infrastructure funding envelope, but to see that there's actually a carve-out for rural infrastructure is something that makes me incredibly proud, because it's something that I know myself as well as a number of my rural colleagues have been advocating for, and to see that recognition says to me that the Government of Canada is interested not just in our biggest urban centres, but also in the small towns and rural community that make up the vast majority of our geography. The great news is that the plan is already starting to work. We've seen over a 6-month period over 250,000 jobs added to the Canadian economy, most of which were full-time. We're seeing unemployment creep down and down. The plan is starting to work. While the private sector is seeing some improvements, public investments in infrastructure are also paying dividends early on. But I don't just want to talk in generalities. I hope that some examples from my own riding would be illustrative to the difference that our investments are going to make. I notice as well that with 32 Atlantic Canadian MPs on the government side of the House, we've had an opportunity to inform the policy-making process in a manner that we've never had before. We've seen the government respond to the advocacy of Atlantic Canadian MPs by coming up with the Atlantic Growth Strategy, under which infrastructure is one of the key pillars that's going to drive economic growth. We've seen investments in infrastructure in my riding that not only play to our strengths, but seek to mitigate some of our weaknesses as well. We've seen recently at St. Francis Xavier University, where I'm a proud graduate, as well as all my 5 sisters and both my parents, a recent investment to the tune of $30 million so they can establish the Institute of Government and the Centre for Innovation in Health. The Institute of Government, the Mulroney Institute of Government, who's also a graduate of this fine institution, is going to focus on things like Canada-U.S. relations and international trade. It's going to focus on the politics of environment and climate change, and it's going to focus on women in leadership, among other things. Each of these programs is going to not only contribute to long-term economic growth by promoting women to senior leadership roles, by understanding what policies we can adopt to enhance trade with our largest trading partner, but it's also going to create 600 jobs for 4 years in my backyard in a community of only 4,500 people. This is a phenomenal investment in small-town Canada that I am incredibly proud of. At the same time, another portion of this project is going to see the Centre for Innovation in Health. In Nova Scotia, we have the highest proportion of seniors of any province in Canada, and we need to come up with innovative solutions if we're going to succeed in the 21st century. Investing in a facility that's going to create jobs in the short term but help us solve our long-term demographic problems is essential, it's smart, and I'm very proud of it. Keeping on the theme of post-secondary education infrastructure, we've seen a tremendous investment, a combined federal and provincial investment of over $15 million in the Nova Scotia Community College Stellarton campus, Pictou campus, that's going to see a new trades innovation centre. This educational hub for the skilled trades is what keeps many of our good-paying jobs in our community today. Without an institution that's keeping our machine shops filled with employees, I don't know where my county would be. But to know that we're investing to make sure that we're not just protecting the jobs we have now, but educating a workforce for the jobs for the next 10 and 20 years or more is something that I'm incredibly proud of. Now, when we talk about infrastructure, we often limit ourselves to the envelopes of funding that just fall under the Minister of Infrastructure. But in fact, in my community, there's all kinds of infrastructure that matters. I have two coasts in my riding, the Northumberland Strait and the Eastern Shore of Nova Scotia. That's why I was so proud to see investments in small craft harbours in the tune of tens of millions of dollars. In my riding alone, to protect the fishery, to provide our fishermen with a safe place to work, we've seen investments to the tune of $10.8 million. A lot of this work is underway or complete today, and fishermen who are achieving an all-time high in terms of the price of lobster are able to know they have a place to bring in their product. We're seeing investments in major highways like the Aerotech connector that's going to connect some of the residents of my neighbour, the Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake, to the key economic hub outside the Halifax Stanfield International Airport, which is the Aerotech Business Park. This is an innovation hub in the aerotech sector, which is key for the future of the Nova Scotia economy. We're seeing investments in the Connect to Innovate program that's going to extend access to rural internet to places that don't have it today. The importance of this investment can't be overstated. I've talked to business owners who've closed their storefront in a tourist community because they don't have reliable access to internet and their debit machine only works 50% of the time. Tourists don't carry cash like they used to, and she has to operate her business in a community a little ways down the road where she knows she has a reliable connection. I've talked to tourism operators who can't attract people to come visit them, who can't get people to come stay at their facilities because they can't achieve a wireless connection while they're there. I've talked to property owners who have been on the verge of a sale of their home, and when a person goes to make a phone call and can't connect, they back out of the deal. The investment in connectivity in rural communities is essential, and I look forward to the results because I know that it will serve Nova Scotia well. I could go on about a number of other municipal infrastructure investments, long-term commitments to the ferry service, but I do want to turn my mind to the infrastructure bank, which is the specific subject of the motion today. There is a unique opportunity to create more jobs in our community and improve the strength of our communities. Currently, the global context is perfect for an investment like this. There's approximately $16 trillion in negative yield bonds around the world. What this means is there is $16 trillion sitting, waiting, looking for a better home. We can provide that home by putting up $35 billion of our own to create an infrastructure bank that will attract investments from international companies in Canadian communities to create jobs. We have an infrastructure deficit in our country of about $1 trillion. We cannot do this solely through public financing if we don't want it to take 3 generations. The infrastructure bank is going to help cut into that deficit and make a meaningful difference in the communities that I represent. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that I support the infrastructure bank. I think it's a great idea, the time is right, and I'm so pleased to offer a few thoughts on this investment for my community. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate sitting on the Justice Committee with my colleague across the way. I wanted to ask him specifically about the time frame that's being allocated to committee to study this particular bill, because I look at the many private members' bills that we've looked at in the Justice Committee, and sometimes those meetings have gone over several days, called forth many witnesses. Is he honestly going to stand in this House and agree that 2 hours is enough time for the people's elected representatives to give this bank the proper examination that it deserves? I'd like to hear his honest answer on that, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Central Nova.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member, and I share his excitement about the opportunity to work with one another after my experience with him sitting in on the Justice Committee. In fact, I do sit on the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. I'm looking forward to seeing it, but I'd like to point out as well that some of my colleagues who sit on that committee have put forward motions, because we knew about the infrastructure bank for a significant period of time. I think there was a motion in November of last year about the infrastructure bank that sought to bring the minister before the committee, and we agreed. It was approved. There was another motion put forward by one of the Honourable Member's colleagues from the NDP to conduct a study on the infrastructure bank. It was tabled but never actually advanced. The fact that at this late stage in the game, after we've known about the infrastructure bank, really from the time of the election campaign, is difficult to swallow. My hope is that this will get significant attention in the public, in this House, and although there is certain time constraints because we have put forward a budget that we need to implement because Canadians expect the government to make the investments we campaigned on, I wouldn't suggest that the 1 hour that he's suggesting is the only opportunity we're going to have to look at the infrastructure bank in committee, although it may be in the very short term.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I remind the member that the legislation has just been tabled. But my comments are, around the time frame. There's 1 hour, and I will say this again. There's been 1 hour allotted. The time allocation has been invoked, shutting down the debate. But I have another. The government internal report from KPMG that the government commissioned said to slow down and get it right. Meetings with the Prime Minister and ministers in BlackRock, which are significant conflicts of interest. The reports have all been redacted. When we look at members of the committee that are now trying to seek $1.3 billion for their own projects, again, significant conflicts of interest, and mention about the Asian Infrastructure Bank, Canadians are on the hook for $1.3 billion in loan guarantees. But the question that I have is why the rush? There are conflicts of interest, there are redacted reports, there are internal reports that are still redacted as well. Why the rush, and what is this government trying to hide?
The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you kindly, Madam Speaker, and through you I'd like to address a handful of the concerns that the honourable member opposite raised. First, with respect to things like time allocation, again, I find this to be a difficult pill to swallow after I've been forced to leave committee to vote on at least 3, maybe 4 occasions on issues about who stood up first, issues about adjourning debate and shutting down the House when we're seeking to move forward a legislative agenda and bring these issues to the light of day. So I cannot accept in good faith that there's an argument made about the use of time allocation and that we're trying to rush on that basis. With respect to the involvement of groups like BlackRock, there's been a number of issues that have come up in this House that we've been the subject of allegations. It's been conflicts of interest throughout. Any time that there's a member of an industry that we're seeking to make investments with who's involved in providing expertise. The alternative would be to exclude industry players who have knowledge that could be useful. With respect to the comments on the Asian Infrastructure Bank, that's not something I actually raised in my remarks, although there are a number of different infrastructure banks that my honourable colleague from London has raised previously, such as in the UK, Australia, and indeed the Asian Infrastructure Bank. This is going to provide an opportunity for different groups to invest. It's going to see money from different countries come into my community, and I'm proud to support it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak about a very important issue, the infrastructure privatization bank proposed by the Liberals. And I'll explain why it's essential to withdraw this section from the Omnibus Bill C-44 so that we can have a vote and a debate specifically on that issue, which is, as I said, the issue of privatization of infrastructure. This idea is totally unacceptable, and my constituents in Drummond are furious that the Liberal government is trying to privatize our infrastructure. Before going further, Madam Speaker, I'd like to mention that I'll be sharing my speaking time with my colleague, the quite excellent member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Now, before getting deeper into the debate, I'd like to refer back to the motion tabled by the member for Belleuil-Chambly, my colleague, who tabled this motion in the House. It's a very important motion. This is not an easy issue to understand for the layperson, but when you get into the details, you can understand that the Liberals' plan here is to support their friends, their investor friends, rather than helping the Canadian middle class and those working hard to join it. So the motion is as follows, that in the opinion of the House, public infrastructure should serve the interests of Canadians, not work to make private investors rich. The Liberals never unveiled their infrastructure investment plan publicly during the election campaign. We're talking about infrastructure that will cost more if it's built on private investments than public ones. And the investors will be some of the greatest, the ones who benefit the most. The bank will leave taxpayers with an unacceptable burden of fees, tolls, and privatization that will only make private investors wealthy to the detriment of the public interest. And the clauses concerning the Canada Infrastructure Bank's creation should be removed from Bill C-44, the Budget Implementation Act 2017 number 1, so that they can be studied in a standalone bill. So as I said, Madam Speaker, it's totally unacceptable. In fact, it's a scandal that this Liberal government has broken yet another promise. They promised that there would be no more omnibus bills as there were under the Conservatives, because these are undemocratic bills. Omnibus bills do not allow members to do the work of analyzing all of the laws that might be affected and then sending them to the relevant committee so that there can be an exhaustive analysis done there. On the contrary, by putting forward this privatization bill, this infrastructure privatization bill, the Liberals are preventing members and legislators from doing the necessary work of analysis. They're preventing us from sending it to committee and bringing in expert witnesses so that we can properly analyze all the consequences of having an infrastructure bank. They're preventing us from unveiling all of the possible negative consequences. So by inserting this into a large omnibus bill, they're breaking their promise not to have omnibus bills. And in so doing, they're removing our ability to study it properly. And they're preventing Canadians from really understanding and being able to analyze the bill that we're debating. And that's very serious. And this is another broken promise. Furthermore, they had promised that they wouldn't have time allocation before. But we're seeing that it's quite the contrary. The Liberals are actually having more time allocation than ever. They're breaking the all-time record. The Liberals had criticized the Conservatives' excessive use of omnibus bills and time allocation, and now they're doing it themselves. So they're telling us to get ready for even more time allocation in the future. So I hope that some of the Liberals go to see their government House leader to tell her that they've had enough of the time allocation. They promised that they wouldn't use time allocation, that they would be much more reasonable with the use of that tool, but we can see that that's not the case. Madam Speaker, what is an infrastructure privatization bank? What are the consequences of this bank? Well, the first consequence would be that we would be giving profits to private investors. And at the same time, all of the risks, all of the negative impacts are left with the government. But who is the government? Is it just the Liberals? No. Who pays for the government spending? Well, Canadians do. My constituents in my riding of Drummond do. They are the ones who will be paying for this privatization bank. And what will this infrastructure privatization bank lead to? Well, of course, private investors want profits. How do you make profits off of infrastructure? You go into big cities where there are many possibilities for development, where there's a large population. So that means that you leave the rural regions behind. Can you make a profit on infrastructure projects in rural areas like Drummond? No. Infrastructure is supposed to be there to help Canadians. But they don't necessarily create a profit. So, will regions like Drummond benefit from having an infrastructure bank? The answer is simple: no. They're taking money from Drummond and from rural regions in Canada, but that money is not going to go back to them. It's very unfortunate. And those who benefit from the project will have projects, but they will also have new user fees and tolls. So that increases the tax burden on the middle class and those trying to join it. So this is really not a step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, the Infrastructure Privatization Bank could have involved money that would have been invested in somewhere more beneficial. Now, you know, currently, Canadians all across Quebec and Ontario are facing flooding. Many of these people are suffering because our infrastructure was not adapted to deal with this type of situation. Now, adaptation and resiliency in the face of climate change is something that we need to plan for. We have extreme climate events today, and we have had in the past as well. And you can see that the Green Budget of 2017 made significant recommendations concerning investment in natural infrastructure and ecosystems. For example, and I'm going to read part of the recommendation of the Green Budget. They recommend that in Budget 2017, the Government of Canada invest 30% of Phase 2 infrastructure, green infrastructure funding to protect and improve the quality of Canada's natural infrastructure. So, Madam Speaker, rather than investing that amount in a bank intended to privatize infrastructure, which won't help Canadians, which won't help my constituents, they could have used that money to invest in green infrastructure, in resiliency and adaptation. And that's extremely important. If you see what's happening in our rural regions, in Yamachiche, in Gatineau, for example, there are people suffering there because of flooding. And because there was no planning and no preparation for adapting to climate change. So this is in the Green Budget, which unfortunately the Liberals haven't read. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, it's essential that we withdraw this part about the infrastructure bank from Bill C-44 so that we can debate it properly, so that we can really look at all of the consequences of it, so that we can send it to committee and bring in experts who will show that this infrastructure bank is not good for my constituents. And that's why we are opposing this infrastructure bank. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. This seems to be an issue where ideology trumps common sense. I could point to the honourable member 3 major infrastructure projects in Metro Vancouver that could only have taken place with the participation of the private sector: rapid transit line, budget, and others. But secondly, I'm wondering if the honourable member, and this is my question to him, given that we knew that the debate and the discussion on infrastructure banks was coming, did he approach his House leader to suggest that rather than burn up a whole week of time on a point of privilege where we heard the same argument again and again and again, did he approach his House leader and say, you know what, maybe we should use that time a little bit more productively and talk about something that really does matter to Canadians?
Honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I'm so pleased to get this question because I wonder if he approached his parliamentary leader to say, hey, we made election promises. We promised that we wouldn't use omnibus bills. But we broke that promise. Then we promised that we wouldn't impose time allocation. Well, another broken promise. In fact, the Liberals are now saying that they might have even more use of time allocation than there was before. they might even be worse than the Conservatives. Now, Vancouver, that's very nice. I certainly appreciate that there are good infrastructure projects in Vancouver, but Drummond is in a more rural area, and the infrastructure bank will do nothing for regions like Drummond, and that's what we're criticizing here. Why didn't they use this money to invest it in adapting to climate change?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think that it was a very clear-eyed presentation. Now, my question is simple. We know that $15 billion could have gone to municipalities in Canada, including Drummondville and surrounding areas, but that money has been transferred into an infrastructure bank whose objective is simply to enrich foreign investors, foreign billionaires. So how does my colleague feel about this? Does he think that this money is likely to come to Drummondville? Does Drummondville have a project that has been funded by the federal government? Because we know that there's no project worth less than $100 million that would actually attract this funding. So does he think that Drummondville will have access to the bank at all? The honourable member for Drummond. I thank my colleague for Richmond, Athabasca, because he's really experiencing the same thing that I am. We both have ridings that are neighboring ridings out in the regions, and we will never benefit from this infrastructure privatization bank. In fact, our constituents, the people who live in these regions, say that this infrastructure bank will only enrich private investors. They are the ones who will benefit. They are the Liberals' friends. And that's not good for Canadians. And it's not good for regions like Drummond and Richmond, Athabasca, and it's certainly not good for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join the middle class.
By members, Déclaration des députés, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a country and its communities is how we treat our most vulnerable citizens. Speaker, adults living with developmental and physical disabilities are amongst those most vulnerable. This past Sunday, I had the pleasure with a few of my Mississauga and Brampton colleagues and hundreds of supporters to assist in raising precious funds through a bike-a-thon and walk-a-thon for the Luso Charitable Society. All proceeds raised go towards funding the just-opened Luso Peel Region Home, which provides supports, programs, and services in a nurturing environment to those most in need. Hearing from caregivers and family members about what this home means to them and their loved ones just filled the hearts of all those in attendance. This is the third Luso home to open. The others service the areas of Toronto and Hamilton, and like those in the bike-a-thon, they are on a roll, and we will be the wind at their backs along this highway of caring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise and recognize the St. Thomas and District Chamber of Commerce Free Enterprise Award winners. The 2017 Chairs Award recognized Janet Baker for her work and service to the Chamber and our community. This award recognizes Janet's dedication and over 16 years as both a Chamber and South Communities volunteer. The Chamber Awards of Merit went to Jamie Quay of Quay Diven State Wineries, being named the 2016 Ontario Great King. Jamie is only the second recipient in 60 years to be named the Great King or Grape Grower of the Year from outside of the traditional Niagara growing area. Chris Dry began Talbot Trail Physiotherapy in 2002 with one clinic in Elmer and has grown to enter the enterprise to 6 locations with 35 employees serving every part of Elgin County and into Chatham-Kent and Middlesex. The 2017 Free Enterprise Master Awards include Buckland Customs Brokerage, Gary Coots of RBC Royal Bank, and the Elgin Business Resource Centre. Congratulations to all of the award winners at last night's Free Enterprise Awards.
L'honorable député de Saint-Boniface.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Vital.
Manitoba Day. Demain, la province célébrera son...
Tomorrow, the entire province will celebrate its 147th anniversary and the 51st anniversary of our Manitoba flag.
Manitou Bao and the Cree Manitou Wapau, our Keystone province, is a remarkable place to live. Célébrer notre histoire au Fort.
Celebrate our history at Fort Gibraltar. Take your family on a trip to the Children's Museum. Pay tribute to Louis Riel, the father of Manitoba, at the St. Boniface Museum.
Check out the world's largest mating dens for red-sided garter snakes in the North Seas. Visitez le Parc Saint-Vital.
Visit St. Vital Park, Assiniboia Park, or Riding Mountain National Park. Spend the day at Lake Winnipeg or Lake Manitoba.
Marl Lake, a lake that changes color with the temperature. The choices abound, Mr. Speaker. Happy birthday, friendly Manitoba.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Where can you go and find a place that is the heartbeat of the community? A place where it is the touchstone of social life. A place to help people to connect, combat isolation, and build both personal and community capacities. It is our friendly neighborhood houses, the living room of our communities, where people connect, engage, foster a sense of belonging, and take part in civic life. Canada's first neighborhood house opened in Toronto in 1899. In the Lower Mainland, 4 of 10 neighborhood houses are in East Van and the BC Association of Neighborhood Houses to boot. Like all neighborhood houses, Van East's very own Kawasa, Frog Hollow, Mount Pleasant, and downtown Eastside neighborhood houses do invaluable work. The 2017 Leadership Forum report details this important research. As we celebrate the 3rd annual Neighborhood House Week, I call on the federal government to go beyond short-term program funding. It's time we become a true partner and support their work with stable core funding.
Honourable member for Humble River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour my longtime staff members, Greg and Julie McClinchy, who will be leaving Parliament Hill after a long tenure in my office and on the Hill. Greg has served members of Parliament since the young age of 16, first for Paul Steckley, then coming to work for me 8 years ago. Julie has served 3 members of Parliament, Brenda Chamberlain, Rosemary Ure, and myself. So over the years, both Julie and Greg have become advisors, confidants, and friends to many on Parliament Hill, lending a hand to anyone, even when it meant putting in extra hours in a day. While I am sad to lose such a valuable staff members, I am happy that Greg and Julie will be moving closer to home and their family in southwestern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour Greg and Julie McClinchy in this House today. It has been a privilege to work with each of them, and I am proud now to call them friends. I wish them and their family success and happiness in the future. Much love from all of us.
Honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, Sarah McKelvey from my riding of Haldeman Norfolk is no stranger to athletic success. Just this past month, this talented and passionate young woman from Cayuga performed a flawless figure skating routine at the 2017 Special Olympics World Winter Games in Austria, bringing home a gold medal. Now, this isn't the first time that she's felt the gold rush. In 2013, Sarah participated in her first ever Special Olympic Games and brought home not 1, but 2 gold medals. Mr. Speaker, they say that gold medals aren't really made of gold, but that they're made of sweat, determination, and a hard-to-find alloy called guts. Well, Sarah, on behalf of everyone in Haldeman, Norfolk, I want to express to you just how very proud of you we are. Thank you for your hard work and for sharing your talent with the rest of the world.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, Laval, like many cities in Quebec, has also been hard hit by flooding. In these difficult times, I've seen many initiatives taken by people in Laval, like the building of makeshift dikes or the launching of aid efforts. And I want to point out just how proud I am to represent the people of Alfred Pellant and Laval, who've shown solidarity with their fellow citizens. I also want to highlight the remarkable work being done tirelessly by the Laval police and firefighters. Thank you to Mayor Marc Demers, Deputy Mayor Marc Dakotas, and all municipal councillors who are on the ground to support flood victims and to coordinate assistance. Thank you as well to the Minister responsible for Laval, Francine Charbonneau, To the people of Laval, my colleagues and I are with you, and we will remain with you when water levels subside and it comes time to clean up. Courage.
Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the Iranian regime poses a danger to the world. Through its sponsorship of terrorist organizations, its support for the brutal Assad regime, and its call for the destruction of Israel, Iran's actions are of grave concern to all Canadians. But during this Iran Accountability Week, I want to speak of the deplorable human rights violations within Iran.
Iranian authorities have executed more than 200 people this year alone. The regime violates the rights of its own citizens, and the treatment it sets aside for the LGBTQ society and groups like Baha'i is deplorable.
Political prisoners. Those who dare to speak out against the government continue to be punished, unjustly, often without charges or trial. Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in telling the victims of the Iranian regime that Canada stands with them and that we are committed to holding this regime accountable.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Here are 3 facts, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, thanks be to God, state-sanctioned persecution in the name of Christianity is nearly extinct worldwide. Number 2, religious persecution by officially Muslim states, and even more by officially atheist regimes, is alive and well. And number 3, over 200 million Christians live in the states that are the worst offenders. As a result, more Christians face in their home countries what the Pew Research Forum calls religious restrictions than does any other faith group. This includes thousands arrested for their beliefs, some executed for spreading the gospel, and in some countries, although this is without state sanction, many slaughtered by death squads and terrorists. Now, of course, this does not reflect the situation of Christians here in Canada, but our domestic situation should not blind Canadians to the way things are elsewhere, nor keep us from speaking out on behalf of persecuted Christians worldwide. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of Sergeant Robert James Dinorovich, a member of the Royal Canadian Dragoons who passed away last month during exercise Rugged Bear while preparing to defend our country. In life, Sergeant Dinorovich was a hero who served our country through 2 deployments to Afghanistan. However, Mr. Speaker, he was more than a soldier. He was an outdoorsman, a compassionate family member and friend, and a man who is remembered for his leadership, his mentorship, and his kindness. His loss will be felt by our entire community. Mr. Speaker, I would ask my colleagues to join me in extending our sincerest sympathies and deepest condolences to his family, friends, and loved ones at this extremely difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May is Speech and Hearing Month. As a husband of a speech and language pathologist, it is a great honour to rise today to recognize Canada's outstanding speech-language pathologists, audiologists, and communication health assistants. Throughout the month of May, Speech and Language Audiology Canada, or SAC, and its more than 6,200 members and associates, will be highlighting the importance of early detection and intervention of speech, language, swallowing, hearing, and balance disorders. Mr. Speaker, many of us take for granted our ability to communicate, yet the ability to speak, hear, and be heard is vital to our everyday lives. On behalf of members of this House, thank you to the communication health professionals for all that you do to help Canadians reach their communication potential. Thank you.
The honourable member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are sneaking a new gun registry in by stealth, tabling it on the same day as their pot legislation. They aren't fooling gun owners across Canada, though, that this isn't just another gun registry by another name. Bill C-47 requires any Canadian company importing firearms or firearm technology to keep records electronically. What agency will hold and administer this new electronic registry, and who will have access to it? On June 1st, the United Nations Firearm Marking Scheme also comes into effect, targeting responsible gun owners and legitimate firearm businesses, saddling them with an annual $60 million bill. Rather than protect us, this marking scheme will increase the cost of each legitimately purchased firearm by some $200. Criminals don't follow the law and they aren't going to register their guns. International arms dealers will never be compliant with the UN and they won't be registering any of their contact information. Liberals again put a target on recreational sport shooters, hunters and small family-run businesses. Instead of wasting time and money on a new registry, how about the Liberals really tackle the criminals?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, this week residents across the Okanagan are on alert facing the uncertainty of rising floodwaters. Unfortunately, the worst may be yet to come with saturated ground, melting snowpack, and more rain in the forecast. Uncertainty and loss are causing stress and hardship for families in my communities as we all prepare to deal with the days ahead. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the City of Kelowna, the District of Lake Country, local fire departments, and the many citizen volunteers that have come together to deal with this perilous and unpredictable situation. I am also grateful to the Government of Canada, who is both aware and prepared to provide assistance in the event that the federal response to this crisis is requested by the province of British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the wonderful opportunity of accepting an invitation from the Royal Canadian Navy to Canadian Forces Base Esquimalt, home of Canada's Pacific Naval Fleet. There I joined with several other members of Parliament to go aboard Her Majesty's Canadian ship, Vancouver. Once aboard, Vancouver's courteous, welcoming, and professional officers and crew gave us a complete tour of this Halifax frigate capabilities and incredibly complex systems, from the bridge room to the engine room and everything in between. I had the opportunity to participate in several exercises, including damage control, firefighting, and even steering the ship. My riding is home to many naval veterans and to the civilians, Naval Reserve, and regular force members who work at CFB Esquimalt. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to experience the amazing job the sailors of the Royal Canadian Navy do on our behalf every day, and who will very much live up to the motto, ready, aye, ready.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Taiwan, after 8 years of participating at the World Health Assembly, was not invited by the WHO to attend this year's assembly. Taiwan's participation at the WHO has enabled Taiwan to contribute to global public health and disease prevention initiatives. Indeed, Taiwan is a leader in areas of global health and disease prevention and has contributed more than $6 billion to medical and humanitarian aid since 1996. Canada has consistently supported Taiwan's participation at the WHO. Now that the WHO has bowed to political pressure to exclude Taiwan, I urge this government to call upon the WHO to reverse this decision and extend an invitation to Taiwan.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud registered nurse, it is my distinct honour to recognize the dedication of my fellow outstanding nurses during National Nursing Week. From working on the front lines in our hospitals or in our communities for advocating for better health care across our country, nurses are the backbone of our healthcare system. Our healthcare system would not be where it is today if it were not for the efforts of the mother of modern nursing, Florence Nightingale. Known as the Lady with the Lamp, Florence Nightingale single-handedly helped nurses gain recognition for her tireless efforts. This spirit of dedication and service is echoed by the nurses serving us every single day. So to all our dedicated, compassionate, and hardworking nurses in Brampton West, across Canada, and all over the world, I would simply like to say thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Questions orales, oral
questions.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we've warned the Prime Minister that his infrastructure bank will be a cocktail of waste, duplication, and bureaucracy, all to pad the bank accounts of the wealthy elite. We don't expect him to listen to us, but he should at least listen to the experts that he hired who told him the same thing. In fact, a KPMG report has given the government a stark warning about the pitfalls of this tax-funded bank. If this Prime Minister really believes in evidence-based policymaking, then why is he ignoring his own experts and rushing through with this bank?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, after a decade of inconsistent and ad hoc approach to supporting municipalities and provinces, we are putting forward a long-term, sustainable and predictable funding. $180 billion over 12 years that will help grow the economy, create jobs, and help those Canadians who work hard each and every day to be part of the middle class. That's what our communities expect from us. That's exactly what we're delivering. We are proud that the bank will help deliver more infrastructure that is needed in our communities from coast to coast to coast.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No, Mr. Speaker, for 10 long years, we did not give billions of dollars to billionaire bankers. This infrastructure bank could force tolls on Canadian bridges and roads, and it may also force Canadians to actually pay new fees on basic services such as water. It all adds up to what experts are saying, and I quote, a public relations disaster and embarrassment for this Prime Minister. When is the Prime Minister going to do the right thing and put the brakes on this terrible idea?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we consulted with our stakeholders for the last whole year, right? We consulted with municipalities, with provinces, with the trade unions, with building councils, with the municipal leaders, with the mayors. They all understand that we have put forward an ambitious plan to build infrastructure that their communities need. They're the one who select the projects. They're the one who prioritize which project to fund. And we are so proud that we will be mobilizing private capital to build more infrastructure that our communities need and deserve, Mr. Speaker.
The Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this is going to turn out to be the ultimate cash for access project. Mr. Speaker, the experts don't like it, his officials don't like it, taxpayers don't like it, and I don't think the Prime Minister's members even like it. This bank is not in the public interest. So why is he pushing ahead with it? Mr. Speaker, this is $35 billion that belongs to Canadians. Why won't the Prime Minister put this money to better use instead of helping out a group of wealthy bankers?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, out of the $186 billion that we are investing in Canadian communities, only 8% will be delivered through the bank. The rest of the money will go to provinces and municipalities through the traditional funding that is available to build more housing, to build more shelters so women fleeing domestic violence have a decent place to live, reducing commute time for communities, reducing gridlock that our urban centers are facing. That is what our communities expect us to do. That's exactly what we are delivering, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government seems to be equivalent to in conflict of interest, dubious involvement of BlackRock in the design of the bank, choosing executives behind closed doors before the bank's even created, $15 billion taken from small and medium-sized municipalities to give it to rich foreign investors. Everything behind closed doors without real consultation in the Commons. Is this the beginning of sponsorship scandal 2.0?
Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are proud to say that under our transit plan, more mid-sized communities have received more funding under our plan than they ever did under the Harper plan, right? We have dedicated $2 billion for small communities only, so we can help build the infrastructure their communities need. Our plan is focused on all communities, regardless of the size. Canadians expect us to treat them fairly. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Order the Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about BlackRock. The Minister tells us that all information on the bank is available, and yet through an access to information request, we got a document about one of the meetings organized by BlackRock for their clients in which the Prime Minister, the Minister of Infrastructure, and many other ministers took part. And what's strange is we can't see the list of guests or the topics involved because they were redacted completely. Is that transparency, Mr. Speaker? What are the Liberals hiding exactly right now?
Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the presentation that we made to investors available on public, honourable member is welcome to read it. I hope he read it, because there's nothing dubious about it. We're very proud that we are attracting international capital to invest in our Canadian infrastructure. We are encouraging our own pension funds, CPPBI, the Caisse de Dépôt, who invest in foreign countries to invest in our own country to create jobs for the middle class and build the necessary infrastructure that our communities need. We do better, and we will continue to better than the previous government.
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the minister, in such a rush to go ahead with the privatization bank to please his Bay Street friends, yet there are many questions that remain unanswered for a bank that will cost the taxpayer $35 billion. Given that context, will the minister agree to split the bill on the bank from the omnibus bill, an omnibus bill that we were promised would never appear in this again, and have an in-depth study for a question that deserves that kind of study?
Tell, as a former municipal councillor, that one of the things that our municipalities need is a consistent, sustainable, and long-term funding, which they lack from the previous government. We have been consulting with our partners for the last year to establish the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We talk to unions, we talk to provinces, territories, we talk to investors, we talk to all sort of Canadians, we talk to many of the people. As a matter of fact, the honourable member was with me in Washington when we consulted with the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund on the creation of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for North Island, Powell River. Order.
And separate it from the omnibus bill. Mr. Speaker, the priority of corporations isn't to provide infrastructure, it's to make profit. I know it's breaking news. The Liberals secretly plan to develop their privatization bank with corporations behind closed doors. That's as transparent as, say, a black rock. If the Liberals actually want to put Canadians ahead of corporate interests, will they simply commit that there will be no tolls or user fees as a result of this bank?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, we always put Canadians ahead of anything else. We approved 11 projects in members' own riding. 11 projects in members' own riding with a combined investment of $34 million this year, Mr. Speaker. That is putting Canadians first. That would not happen under the previous government, and that would not happen if her party was in power, because they had no plan for infrastructure, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, let's just get this clearer, Mr. Speaker. It's not just the NDP raising red flags. KPMG, that old socialist firm, provided a report to the government that said the so-called infrastructure bank could lead to, quote, public relations disasters and embarrassment. Embarrassment because of the potential to slow down projects, lack of clear details, and Canadians' aversion to user fees. So will the Liberals reconsider this corporate welfare bank? We're just trying to save them from some embarrassment.
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have some of the world-known investment funds here in Canada. CCPBI, one of them. OMERS, one of them, right? These are the funds who would like to invest in Canadian infrastructure to grow our economy and create jobs for the middle class. That would benefit Canadians from coast to coast. That's exactly what our plan talks about. And we will continue to invest in our traditional funding models, and we will continue to engage with our private sector, because they're the one who deliver infrastructure on behalf of Canadians now as well, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly. Hello.
Order. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Mr. Speaker, the same report that my colleague just mentioned also mentioned that the bank would be a bureaucratic nightmare. It's additional red tape for municipalities, more delays, and more fees for everyone. So taxpayers will pay for this bank. But needs for infrastructure are very urgent. Everyone agrees. But the money is slow in coming, even for public investment by the government. And this situation will just get worse because of this privatization bank. So why is the minister favoring the interests of private investors behind closed doors rather than municipalities that need his help?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is absolutely incorrect when he says money is slow flowing, because we approved 2,200 projects with combined investment of $20 billion with provinces and municipalities, and almost 50% of those projects are underway. They're allowing us to create transit system that is accessible for people with disabilities. We're allowing them to buy 1,000 buses that will improve transit service. We're improving drinking water in our communities, Mr. Speaker. We are delivering on what we promised to Canadians, and we will continue to do so.
Honourable member for Carleton.
BlackRock billionaires met the Prime Minister in Davos, and then again in New York, and then at the Shangri-La Summit, and they've had unfettered access to staff, officials, and ministers ever since, all to discuss how they will use $35 billion tax dollars in the new infrastructure bank. Now, taxpayers have had a whole 2 hours of consultation in a parliamentary committee. Why does the Prime Minister have 2 years for the billionaires who have everything to gain and only 2 hours for the taxpayers who have everything to lose?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the honourable member there are a number of projects being funded in his own riding as well, through by the other government. So we are not ignoring the needs of Canadians. Obviously, we want to work with all stakeholders. We want to work with the unions. We want to work with the building trades. We want to work with Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And we want to work with private sector. We believe that a private sector can deliver more infrastructure that our communities need. If we can leverage public dollars, what's wrong with that? He may have something against private sector. We do.
The honourable member for Carleton. Order.
On to another group of billionaires. The Bombardier-Baudouin family has super voting shares in the company that give it a slim 53% control of the company. Now, they can't raise desperately needed cash by issuing new shares because they would lose their majority, and along with it, the privileges to shower themselves in money and hire family members onto the executive. So they get taxpayers' money instead from Liberal governments here and in Quebec. The Prime Minister has used $400 million tax dollars to protect these feudal privileges. Will he now join with other investors and ask them to step aside?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on the long-term viability and success of the Canadian aerospace sector. Our investment in research and development and Bombardier will help secure thousands of high-quality jobs in that sector across Canada. Canadians and shareholders have expressed their concerns with the remuneration package for senior executives at Bombardier. Shareholders are now taking their action and they're responding. We're watching that situation carefully, Mr. Speaker, but our investment in science and technology is sound.
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has expensed a $14,000 TV, over $20,000 on Snapchat filters, and $30,000 on Broadway tickets. I have one simple question for the Prime Minister. What was he thinking?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Our Prime Minister and our government has made it very clear to the world that Canada is back. When it comes to leadership on progressive values, on climate change, on human rights for 10 years.
Order. I know the honourable members are enjoying the comments of the Honourable President of the Treasury Board, but I can't hear them. Can't hear myself. Order. I'm glad somebody can hear me. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board has a few more
Speaker,
moments.
when it comes to human rights when it comes to progressive leadership on climate change, when it comes to the kind of leadership that the world needs today. Our Prime Minister and our government is providing that leadership after 10 years of Canada creating a vacuum in terms of progressive values in the world. Our government is stepping up and doing the right thing.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, what's clear, Mr. Speaker, is Canada is back in debt. While the Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, in typical Liberal fashion, the Prime Minister and these Liberals have absolutely no respect for Canadian taxpayers. The Prime Minister wasted nearly $2,000 on cardboard cutouts for himself. Then he spent $30,000 on Broadway tickets for his rich friends. Then he charged Canadian taxpayers over $291,000 for his lavish vacations on Billionaire Island in St. Kitts. How can the Prime Minister justify subsidizing his lavish lifestyle on the backs of struggling Canadians?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years, the Harper government added $150 billion to the national debt. And, Mr. Speaker, what did we end up with? Maybe a fake lake, maybe a few gazebos, but we did not get the kinds of investments in communities that we are making today. We're investing unprecedented amounts in infrastructure. We are building stronger communities. We are building a stronger middle class, and we will continue to do that. That is why we have had in the last 6 months the best job creation in 10 years in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, more than ever, we see that this government has become an expert in burlesque and ridiculous spending. When it's not the Prime Minister who has these $2,000 cardboard cutouts, we have the Aboriginal Affairs Minister who has a $14,000 TV, or we have these $20,000 Snapchat filters, or $30,000 Broadway tickets for millionaires. Is there anyone in this government who can stand up and give it one good explanation for these completely ridiculous expenditures? Order.
I'd ask this side of the House to quiet down.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government was elected with a promise to growing the economy and the middle class and have more people join the middle class. There are many pieces of good news. We have the Canada Child Benefits. 9 out of 10 families benefit. In the riding of my friend from Louis Saint Laurent, 21,500 children now benefit from this $200 per month, non-taxable every month. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. It's so sad to see an honourable man like this become the defender of such stupid and ridiculous expenditures, as we just mentioned. The minister just said, we were elected. Of course, I believe you were elected. Not you, of course, but they were elected with promises to have a tiny little deficit, 10 billion, now all of a sudden it's 30 billion. Mr. Speaker, the example comes from above. Seriously, can this member for Quebec, this minister, tell us seriously that he's proud of this, or will he stand up and say, enough public spending? That's what Canadians want. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Order, please.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is very proud of our accomplishments to date. We've invested judiciously and responsibly in order to grow the economy and help the middle class. Moreover, our plan is working. In the past year, 250,000 new jobs were created. The unemployment rate's gone down from 7.1% to 6.7%. Our plan is working, and we intend to continue forward. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The Phoenix fiasco has been going on for a year and a half now, and thousands of workers still don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. This week, the Public Service Alliance of Canada filed a grievance on behalf of 60,000 workers it represents. Why? Because the longer this fiasco goes on, the less the Liberals gives them any answers. All these people who work hard in our public services must find out when this nightmare will finally be over. Does the government even have a date in mind to give them, or has it simply given up? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to reassure public servants that we are working extremely hard to remedy the Phoenix pay system problems. We've been working on it for a long time. We're providing the human and financial resources necessary, and I can assure my colleague we're doing this in partnership with the public service unions. What we will not do, Mr. Speaker, is do what the Conservatives did, is fire the same people we need to solve these payroll problems that they left us.
Order.
The Liberals' Bill C-27 is an attack on stable, secure workplace pensions, and it would let employers back away from commitments to workers and pensioners. There have been no consultations, and we are seeing the private sector salivate at the profits associated with this bill, including a CEO who talked about how the changes would directly benefit his company. Which company, you ask? Well, Morneau Chaffel, of course. Speaking of, will the finance minister admit that his promise to consult was just a sham, and will he immediately withdraw this anti-Labour bill that attacks workers' pensions?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government wants to help Canadians achieve a safe and dignified retirement, and it is our key to our plan to help the middle-class Canadians. Bill C-27 aims to broaden the scope of retirement-saving opportunities available to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Under our legislation, individuals have a choice. Those who do not consent maintain their benefits in their current form. Mr. Speaker, we are willing to take all the necessary time to give all parties the opportunities to share their suggestions regarding this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Côte-de-Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, transparency, openness, integrity. The Liberals opposite throw these words around incessantly but never put them into action. The first appointment to the top parliamentary officer is done under the sign of partisanship. You donate to the Liberal Party, you help the Prime Minister during his election campaign, and you get the job of Commissioner of Official Languages. Will the Prime Minister finally set aside partisanship and protect official languages and not his personal interests? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our two official languages are at the heart of our identity and history. With regard to appointments, our government is committed to make sure that the process is rigorous, open, and transparent. And we wish to find the best candidate for every position. The role of the Official Languages Commissioner is very important, and we want the person to have all the qualifications necessary. An announcement will be made in due course.
Mr. Speaker, we learned that the Prime Minister plans to appoint a recently retired provincial Liberal minister as a new official languages watchdog. The Prime Minister promised a new appointments process, and while this is certainly new, appointing a clear partisan to be an officer of Parliament, an officer of this place, is unprecedented. Will the Prime Minister withdraw this nomination before he completely undermines the impartiality and the independence of the Official Languages Commissioner?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to provide the same response in our second official language, English. Our two official languages are at the heart of who we are as Canadians. Our government is firmly committed to a rigorous, open and transparent process for all public appointments. The Official Languages Commissioner is a critically important role. We will ensure that the recommended person is highly qualified. Our announcement will be made in due course.
Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, this week at committee, Professor Erwin Kotler lamented the ongoing suffering of Baha'i at the hands of the tyrannical Iranian regime. His assertion is that the wrongful imprisonment of 7 of their leaders by the Iranian regime should be viewed as a litmus test of their commitment to human rights and regional security. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs heed the advice of this former Liberal cabinet minister and demand the release of the 7 Baha'i leaders before deploying any permanent diplomatic mission to Iran?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the former government's policy of isolation was not in the best interest of Canada, nor was it in the best interest of Iranians. The best way to advance human rights and consular issues in Iran is by speaking directly with the regime. And let me be clear, we oppose Iran's support for terrorist organizations, its threats towards Israel, its ballistic missile program, and its support for the murderous Assad regime in Syria. By raising these issues directly, we are holding Iran to account. The minister has done that, and we will continue to do that in the best interest of all Canadians.
Well, member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our subcommittee heard that the Iranian government has created a cesspool of corruption and violence, massive numbers of public executions, deliberate destruction of religious minorities such as the Baha'i, a violation of international territories, expanded state-sponsored terrorism, a governance system that crushes dissent, and numerous departments under the direct control of President Rouhani, which directly and routinely violate domestic law. Why is this Liberal government more interested in sitting at the table with Rouhani than listening to international human rights defenders like Erwin Kotler?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, there's no better way to advance on consular cases and human rights than to speak directly with the Iranian regime. We continue to oppose Iran's support for terrorist organizations, to their threats against Israel, and to their ballistic missile program. By raising these questions with them directly, we will make Iran accountable, and the previous government's isolationist policy did not work. We will defend Canadians' rights and promote human rights.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yesterday, I asked the Prime Minister what he was doing about the 3 international drug treaties that keep marijuana illegal. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a trick question, and yet the Prime Minister responded with talking points and refused to address the subject. If we do nothing about these treaties by the deadline of July 1st, which I remind all honourable members is 7 weeks away, when we could be in breach of our international accords, can the Liberals just put down the talking points and tell this House what they are doing about those treaties before the July 1st deadline?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as our Prime Minister reiterated yesterday, we are taking a regulatory approach to the legalization and regulation of cannabis that puts health and safety of Canadians at the forefront. We are currently examining a range of issues that include our international commitments. As the member opposite should know, 8 states in the U.S. have legalized marijuana, and Uruguay has also legalized marijuana, and they're among the countries that have international treaties with Canada. We are committed to working with our global partners to best promote public health and to combat the illicit trafficking of drugs.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, following Volkswagen's diesel dupe scandal, the U.S. government forced Volkswagen to pay $2 billion in environmental indemnities. That's $2 billion invested in charging stations for electric vehicles. Meanwhile, in Canada, we're still waiting for the results of Environment and Climate Change Canada's investigation. My question is simple. Can the minister promise that Volkswagen will invest money in charging stations in Canada? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for the question. There is an investigation by Environment and Climate Change Canada underway into this file, and I can't say any more on that subject.
Been in the islands.
Mr. Speaker, in 2010, the former government closed prison farms throughout the country. They did this based on ideology and not sound evidence. In my riding of Kingston and the Islands, 2 prison farms were closed. To this day, community members continue to rally for their reopening as a productive form of rehabilitation. Can the Minister of Public Safety please update this House on the re-establishment of prison farms, in particular in the Kingston area?
Good. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Correctional Service of Canada is establishing an expert panel to help with re-establishing penitentiary farms in the Kingston area. The panel's 8 volunteer members have expertise in business, agriculture, employment, and the rehabilitation of offenders. Last summer, more than 6,000 people participated in consultations on this issue, and we will continue working with the community to implement evidence-based policies that promote effective rehabilitation and public safety.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
It's a vote winner.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have dragged their feet since the election on expanding Canada's sanctions laws. This week, powerful new evidence Canada's laws governing criminal financial activity are dysfunctional. Revelations of elaborate Russian money laundering schemes involving millions of dollars through Canadian shell companies only came to light because of details hand-delivered to the RCMP and journalists by anti-Putin crusader Bill Browder. Mr. Speaker, just how long will the Liberals procrastinate on the Foreign Affairs Committee's unanimous Magnitsky recommendations to get tough on corruption?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows our position when it comes to Russia is clear, and that it was our government that increased sanctions against Russia in addition to supporting the sanctions of the former government. The question of how to effectively apply sanctions for human rights abuses and for foreign corruption was among the issues that the member and the committee examined, and we welcome the release of the Standing Committee's unanimous recommendations. We are carefully considering those, including the recommendations around Magnitsky and about sanctions measures for human rights violations and foreign corruption. Thank you.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Affairs Committee study of Canada's sanctions regimes revealed shocking dysfunction and incapacity among government departments and agencies tasked with detecting and prosecuting international financial fraud. The data provided by Mr. Broder to the Mounties reveals undetected money laundering in Canada of a sort more often associated with shady tax havens in Europe and the Caribbean. Now, the unanimous committee recommendations to stiffen Canada's sanctions laws are direct and uncomplicated. When will the government act to crack down on international fraudsters using Canada as a safe haven?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the question of the effective application of sanctions for human rights abuses and foreign corruption is one of the issues that was studied by the Foreign Affairs Committee, which the member across the way is a member of. We await the committee's findings and reports, including concerning the Magnitsky rules for human rights violations. But our view on Russia is clear. We have implemented more sanctions than the previous government.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Records show that one of the sets of Broadway tickets that the Prime Minister bought for wealthy bankers and diplomats was for the permanent mission of Venezuela to the UN. The head of the permanent representative at this mission has been a man who was, among other things, the longest-serving cabinet minister under despot ruler Hugo Chavez, and then served as foreign affairs minister to the ruthless Nicolas Maduro. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the Liberals use Canadian tax dollars to wine and dine this man while Venezuelans starve?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Mr. Speaker, we're glad to have welcomed guests from Newfoundland and Labrador to the Come From Away production. This was to help our American friends, and we're focused on the economy. And speaking of the economy and American friends, we know how to get trade deals done. Mr. Speaker, we've done...
Order. I'd ask the member for Grant Prairie Mackenzie and others who are excited and who feel strongly about these matters, including the member for York Simcoe, to come to order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue. We've overturned discriminatory coal legislation in the U.S. We've completed CETA negotiations. We've persuaded Mexico and China to end their bans. Mr. Speaker, trade negotiations with the U.S. have not yet begun, but if and when they do, we will be ready.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yikes. Venezuelans have taken to the street en masse to demand an end to the authoritarian rule that is destroying their country. President Maduro responded by launching tear gas at them. The Americans have already imposed targeted sanctions against certain Venezuelans, and by contrast, the Liberals use Canadian tax dollars to buy Broadway tickets for a Venezuelan mission that's led by a former Maduro cabinet minister. The Prime Minister waxes eloquent about protecting human rights, so when will he announce targeted sanctions against Venezuelan human rights abusers?
Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the question. We know that the situation in Venezuela is rapidly deteriorating, and we are deeply concerned with their intention to withdraw from the OAS. On April 3rd, Canada took a leadership role in co-sponsoring an OAS resolution to reiterate our call on Venezuela to restore constitutional order and respect democratic rights. We call on Venezuela to release all political prisoners and set an electoral calendar without delay. We are working extensively with our partners through the OAS and colleagues on this important issue. That's because Canada takes serious its role in the world, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order. Mr. Speaker, every day thousands of cyclists and pedestrians cross railway lines at unregulated crossings in order to avoid long detours. For years, they've been calling for safer crossings. If the minister has the clear power to close or modify a crossing, unfortunately, the law is not clear when it comes to whether he can open a new one. I've heard very contradictory interpretations, even from members of this government. Bill C-322 aims to correct the situation. Will the minister support my bill and take on the authority he needs to ensure the safety of Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to reassure everyone of how important rail safety is for us, and I'd like to remind anyone crossing railways illegally by passing under or over fences that they are doing something illegal and something dangerous. 46 people lost their lives last year on railway lines, and 19 lost them at crossings. This is a very dangerous activity, and there are already existing mechanisms to deal with this issue.
Colombia.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were thrilled to learn that Franklin's ship, HMS Airbus, have been found thanks to the work of the Kitikmeot Inuit, whose oral history helped pinpoint its location. Canada spent millions recovering artifacts from the Airbus, and a memorandum of understanding with Britain says any artifacts will be given to the Canadian people. But Britain is claiming ownership, and the artifacts are being sent to the UK for public exhibition. Will the minister ensure Britain acknowledges joint ownership by the Kitikmeot and Canada before she releases the artifacts?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank the member opposite for working so collaboratively on parks issues. Our government is committed to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and we value our relationship with the Inuit of Nunavut and the Nunavut government. The wrecks of HMS Airbus and HMS Terror, including the artifacts found on the wrecks, are officially the property of the UK government. As we celebrate the discovery of HMS Terror and HMS Airbus, as the member noted, with the help of traditional knowledge, Parks Canada will be working closely with the Inuit Heritage Trust to establish joint ownership of the artifacts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Once again, the Liberals are over-promising and under-delivering, with prairie farmers being their latest casualty. When asked if farmers' shipping rights will be protected under the law, the minister dismissed them by saying, and I quote, "no comment." If they expire, or if the Liberals refuse to make these protections permanent, farmers will be railroaded. When will the Transport Minister end his obvious disinterest in the concerns of our Western Canadian farmers and introduce legislation that protects their shipping rights?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I've been working very hard with the Minister of Agriculture in the past year with respect to our grain farmers. They represent an important part of our economy, and I want to thank them for it. And I have been meeting with them. I've been meeting with the shippers and the railways in order to modernize our freight rail legislation. 10% of what our railways transport is grain. It's extremely important, and we will be coming forward shortly with modern freight rail legislation.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, spring seeding is a busy time for farmers. They don't have time to worry about Liberal politicians in Ottawa who are working arduously to make their life less profitable. Tucked away in the fine print of the Liberal budget is a plan to eliminate the use of farmers being able to use deferred cash tickets. This could be financially disastrous for many farmers, Mr. Speaker. So will the Minister of Agriculture commit to dropping this destructive plan and stop threatening the livelihoods of hard-working farm families?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being the former farmer and the Minister of Agriculture, I was certainly pleased with the last budget. Finally, the government certainly became aware. We announced $70 million in science research to add on to the $30 million originally in the previous budget. We $1.26 billion in Strategic Innovation Fund, Mr. Speaker. $950 million in innovation superclusters. And, Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. This government understands the importance of agriculture and will continue to make sure that the agricultural sector remains strong in this country.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canada needs the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women to be successful. There's no excuse for it to take over a year before it even begins to hear from families. As McLean noted this week, it's falling apart before it even begins. A communications director was fired, another senior advisor has resigned. It appears to be in complete disarray. If this inquiry fails, the minister is responsible. If it takes years for the families to be heard, she has failed. What immediate action will the minister take to get this inquiry back on track?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy that have surrounded women and girls in this country. We are confident that the Commission has the tools, the resources, and the networks to ensure that the voices of families are heard and that they have the support they need. We have authorized under the terms of reference to the Commission to examine and report on the root causes of all forms of violence that Indigenous women and girls experience and the great vulnerability to that violence. In addition to that, we will continue to invest in the root causes that impact this issue.
I have Deputy de Shefford.
Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, our government understands that an efficient and modern infrastructure network is important for our economy and all Canadians. Our government's investments in infrastructure in budgets 2016 and 2017 are unprecedented in the history of Canada. The port in Trois-Rivières is essential to the local economy and to the entire region. Can the Minister of Transport update the House about how our government is updating this critical infrastructure for Trois-Rivières and Mauricie? The Honourable Minister. Well, of course, I'd like to thank the member for Shefford for his important question. And I would reiterate at the same time our sincere condolences to all of the residents of Mauricie who were affected by flooding. Concerning the port in Trois-Rivières, I had the pleasure of visiting it last summer and getting an update on this very important port in the St. Lawrence. As you know, $3.6 million were budgeted in 2015 in order to extend Quay number 10 and also to create a storage multifunctional zone.
Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, a new CIBC study clearly indicates that hardworking Canadians are forced to take time off and are stuck paying $33 billion a year in out-of-pocket expenses to take care of aging loved ones. The Prime Minister doesn't care. He's refused to appoint a Minister for Seniors, and he's failed to deliver a comprehensive national strategy for senior care in Canada. Canadian seniors are suffering as a result of the Prime Minister's blatant inaction. When will the Prime Minister finally stop ignoring the needs of Canadian seniors?
Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to our colleague for giving me the opportunity to speak about our record in supporting our seniors. In particular, Mr. Speaker, in supporting our most vulnerable seniors. We have reintroduced to 65 years old the age of eligibility to old age security, which means that 100,000 vulnerable seniors, Mr. Speaker, will not need to enter into severe poverty. We have increased the guaranteed income supplement by up to $1,000, which means that 900,000 Canadian seniors are now living in a more dignified and a more secure retirement.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
This weekend, because this government has failed to act, volunteers tired of waiting will clean up 16 abandoned vessels in Oak Bay on Vancouver Island. Wow. So far, there's no legislation, no regulation, no money for abandoned vessels in the 2017 budget. And this government even failed to meet its own self-imposed 6-month deadline. So when will this government take the load off coastal communities and take the action that they promised?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. We did make that promise in the Oceans Protection Plan, an unprecedented investment in ensuring greater security of our maritime waters. Our Prime Minister announced it last November. We're extremely proud of it. It is an extremely ambitious plan which is going to make our maritime waters safer for future generations. And part of that includes a plan to address the question of abandoned and derelict vessels, something that has never been done before. We are taking that in charge and we'll do it.
Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we know that aquatic invasive species pose a significant threat to our waterways. My riding of Oakville North Burlington's close proximity to Lake Ontario enhances our quality of life and provides many economic opportunities. But the intrusion of invasive species in our Great Lakes are having a profound impact on our natural ecosystems and economic activities. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans share what actions the government is taking to combat aquatic invasive species?
Here, here. Tough question.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Oakville North Burlington for her important work in defence of the Great Lakes. Mr. Speaker, Canada is committed to protecting Canada's waters. Budget 2017 proposes $43.8 million over 5 years for a national aquatic invasive species initiative. These funds, Mr. Speaker, will be used to prevent, detect, and eradicate high-risk aquatic invasive species using obviously innovative science and advice. This significant commitment will allow us not only to protect Canadian waters like the Great Lakes from invasive species, it will allow us to continue, Mr. Speaker, the important fight against Asian carp and sea lamprey in the Great Lakes, something I know that concerns my colleague from Burlington very much.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Rades. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Red Cross has been mobilized to help Canadians who are the victims of flooding. It's important to be generous, as many of us have been, or were rather, with Lac Mégantic in 2013. Now, nearly 4 years after the tragedy in Lac Mégantic, residents there continue to suffer from PTSD because the train that continues to run through the city every day carries the memory of the tragedy with it. After signing a petition in favor of the bypass route and after having meeting with the mayor and raising people's hopes, can the Prime Minister commit today to finally create this bypass as soon as possible? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Prime Minister committed a few months ago to accelerate the process. That's why I had the opportunity to speak with Premier Couillard recently and also with Minister Coiteux. I am also in regular contact with the Mayor of Lac Mégantic, Mr. Cloutier. We are seeing if we will be able to accelerate the process. As you know, we recently announced a study that will start May 23rd and last for 2 months. We want to do everything we can to improve the process, and we are working very closely with different levels of government. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patriotes-Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Court of Appeal came to the same conclusion as the Bloc Québécois. Ottawa's plans for the Securities Commission of Quebec is unconstitutional. At this point, we're not just talking about intrusion, we're talking about full-on interference. Ottawa is launching an assault on Quebec's jurisdiction and threatening the National Assembly's sovereignty. This is serious. And they're ruining Montreal's economy. So if the 40 Liberal members from Quebec still exist, how can they justify letting their party attack Quebec's authority? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, and I thank my colleague for his question. Our government received the Quebec Court of Appeal's decision, and we are reviewing it attentively. The court had already said that the federal government has a role to play in the management of systemic risks on capital markets. We carry out this responsibility in a collaborative fashion and while respecting all provincial and territorial jurisdiction. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, speaking of the National Assembly, yesterday, members in Quebec unanimously passed the following motion: that the National Assembly oppose the federal government's decision to establish the Infrastructure Bank's headquarters in Toronto rather than in Montreal. Everyone in Quebec opposes this decision. Everyone except the 40 Liberal ghost members from Quebec. When will these 40 ghost members start working to help Quebec instead of harming it? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
We were very pleased to see the interest of number of municipalities to headquarter the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and we feel that regardless of the location, every municipality will benefit from the creation of the Infrastructure Bank because they can undertake projects, can mobilize private sector as well as public dollars to build the infrastructure their communities need. And we hear from that municipalities all the time. That is why we have put forward an ambitious plan to help them build the infrastructure they need, grow our economy, create jobs for the middle class and those working hard to be part.
Order. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's actually a point of privilege. Once again, I find myself joining others who are rising to raise an issue of my rights being infringed. And I rise, believe me, much more in sorrow than in anger, because the incident that happened within less than an hour of being at a PROC meeting where we were dealing with exactly this issue in terms of privilege being denied in terms of access to the Hill. I want to say at the outset, I would ask for just a couple of moments to describe what happened. In the interest of time and in fairness, because we're dealing with this at PROC, I will not be asking you to rule on a prima facie case, but I will be asking my colleagues at PROC to accept this as one more example of a challenge that we have to overcome. And if I can, very briefly, I left my office in Justice on my way over here. I did not lose a vote. I did not lose a chance to speak, but I did have a side meeting set up at the request of the Minister of Democratic Institutions, and I did miss that. So there was implications for this. I come out of the Justice, Speaker. I went to get on the green bus. The driver was there. The driver said, really, there's hardly, to the effect of, there's hardly any point to get on. We can't get up on the hill with the bus because of the demonstrators. And I said, well, look, let's just get on the bus and see how far we go, and then we'll take it from there. There was one other colleague on the bus. We got as far as the car wash, the vehicle security area, and we were stopped again, and another bus in front of us. And after a few minutes, the driver had no idea when this was going to get freed up. I then got off the bus. I went over and I talked to the immediate staff, the one that was doing the traffic control, and he said it could be, he didn't know, but it could be 5 to 10 minutes of a delay. The driver had mentioned that all the people were walking up where the bus goes, and it was only just as we were arriving that security was putting up the fencing so that people could walk along parallel to Wellington on the hill, but still leave room for the bus to go up. Once that was in place, once we went through a little bit of traffic management, we did finally get underway. But, Speaker, my point is this. Over and over and ad nauseum over, we have raised the issue of lack of planning. And once again, had that fence already been in place to accommodate the Canadians who are entitled to be on their Parliament Hill, then there wouldn't have been any stoppage. So it again speaks to making the planning of members of Parliament access to Parliament Hill a priority. We really are getting tired of saying this over and over. And so, Speaker, I will conclude now, but just to say to my colleagues on PROC, by virtue of me not making this a big issue here and taking a lot of time, I hope they will allow me to make this part of our review so that when we're looking at recommendations for change, it's both the case that you referred to us and this incident that has happened to me here again today. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to speak.
I thank the honourable member for Hamilton Centre very much for raising this issue. He's, of course, familiar with the ruling that I made on the question of privilege raised by the honourable member for Boast and the honourable member for Milton some time ago, which, of course, is before, as he calls it, PROC, or as also known, of course, for public purposes as the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. So I thank him very much for raising this, and I look forward to the report of the committee in due course. And now I believe the honourable member for Saskatoon West is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a moment, I will propose a unanimous consent motion, but would like to just give a minimum amount of context for the folks watching at home. Bill C-4 that this House has debated and sent to the Senate was a bill that reversed an ideological attack, I believe, on some of the fundamentals of unions from the previous government. And I want to call to your attention, Mr. Speaker, that the House has already passed the bill, and the Senate, and now the Senate has delayed and now tried to gut this important legislation, and I really feel it's time to finish the job.
Hear, hear.
That's why, Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent of the House for the following motion: that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that the House disagrees with the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is no consent. And I believe the official opposition House Leader, the honourable official opposition House Leader, has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask if the government would be able to tell us what their plans are for the rest of this week and next week. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Manitoba for the question. This afternoon, we will continue with the debate on the NDP opposition motion. Tomorrow morning, the House will begin consideration of Senate amendments to Bill C-37, the opioids legislation. Following question period, we'll proceed to Bill C-7, the RCMP Labour Bill. On Monday and Tuesday next week, we will return to debate on the bills just listed. On Wednesday, we will resume debate on Bill C-4 respecting unions. In the evening, the House will consider the estimates for the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development in Committee of the Whole. Next Thursday, May 18th, shall be an allocated day. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming consideration of an opposition motion standing in name of Monsieur Dubé regarding the Canada Infrastructure Bank.
Okay.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Apparently
there's a problem with the microphone. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this House, Mr. Speaker, to, I hope, be able to demonstrate to many of my colleagues in this House why this motion is so important for my riding, but also for the vast majority of the ridings that we in this House represent. This motion is important because the Liberals are creating an infrastructure privatization program that will not meet the needs of the communities that we represent. The priority of corporations within this privatization bank is not to provide infrastructure. It's to benefit therefrom. It's to amass profits. And in addition, the government gave control over the planning and implementation of this bank to private investors and multinationals. During the election campaign, the Liberals promised investment in infrastructure that would benefit all Canadians. And here we are in a situation where the government is placing the interests of large corporations first and foremost. Mr. Speaker, I represent 25 municipalities that believed in the promise of the Liberals when they talked about infrastructure investment. But the riding that I represent, in the riding that I represent, the largest city in my riding is the 18th largest city in Quebec. And the next largest city has some 10 times fewer inhabitants, and so on and so forth, with municipalities of between 3,000 and 5,000 people. Even for the largest municipality in my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, this privatization bank will not be interested. It won't be there for that municipality because projects of over $100 million that give a long-term return on investment of between 10 and 12%. Those kind of projects don't exist in my riding, and they don't exist in the vast majority of the ridings that we in this House represent. Now, we might understand that for electioneering reasons, the Liberals may choose to give priority to large urban centres where most of the population of Canada lives. But the development of our country has always been based on the occupation of land, of territory. In our different ridings, we are spread out across a very large country, and most of us are outside of large urban centres, so the majority of municipalities that we represent will not be entitled to any benefits, any infrastructure under this bank. And I can tell you that there are very pressing needs in these communities. Before being a member of Parliament, I was a municipal councillor for 6 years. The district that I represented had numerous needs in terms of infrastructure. The sewage system of the district that I represented, well, part of that sewage system was 100 years old. And part of it was still made out of brick. Now, when I was elected the following year, there were heavy rains, and of course, this is very timely, given the situation that so many communities are going through right now. Well, I represented a district that, further to heavy rains, saw sewers overflow and houses being ruined. And my municipal director said, "Don't worry about it, Bridget. You know, it's not very, this hardly ever happens, maybe once every 10 years. But you know what happened? The very next year there were heavy rains, and it was the same situation. It was the same situation the year after that. So we're in a situation today where we see weather events like this more and more regularly. And all specialists and scientists agree that we are going to go through such weather events more and more frequently. So our municipalities have major needs in terms of infrastructure because we need to upgrade that infrastructure, which date back a very long time. The district that I represented had a sewage system that was combined, which means that you had the the sanitary and fluvial sewage system within the same system. Now, that's no longer the case, but the purpose was to send the water to the river as quickly as possible, and that was both in cities and in rural areas. In Quebec, in the 1980s, there was a soil drainage, a very major soil drainage program, and the idea was to drain the water into the river as quickly as possible. And in communities such as mine, 10 or 12 hours after heavy rains, we can see the level of our rivers rise very quickly, which leads to all kinds of problems. And all municipalities are grappling with these kinds of issues in terms of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And the needs are very pressing, and the smallest municipalities simply cannot keep up. I said earlier, this infrastructure bank, they want $100 million projects that have a high return on investment. But it's as if they don't realize, this government doesn't realize that not all municipalities have thousands of employees. The largest municipality in my riding represents probably has about 250 employees, and the next largest has about 25 employees, but 22 out of the 25 municipalities that I represent have 2.5 employees. So they're asking these people to deal with these infrastructure issues, to respond to these programs which are absolutely not adapted to their realities. I can want to say that, forget it. This infrastructure bank will never apply to you. You'll never benefit from any of these projects. Now, when we had the wastewater treatment program, obviously in my riding, when I saw which project had been accepted, obviously it was in the largest city of my ridings. And the mayors in my riding said that when we were about to table the project, they said, forget it. It's first come, first served, and you won't get a turn. So often I say that most communities that I represent in terms of infrastructure are communities who are financially being squeezed. And, regardless of what happens, they're always stuck because they simply don't have the resources to upkeep the roads, they don't have the resources they need to upgrade their drinking water system, and they don't have the resources that they need for wastewater treatment.
I was saying earlier that I was a councillor municipally. I represented an urban ward, but I was a councillor, and I had to go door to door at one point to explain to people that when their street was redone, the sidewalks were going to be taken away, because at one time when you paved a road, you built a sidewalk too, but now it's unaffordable. That infrastructure can't be maintained any longer. So it's important for the government to understand that they can't go that way. It would be much better to stop working with those private investors who are simply looking for big yields. Ottawa has the means to reduce costs for Canadians by funding projects at a much lower rate. If the Liberals think there are true benefits to Canadians through privatization, they shouldn't be afraid to support today's motion and withdraw this legislation on the infrastructure bank, withdraw it from the Budget Implementation Act and debate it separately. We should have an opportunity to have a genuine debate about this. I've set out the needs of my riding. We need to take time to talk about the infrastructure issues that we're experiencing in all of our communities. This infrastructure bank should be taken out of the omnibus bill so that we can take the time to discuss it properly. We have to explain to the government what communities we represent are going through. We need to take the time to discuss these infrastructure issues. I have 25 mayors who are counting on me when it comes to infrastructure, so I have to stand up for them. And in order to do my job, I have to have the opportunity to discuss this. This infrastructure bank has to be stopped. They shouldn't be moving ahead with it so quickly. We need to be given the time to discuss it adequately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Schwab.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech because she's made some very significant points. As we know, all of our communities need infrastructure, and if this infrastructure bank had merit, we would be hearing about it. But even the government's own experts mentioned KPMG said this is going to be a disaster. We've had years of the Liberal government courting billionaires in order to get information on how to set this up so that billionaires basically are going to be having the profit, but Canadian taxpayers are going to be having all the risk. And quite rightly, in question period we heard today, in committee, Canadian taxpayers have only had 2 hours to discuss this. So I do commend her and her party for bringing this forward because we need to address this, we need to debate it. My question to her is, why does she think the Liberal government is putting the needs and wants of billionaires ahead of the needs and wants of Canadians and their communities?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Look, it's clear that this bill, this idea of creating an infrastructure bank, has been around in the Liberals' minds since the election. They had announced the positions. They already talked about who they were going to put on the board of directors. They already have their cronies lined up for that board of directors, and they're from the private sector. There's no one from the public sector that they want to put on that board. So they're way ahead. They've put the cart well in front of the horse. I think it's a total lack of respect for the House to go that far forward, that far ahead with such a project before we've even discussed the idea of having an infrastructure bank. It's so arrogant. It's so disrespectful to members here in the House. And it's clear to me that they have a lot of cronies who stand to make huge profits through this bank. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Châteauguay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, and we share the same interests on a lot of issues, especially for our constituents who live in smaller municipalities. So when I heard that my colleague had concerns about access to funding through this bank for smaller municipalities, my question for my colleague is, the infrastructure bank is one funding mechanism, one tool for financing projects among many others, among a whole range of sources of funding that will be available to various municipalities. So in an effort to leverage the financing that is available, would my colleague not agree that it's good to have multiple sources, multiple options for project financing? So municipalities that it's good, isn't it good that some have access to the infrastructure bank and others have access to the traditional options? The honourable member. We already have all the tools we need. Public money should not be reappropriated and funneled to this infrastructure bank where elected officials will have no say in how the money is invested, will have no say in how the priorities are set. When we're talking major projects here, but I don't even think the big cities will be well served by this model. I don't think this model meets the needs of any municipality. We need to equip ourselves with genuine programs that genuinely help the municipalities. And the power should be left with the communities themselves to decide on setting priorities. In Quebec, we currently have a model, and according to that model, the province, in concert with the municipalities, sets the priorities. We have to keep working that way. With the infrastructure bank, with that tool, priority setting will be left to those who only want to make profits. They're going to choose projects based on their profitability, even if the communities aren't particularly interested in those projects. It's unacceptable. Resuming debate, the honourable member for L'Amitié-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. I'd like to say how happy I am to speak about our government's accomplishments in the area of infrastructure. We know that strategic investment in infrastructure is crucial for the success of Canadian communities. My colleague, the Minister for Infrastructure, spoke passionately and eloquently about the difference that our government has made since taking office. And there are stories from all across the country of successes in public transit, helping people with their commutes. Childcares are safe places where children can learn and have fun, and modern water supply and water treatment facilities are also crucial. By investing in these key areas and other important ones, the Government of Canada is clearly showing its commitment to the health, well-being, and better quality of life for all Canadians. Allow me to explain. As Canadians know, in Budget 2016, the Government of Canada presented its plan to invest in infrastructure. This plan is based on three main sectors: public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. In order for the work to be able to begin quickly and meet urgent short-term needs, the first phase of the plan was based on repairing and restoring the current system. All across Canada, the provinces and territories applied for funding to the tune of $3.4 billion for public transit, to buy new buses, to expand garages, and other things of the sort. These weren't spectacular projects, but they were important and needed projects. Buses are needed. Commuters like to be able to have bus shelters while they wait for the bus under the rain or snow. It's important to have a reliable network, and public transit is now more reliable and makes it easier for students and workers to get to and from school or work. Repair and maintenance was necessary so that buses that broke down could get quickly back into service. When it comes to water treatment for drinking water or wastewater, we have a fund, a $2 billion fund for that. We've supported over 900 projects with that fund, which means that Canadians have better access to drinking water, high-quality drinking water, and because pollution, and this has also made it possible to reduce pollution in our lakes and rivers. We've also renovated a number of public housing units, and that improves their energy efficiency, and we have been able to do work on hundreds of social housing units with that funding. Money has also been made quickly available to the municipalities. We've approved over $800 million in funds all across the country. In Quebec, that funding has made it possible to support various projects like a theater, like a laboratory, and even in my riding, I've been able to announce a number of projects for sewer works and water mains. In November, we did our fiscal update, and that set out the next steps in our infrastructure plan. And in Budget 2017, we made those commitments firm. We're planning to invest over $180 billion in infrastructure. That's historic, unprecedented levels of funding. We'll also be investing in social and green infrastructure, public transit infrastructure, and we've also added funding to infrastructure that supports transportation, commerce, and rural communities. I have the good fortune today to be hosting visitors from Matane, and we've had an opportunity to discuss the importance of infrastructure in our communities, and I'm very glad that we have financial levers that will make it possible for us to make significant investments in infrastructure in the future. So as I was saying, we've also announced details of 2 new initiatives, Smart City initiatives, and the Infrastructure Bank of Canada. As my colleague said, the Infrastructure Bank will invest $35 billion through loans, loan guarantees, capital investments, and by attracting private capital to public investments, public projects. So that will enable us to leverage federal funding. We've heard concerns that the bank will only invest in major projects in the biggest cities, and we want to address those concerns. I'd like to repeat that the Government of Canada is determined to provide funding for rural and northern communities under its plan to invest in Canada. Those communities will also receive funding through other financing programs that are part of our plan. Smaller communities have the same needs as larger ones, and the bank will have to support those areas of investment. Smaller communities need facilities to produce clean energy, and they need to embark on strategic projects, just like bigger cities do. Smaller communities also use inter-provincial hydro transmission facilities, and those are areas where the bank could play a role. The bank will receive applications, and it is possible that major projects could be carried out even in smaller communities or rural areas. Some of these sectors could take advantage of bigger projects being carried out in the regions in connection with other municipalities or areas in the same region. So we're looking at how we invest in infrastructure, and we're challenging our cities and towns to be innovative and creative and to meet the needs of their residents. We are promoting innovation and positive change for our cities, and those positive changes will be beneficial to Canadians living in all those communities. We think smaller towns improve the quality of life for their residents, and we are convinced that our municipalities will seize this opportunity and will use creativity and innovation to meet the needs of their residents. Smart Cities is another tool that will help us support transformative change in the long run all across Canada. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we understand that these changes must lead to growth that will be beneficial to all Canadians at all stages of life, whether they're young, new Canadians, working, veterans, Indigenous, what have you. We have invested in projects that are geared to creating more viable, healthy cities, and we are looking to make sure that we get competent, talented people making the decisions about how to invest more intelligently, strategically, and innovatively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was interested listening to the member. He was talking about smaller communities financing infrastructure projects, but does he realize that the Infrastructure Bank, the thresholds are $100 million? So a project with only, in a community with only 600 residents or under 1,000, like in Elgin or in my riding, there are lots of communities that would never be able to pull off a $100 million project. So those communities will never qualify for financing under this infrastructure bank, this private infrastructure bank, or even public funding. They simply can't pull off projects of that size. So it won't be fair. There won't be equal access all across the country. So once again, it's a double standard. money is being put in the hands of very wealthy private investors who will only invest in money-making projects. That's part of their criteria. I can't imagine that the member, I can't believe him when he says this is going to actually be beneficial to smaller communities. I'd like him to explain that. The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, it's always surprising to hear the NDP members criticizing our investments in infrastructure, historic, unprecedented investments of $180 billion over 12 years. Here on this side of the House, well, if they were on this side of the House, it would be austerity, and the smaller communities would experience the full hardship of budget cuts. We, as the Government of Canada, are there to invest in our smaller communities, and we've set aside $2 billion to invest in them. In my riding of Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia, we've invested $40 million in infrastructure since the beginning of our term of office. So that's concrete funding that we're investing. We are investing in smaller communities. And with the Infrastructure Bank, there will be even more investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and in the entire first part, well, I was flabbergasted. You know, it's amazing what we can do with public funding, so why go to get private funding? But a more specific question that I'd like to ask my colleague is very simple. The $35 billion that the federal government plans to invest in this infrastructure bank to serve as a lever for financing, where's it going to come from? The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Obviously, I know that he listened closely to the speech that I made, and there's an important part of my speech that he might have missed, which is that the Infrastructure Bank will allow us to get private investments, which are going to add to the investments that we are making, the public investments, to generate even more investment, generate even more creation, and even more projects, and that's the key to the Infrastructure Bank. It's to use the Infrastructure Bank as an economic driver to attract investment and develop even more projects across Canada. We are convinced that this is the best way to move forward and to develop Canada's economy. Mr. Speaker, I am very, very proud of these investments that we are making and of the Infrastructure Bank of Canada. We have time just for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand my colleague's exasperation. My colleague is trying to explain economic questions to the NDP, but during the election campaign, we committed to investing in infrastructure and to ensure that we could relaunch growth in Canada, including in the rural areas of Canada and Quebec. What the NDP did was they promised that at all costs, there would be a balanced budget, which would have led to cuts and austerity, which would have meant that we wouldn't be spending on infrastructure or in Quebec's rural areas or Canada's rural areas. So I hope that my honourable colleague can explain the kind of projects that his communities, my community, will see come to fruition because of our investments and thanks to the Infrastructure Bank of Canada, as well as our other investments. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. And it's an excellent question, and I have dozens of examples to give. Right now, as I said earlier, in my riding of Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia, over $40 million in investments. That's money that is coming into my region to invest in infrastructure, in drinking water, sewage treatment, an arena, for example, which is going to be renovated in Montjoly, where I come from. We've got investments in Quebec, investments, like I said, across my riding, $40 million in additional money. And if the NDP members, who I have a lot of respect for, obviously, if they were on this side of the House, well, I wouldn't be able to do any of that because we'd be in a period of budget cuts. So how could we relaunch the economy of my region? It would be impossible. So we're proud of what the Government of Canada is doing. I'm proud to represent my riding in a strategy to relaunch the economy in Avignon-Lamitis, Matin, Matapédia. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate having this opportunity to speak to some of the statements found in today's motion.
Know the facts, and they're not going to find them in this motion. In particular, I will take issue with the honourable member's claim that private corporations will be the largest beneficiaries of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, because reality is that Canadians will benefit the most. Mr. Speaker, the investments we make in infrastructure today will pay dividends for years to come. They will build stronger, more inclusive communities. They will deliver clean, sustained economic growth, and they will create jobs for middle-class Canadians and for those working hard to join it. That is why our government, as part of our bold plan to put Canadians first and grow the economy, is investing more than $180 billion in infrastructure over 12 years, an historic amount. Monsieur le Président, ce montant...
Mr. Speaker, this amount includes $28 billion for transit systems. That's something that's very good for the people of Châteauguay-Lacolle, because we are facing the fact that, well, you know what, we live on the south shore of Montreal, and we have to cross bridges to go work in Montreal, and we are among the highest users of public transit, and we need more so that we can get to work quicker and reduce the effect on the environment. There's also $10 billion for trade corridors, and in Châteauguay-Lacolle, we have one of the biggest border crossings with the United States, and it's very important that that crossing be open, be available to everyone, so that our businesses which engage in trade can engage with their customers and clients in the United States. And there's $9 billion for bilateral agreements with the provinces and territories for green infrastructure. And again, that's something very important for our communities if we want to have healthy communities, so that we can not only have a good environment for our families, but also for our businesses.
The creation of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, in the creation of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, we are introducing innovation into these very communities that are built, so that Canadians get a greater return on their investment. And I repeat that, it's Canadians that are getting the return on their investment. In short, the Canada Infrastructure Bank is an arm's-length organization that will work with provincial, territorial, municipal, Indigenous, and private sector investment partners to transform the way infrastructure is planned, funded, and delivered in Canada. And it's important to put the emphasis on the fact that it's all these partners that are part of the economic ecosystem that is important to developing and to building good infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Infrastructure Bank will be responsible for investing at least $35 billion in revenue-generating infrastructure projects that are in the public interest, and attracting private sector capital to those projects so that more infrastructure can be built across Canada. Not just what we have now that's available with public funding, but more infrastructure that will benefit Canadians. As a result, more projects will be built, more jobs will be created, and more sustainable economic activity and growth will be unlocked. That is the leverage effect that we are looking for. Our government has already introduced legislation in the House establishing the Canada Infrastructure Bank with the goal of having the bank operational in late 2017. Yes, this year. We need this bank now. We need it yesterday, in fact. Once up and running, the Canada Infrastructure Bank will attract new investment to infrastructure by using innovative approaches to how infrastructure deals are structured and paid for. It's all about the financing. We want to increase the number and the volume of financing instruments that are available for the huge amount of infrastructure, deferred maintenance and infrastructure that we don't have, that we are missing today in Canada. It will bring expertise and its own funding to the table, a partner with other governments and institutional investors. It will build a pipeline of investment-grade projects that Canadians need. And it will work with its partners to provide better data on the state of infrastructure in Canada. And that is very key because as someone who has worked in many areas of financing and in public institutions, it's important to be proactive when we're dealing with issues of infrastructure and decaying facilities that we need to have a healthy and innovative economy. Most of the government's $180 billion infrastructure plan will continue to be delivered through traditional infrastructure funding models. So we are recognizing that those traditional models, yes, they work. We just need to have that additional bang for our buck. But the bank will offer a new, innovative, and effective tool, other financial instruments that provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous partners could choose to use and to build more public infrastructure projects. The advantages of this option are clear. By bringing in additional funding via partnerships with the private sector, governments can reduce, that's the key word there, their upfront capital contribution, as well as those funds that would normally be dedicated to long-term operating costs. These long-term costs are a major component for projects including public transit, where municipalities now bear the majority of the operating costs. This sharing of capital and operating costs with the private sector can be a particular benefit to provinces and municipalities that may face borrowing constraints. The Canada Infrastructure Bank will also leverage and increase investment in infrastructure. In order to attract private and institutional capital, the bank will be focused on the kinds of revenue-generating projects, not all projects, revenue-generating projects that can demonstrate sufficient demand to cover a significant portion of capital and life cycle operating costs through prices paid by users. This approach provides a number of benefits, particularly the efficient allocation of capital. Capital does not know ideology. Capital, when we look at our resources, we must use them in the most efficient way possible. The use of pricing will help optimize the scale of infrastructure projects, keeping total cost in line with the need of a given project. Infrastructure pricing, applied broadly, also has the potential to ease traffic congestion, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and reduce the consumption of vital resources by supporting the efficient use of infrastructure assets. I would add that the bank would only make investments in infrastructure projects that generate revenue and are in the public interest. A key consideration for the bank will be whether the project attracts private sector capital that would not have otherwise been invested in public infrastructure. The bank's investments will be made strategically with a focus on large transformative projects. So these are not for small municipal projects. These are for large transformative projects such as regional transit plans, transportation networks, and electricity grid interconnections. With all of these positive attributes, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Infrastructure Bank will allow us to more effectively invest in infrastructure, and that is what it's all about. Looking at our resources, how can we best invest? By doing so, it will strengthen and grow the middle class and make Canada an even better place to call home. And I can't think of a better reason for our honourable colleagues to not only reject today's motion, but to lend their support to the timely passage of our government's budget Implementation Act, which will help make the bank a reality for the benefit of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech today. One of my previous lives, I was mayor of a community of about 20,000 people, and I sat on the BC Mayor's Leadership Council, representing communities from 20,000 to about 70,000 population. In terms of taxation across Canada, 8% of taxes get paid to municipalities, 42% to provincial governments and 50% to federal governments. So by far the majority of the money goes to federal governments. And yet municipalities on any of these projects are required to come up with a third of the cost of their particular project. So a third municipal, a third provincial, and a third federal. So when I look at this $35 billion being taken away from the majority of the municipalities in Canada to go into this fund, and I think of some of the other ways that that money might have been used to benefit the majority of municipalities. For example, decreasing the amount of money that municipalities have to come up with for infrastructure projects and increasing the federal portion. This $35 billion of our money is really not being used as effectively as it possibly can be. So my question for my colleague is, what does taking $35 billion away from the majority of municipalities really do to benefit the majority of Canada?
Good question. The honourable member for Chateauguay-Lacal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. The $35 billion out of the 180 is sorry, I mix up my millions and my billions sometimes. Yes, the 35 number is coming from 15 billion from infrastructure that's already dedicated to green, public transit, and social infrastructure, and the other 20 billion is coming from investments that the government will be making in purchasing assets. This is not taking away from municipalities. This is actually providing, with a small amount, a small proportion of the overall investment, an ability to leverage that amount and make more money available to municipalities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member mentioned that this bank would be revenue generating in the public interest and an alternate method of growing infrastructure in large projects. So I'm wondering, since this is this alternative method for those larger projects, which are situated mostly in our cities, why isn't the government's own infrastructure spending then being reallocated more towards our rural communities, where our agriculture and agri-food people are trying to continue to work with the big green things? They're called combines, but they're so huge now, they're not fitting on our roads or our access ways, and our country depends on the export of our agriculture and agri-food products.
The honourable member for Chateauguay-Lacal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. Indeed, we have specifically carved out $2 billion of infrastructure money for small communities, and that is not at all in any way preventing those communities from also applying and receiving other infrastructure money. So we do not see this as, in fact, it's really opening up the envelope of accessibility. And I know in Chateauguay-Lacal, my municipalities are very excited about contemplating projects that they could only dream of in the past, and now they're actively planning and working toward making these projects a reality.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her candor. I think the more candid the Liberals get about what the infrastructure bank really means, the more clear it is that it's a bad idea. She talks about leveraging, and that was one of the major themes of her speech, but I wonder if she knows that leveraging investment isn't like leveraging donations. So sometimes the government will offer, if people donate, say to the Red Cross or something, they'll offer to match dollar for dollar or $1 for $2 or something like that, and that's not a zero-sum game. They're actually creating more investment in the cause, but the infrastructure bank doesn't work that way. Canadians at the end of the day are going to pay back the investments that got made. So I worry that the honourable member thinks that the model is like when the government matches donations to charity and doesn't realize that BlackRock isn't acting like a charity, and it doesn't deserve to be treated like a charity by the government, which is what this infrastructure which is what the infrastructure bank does, rather, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder if she could, explain to us how it is that BlackRock is going to be giving money to infrastructure projects and not expect to get all of its initial investment back, plus the return that it wants to get of 7, 9, 10, 12%, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Shadow Gaelic Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. But I fail to understand where the giving and the charity comes in. We're talking about private investment, public investment, and the only difference being where it comes from. But we're talking about on both sides that it could be a variety of financial instruments, be it loans, loan guarantee, or equity investment. And this is where Canadians would indeed have ownership in these assets and indeed see their contribution, their investments returned, specifically in the long-term effect of having those infrastructures building better economy and creating those jobs that all Canadians will benefit from.
Reprise de débat. La députée.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that given the importance of this subject and the very little amount of time that we have to talk about it, I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. And just in case I don't have time to get to the end of my argument, well, if I could sum up what I want to say in one sentence, well, I think, for those who aren't familiar with the French expression that I just said, it means that it can be very hard to evaluate something in very few words. Now, public infrastructure. What is public infrastructure? Well, infrastructure, it's clear. That's bridges, aqueducts, roads, arenas, cultural centers, etc. Everyone knows what infrastructure is. Public. Now, that also seems fairly simple. Not only does that mean that it's public, but what it also means is that it's a collective good, a collective asset. It's something that we've all paid for collectively with our taxes. It's there for the benefit of all, and it's something that doesn't necessarily need to make profits once it's been paid for.
Now that we have established that fact, allow me to react very vehemently to all of this operation of misinformation that the Liberals are undertaking around the infrastructure bank. Now, let me just go back in time a bit. I'm not a tax expert, and the people I represent aren't either. Most of them aren't. And they do understand, though, that they understand the basic principles of budgets. In 2015, in the midst of the election campaign, the Liberals explained to everyone a very simple principle. Now, when you have borrowed money, then you have to do it when the interest rates are low rather than when they're high. Now, everyone understands that. It's simple. And I admit that at the time, it made sense. The Liberals also told us that given the extremely low interest rates that are prevailing right now, we are going to allow ourselves to run up a very slight deficit. It's time to take advantage of the situation. And I think that the citizens bought that because they voted them into government. Now, let's take advantage of that to invest in the infrastructure while interest rates are low, and that it will cost less for all citizens. So the principle is simple to understand. Now, and they've showed up with an infrastructure bank that does exactly the opposite. That is, instead of taking advantage of these low interest rates, well, we're going to turn around and give the profits to the private sector which has only one single objective, which is the same as any private sector enterprise, which is to generate as much profit as possible for its shareholders. So please explain to me how, instead of investing at a 2% rate, which is the rate the government needs if it borrows right now, why would Canadians agree to pay into profits to the tune of 7 to 10% for shareholders who are investing in our stead? And as if that wasn't enough, the government is also telling us, well, listen, to get this bank up and running and to attract foreign investment or other private investment, we have to do our part. So there's $35 billion to encourage the private sector to join forces with us. So where is this $35 billion coming from? You know, like where's it coming from? And I haven't had a response to my question yet. So, this is probably a good idea. The government is saying, let's take $35 billion out of we had already promised for infrastructure investment because we don't have any money right now, and we're going to put it there, and that means we're depriving all Canadian communities of that $35 billion. Now, my next hypothesis, which is even more interesting, well, we're going to sell assets. We're going to sell to the private sector infrastructure assets that collectively Canadians have already paid for. And, you know, they've paid them off. For example, we're going to sell off our airports. We're going to sell off our airports, and therefore we're going to make millions of dollars and put that in the fund, which means that I, as a taxpayer, I've already paid for these airports, and my money is going to the bank, and in return, the private sector, which is going to make profits, what is it going to do? Well, when I go to the airport, instead of having free internet, I'll probably have to pay fees for it now, and every time I want to take a small portion of a new highway to get to that airport, I'll either have to pay a toll or a user fee, but there will certainly be some kind of charge, because for the private sector, if they're going to invest in infrastructure, it has to be profitable. They don't want any. They want to hear about breaking even. They want a profit of 7 to 10%. So that's try and find a return on investment of 7 to 10% on the market right now, Mr. Speaker. Well, you don't see that often. And what about the infrastructure itself? Because we can't really talk about a project or a plan. We're debating a bill that is hidden within an omnibus budget bill, and the Liberals are really not sure about how relevant it is, and therefore they're refusing to conduct a study in good order before the Transport Committee. No. They hid it. They buried it in this omnibus budget bill to try and ram it through. And so that already sets off alarm bells if they don't actually want to debate it. I was telling you, Mr. Speaker, right now there are people who are applying to sit on the board of that bank. And oddly enough, in all of those positions that are being offered, there is not one single one that is going to represent the interests of the public, of Canadians. All the positions on that board are going to be filled by private investors for private infrastructure, obviously. And I'm even starting to think that we're sitting across from a private government instead of a public government. You know, when they talk about privatizing airports, for example, when they think about that, they ask for whose opinion? Crédit Suisse, which is investing in the purchase of airports. So that's pretty curious. And then the report says, well, yeah, maybe we should privatize airports. Well, of course, that's what it says. Those in the bank are resorting to BlackRock, another very objective source, which is giving us a neutral opinion on whether this bank is good for the public good. It is laughable, Mr. Speaker. There's no other word. And one of the tools that allows us to get a good idea of parliamentary finances is the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And by creating this infrastructure bank, this private infrastructure bank, which is completely outside of the government sphere, they're making sure that the parliamentary budget officer cannot ask any questions, cannot conduct any investigations or any studies on the infrastructure bank, because it will no longer be a part of the PBO's mandate. It's absolutely mystifying. especially since they're going to establish a two-tiered system. I should even say a three-tiered system, because to be qualified, a project has to be that will qualify for this bank has to be over $100 million, which is really out of reach of most municipalities in this country. But in addition, the private sector will be able to itself create the demand. These private investors will be able to generate projects that they find are interesting and attractive. And, which are the projects that are going to be chosen by the bank? Well, are they the ones that the public needs the most, or the ones that have the highest profits for the investors? Well, what do you think? I'm going to stop there because I see that time is running out, and I can see you're about to give me the signal. And I still have many arguments, and I certainly hope that my colleagues who speak after me will be able to underpin demonstrate the numerous disadvantages of this private infrastructure bank. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Unfortunately, when the NDP speaks, a number of questions are raised. The information is there, but I'd like to reassure Quebecers, I'm a Quebecer myself. There is a developmental project, and I'm going to talk a bit more about it, as to how this type of infrastructure bank is going to work. In Montreal, there's a proposal on the table, the Caisse de dépôt, which is Quebecers' savings vehicle. This is Quebec workers' money. And it is going to operate the electrical grid, and it will charge user fees. In public transit across the world, this is going to generate money. That money will be used to pay down the debt incurred to build the project, and the profits will go into the Quebecers' saving vehicle. So, with the support of the Quebec and federal governments, I certainly hope, because I support Montreal, that project is going to be developmental for Quebec. It's going to increase the pension fund and will make profits that will go into Quebecers' savings vehicle and make sure that they can save for a rainy day. So, does the member understand a little bit better now? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the response is simple: no. And I find his response pretty lame, because if we use the same project, the light rail project in Montreal, well, obviously it is very commendable to think about transit electrification and to expand the network. But I might point out that since this project was put on the table, there are more and more questions around it, and the answers are less and less clear. And therefore, we need to study this project. And once again, the very same network funded by the Caisse de dépôt is going to call for a return on investment that is higher than what the government could borrow. And the government is announcing billions of dollars. And if this was invested in the light rail project, that'd be great. Why don't they invest in VIA? And in Via Rail, we haven't had an answer on this for 2 years, and that is perfectly within, as part of a good infrastructure project. So I think my colleagues should go back to the drawing board. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and some very good points. There are several issues that came up in the KPMG report on the infrastructure bank that the government originally tried to hide and have come to light. Some of the items: governance worries, jurisdictional issues, duplicate work of provinces, new layers of bureaucracy, and the bank is going to slow down infrastructure projects. But one of the biggest concerns is, what they noted is possible private equity investment controlling public water and public water utilities. I'm wondering if the member could explain or give some feedback how his constituents might feel if it's foreign hedge fund owners are managing their local water supply.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I don't know if there are many of my fellow citizens who are listening to this debate, but I have the impression that if they had listened, if they'd heard the question of my honourable colleague, then probably they heard KPMG. That's what they remarked upon. And with the scandal that we saw within KPMG, that is a business that does not pay its fair share of taxes. And it would allow us collectively to fund our infrastructure. And so I think that this is very clear. Might I remind Canadians, public infrastructure is a common asset that we fund collectively. Obviously, Canadian citizens, but also corporate citizens by paying our fair share of taxes because everyone benefits therefrom. And there are many businesses that benefit from our infrastructure. In fact, one of the first things that they establish when they look at setting up an office in a region is, well, what is the infrastructure? Which kind of infrastructure do they need, and where is it located?
Debate. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd say I'm pleased to rise to speak to the motion, but I'm not, in fact, because this is a motion that never ought to have graced the floor of the House because it's about separating out an important legislative initiative of the government from an omnibus bill. And the Liberals were very clear in the last campaign that they weren't going to do omnibus bills anymore, and particularly not budget omnibus bills. So it's a shame to have to rise and speak to this motion because it's a shame that this motion was required, because it's a shame that the Liberals didn't keep their promise on not using omnibus bills to advance significant legislative changes. And we've heard from Liberal members all day and previously on the budget debate that in their own view, the infrastructure bank is a new and significant different way of delivering infrastructure projects. Now, whether you think that's positive or whether you think that's negative, the point is that it's new, it's different, and it's significant. There seems to be consensus on that. And if that's the case, then establishing it never should have been something that's done as an add-on to the budget bill. It should have been something that they did with its own legislation and in its own right, Mr. Speaker. So that's why it's a shame we have to discuss this today. And now I want to speak a little bit to the other parts of the motion, which have to do with the virtues of the infrastructure bank or lack thereof in its own right, Mr. Speaker. And I want to focus particularly on the aspect of cost. There's been a lot of work done to assess the payback or the value to the public of public-private partnerships and the kind of schemes that are being promoted under the infrastructure bank, because this is really just P3s on steroids. If you're a supporter of P3s, this is kind of the logical conclusion, if you will, of the public-private partnership model. Mr. Speaker, academics like John Loxley have written about the added cost to taxpayers through P3 models, and I would say also extra costs that we're going to be paying because of this infrastructure bank scheme. We've had the Auditor General of Ontario determine that P3s cost taxpayers there an additional $8 billion. The Auditor General of British Columbia estimated that the government lost $81 million in additional interest on P3s where they paid 7.5% instead of what their own lending rate was. And so just to put this in context, Mr. Speaker, I think it might help just to kind of get a sense of the magnitude of the ripoff that we're about to embark on with this Liberal government. If you were at home and you were looking at renovating your kitchen, Mr. Speaker, and say that was a job that would cost about $30,000, and you were going to borrow $22,500 in order to do that project. You had $7,500 to put down, you're going to borrow the other 75%, and you're going to pay 2% interest on that project over 20 years. Well, your cost over the life of that mortgage would be $27,296. The specific numbers aren't that important. It's really the orders of magnitude. So you're going to pay a little bit over $27,000 all told to get that $22,500. Now, say a contractor comes knocking on your door and says, "Hey, I got a deal for you. I know you've only got $7,500. I'm going to give you the other $22,500 that you need. And here's the conditions. I'm going to own your kitchen. And we're going to put a turnstile in so that every time you go in your kitchen, you're going to pay a toll. And I want a 10% return, cumulative, over years. Well, if you pop that into the mortgage calculator, that means that over the life of the project, instead of paying $27,000, more or less, you're going to pay $51,000 to that contractor. And how are you going to pay it? Well, maybe you're not going to pay it through what you call a mortgage payment. No, you're going to pay it through the tolls that you pay every time you go through the turnstile in your kitchen. Say you were to do that 3 times a day. The cost of going in your kitchen to get a snack would be $2.35 every time you did it, 3 times a day. $7.05 a day to go into your kitchen and prepare your own food, Mr. Speaker. And what that means, now, so if you take that as your fixed cost for going into your own kitchen that you should own and eating your own food, Mr. Speaker, what that means is that you could have paid back the amount that you would have owed had you borrowed at 2% in 10.6 years. But instead, you're paying that same toll every day for 20 years, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that helps put in perspective for people at home the fact that this is the biggest corporate heist that the Liberals are engineering of the century, Mr. Speaker. And this is about using taxpayer money to line the pockets of private investors. And not even Canadian private investors, Mr. Speaker, but private investors from Saudi Arabia and China and all over the world, Mr. Speaker. So that's the magnitude of what we're talking about in terms of the ripoff. And I think people at home, when they hear that, they go, well, you know, the MP from Elma Transcona must be wrong, because that's outrageous. Who would ever go for that deal? That's a stupid deal. Who would do that? Nobody. His math must be wrong. But that's not so, Mr. Speaker. I wish it were so. I wish I was wrong about that. We've heard from other authorities that this model risks doubling or tripling the cost of the project. That lines up exactly with these numbers, Mr. Speaker. And it is a bad deal. And one wonders why it is that the Liberals are willing to contemplate it. I don't know. Well, I have some guesses, Mr. Speaker. But even the most charitable guesses aren't that favorable. So if we leave aside, I think, some reasonable guesses that the evidence suggests in terms of cash for access fundraisers and a cozy relationship between the Liberal leadership and Canada's corporate tycoons, and we just look at what the benefit would be if those guys weren't your friends, well, the benefit would be that you would be able to start some more infrastructure projects now, and we've heard Liberal members talk about that today, actually, and keep the real cost of those projects off the books so that you could look like you were balancing the budget when you weren't balancing the budget. And that's all well and good if it's a game of fun with numbers and an exercise in terms of how to make your political party look good, but Canadians want investment in infrastructure. That's one of the reasons they voted for the Liberals. I don't think they're getting what they asked for, but it's one of the reasons, I think it's fair to say, that people felt compelled to vote for the Liberal Party, so that the enthusiasm is there and the support is there for investment in infrastructure. But Canadians didn't say invest in infrastructure and don't be honest about us with the cost. They didn't say invest in it and pretend like we're not paying as much as we really are for those investments. In fact, they said we are willing to pay, and we were even willing to run a little bit of a deficit in order to do that. But Mr. Speaker, that's not what they're getting here. They didn't ask to be fooled about the real cost of those investments, and they didn't ask to pay a premium in order to be fooled. And that's what's going on here. The Liberals are going to artificially inflate the cost of these projects to the tune of 2 or 3 times, in some cases, potentially. Maybe it's not that much. We would know better if we knew what the rules for the scheme is, except we don't, and we're not going to get time to study it, because instead of putting it in its own bill and giving it its proper due and studying, not just debate in the House, but study in committee, and time for civil society and economists and academics and everyone else to study this bill as it goes through the House, they're going to ram it through in an omnibus budget bill. Maybe if we had the time, well, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, but the numbers so far seem to suggest, and some of the expert opinion so far suggests, that we are talking about a doubling of some of these costs. And what's the reason? So that Liberals can hide the real cost of these projects from Canadians because they want to make their books look better. Well, you know, better books are a good thing. That's nice. It's always better when you can have your revenue come closer to what your costs are. But better books because you're dealing on another ledger and just not recording some of the substantial costs and actually causing Canadians to pay more money over the long term is not better. That's political smoke and mirrors is what that is, Mr. Speaker. And to ask Canadians to pay billions of dollars more to line the pockets of corporate CEOs just for the sake of the Liberals having better speaking notes, Mr. Speaker, I think is an offence. And it's an offence to the intelligence of Canadians, and it's an offence to their wallet, which I don't know, if the Liberals have been out there talking to people, but they ought to know Canadians' wallets are not particularly padded these days. They're difficult times. And so to inflate the cost of these projects, maybe for the sake of their buddies, maybe for the sake of better speaking points, I think is completely wrong-headed. And I haven't even had time to get into the problems of what they did when they were setting it up, and I think Canadians have real cause to worry. People from Winnipeg have seen what happens when people in the public sector hire out people in the private sector on the P3 model and don't take the time to do the proper due diligence and provide the right kind of scrutiny for those deals. It's clear that you end up with a bunch of wasteful spending, and you end up with project costs that escalate far beyond what they were supposed to be in the first place. And if there's any lesson that we've learned in Winnipeg, I'd like to share that with the country, it's that if you are going to partner with private people to do infrastructure, and I'm really not convinced that's a good idea, the evidence says it's not, then you definitely need to spend the time to have the appropriate scrutiny and oversight to make sure that taxpayers aren't getting ripped off. It's the exact opposite of what the Liberals are doing by ramming this bill through in an omnibus budget bill. It's why we need to carve it off so we can take the proper amount of time to study it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, on a number of points I would have to disagree with my colleague from Elmwood. One of the biggest issues, and we hear this, and it sounds as if they've actually convinced the Conservatives on this issue. It's a bit of a surprise. They're trying to say that the only investors are these big, huge corporations. And it's the corporations that are going to take all these dividends away from Canadians. Some of the greatest, most significant investors today and going into the future are places like CPP. It's things like the teacher federations. They're looking for ways to invest. In fact, we have millions of dollars every year leaving Canada because they're looking for investment banks so that they can, in fact, invest in infrastructure programs. We're seeing that. Canadian dollars, union dollars, other dollars leaving Canada to invest in infrastructure outside of Canada. Now we have we're setting a framework that would enable some of those pension funds to invest here in Canada. Why does the member so adamantly oppose having this sort of an option? And that's all it is an option for some of these organizations to invest those Canadian dollars back here in Canada, in our infrastructure.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, according to the press, Mr. Speaker, it's not unions and pension funds that are reviewing the speaking notes of Liberal ministers, it's the BlackRock Group.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton-Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the MP from Elmwood-Transcona and his explanation with the kitchen. I could really relate to that. And I appreciate that you did say that a little bit there about the P3s, that if proper scrutiny was done and things, it could be done well. So I want to come back to you and just or to him through you, Mr. Speaker, and ask the question, I'm wondering with my kitchen that I'm paying to use, when it needs repair, how is that taken care of?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I think part of the problem with this scheme is that we don't even know yet, and that's one of the questions. So I would say with respect to a lot of P3s, and this is part of the problem with P3s, is that often at the end of the useful life of the asset, at the end of those 20 years when your stove isn't working quite right and maybe it's time to replace the fridge and the floor is scuffed up and you're thinking it's time to invest again, that's when the ownership of the asset reverts back to the government or back to the homeowner at that point. Then the contractor's back at your door saying, hey, I'll cut you a deal again. That was a great deal. And the really offensive part of this scheme, I'm glad you mentioned it because I wanted to get this in, is that the contractor is suggesting to the homeowner in this case that they don't have the $7,500. How are they going to get it? I'll tell you what, sell me your washroom, sell me your airport. That's how you can capitalize the $7,500 you need for me to come in and rip you off on your kitchen.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
You know, it always strikes me, Mr. Speaker, when I hear the New Democrats taking umbrage with the fact that hardworking Canadians, with their pension money, money that they need to grow, money that they need to earn returns on, in order to ensure a healthy pension for themselves and their families, they can take that money today, and they do, CPPIB, Caisse de dépôt, OMERS, teachers, you name it, they go all around the world, Mr. Speaker. They invest in Australian highways. They invest in British airports. They invest in energy infrastructure all over the world, and they garner those returns that secures the pensions and the future of Canadian workers. We want to say those pension funds should be able to take that money, invest it here at home, and garner those returns and get those returns for Canadian families and Canadian pensioners. Why will this member not recognize that?
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I just think this is an obvious conflation of issues. The fact of the matter is that they're not, you know, the Prime Minister isn't meeting with pension funds in Toronto hotel rooms behind closed doors. And they're not the ones that are writing the rules for this infrastructure bank. And if they want to have an open and transparent vehicle by which pension funds can actually do some of that investment, and it makes sense, and the revenue isn't just about charging Canadians user fees and tolls, then that's something to discuss. It's something I would hope that they would bring in a separate bill to the House and still give it the time that it would need for study. So the process is broken. They're trying to use pension funds as a screen for getting away and helping their buddies, Mr. Speaker. And even if it were the case that it was all just pension funds, you'd still need appropriate scrutiny. You'd still need good parliamentary process. So get with the program, you guys.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge on government appointments. The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot on health. And the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable on air transportation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for...
Thank you, Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Louis-Aubert. Whenever the government creates an expensive new program, the burden of proof for its necessity falls on that government. In other words, it is not the responsibility of the opposition to prove the program is unnecessary. It's the duty of the government to prove that it is necessary. What arguments have they made today to exhibit the necessity of this $35 billion bank? Most recently, the parliamentary secretary across the way has said that this bank is necessary to help pension funds earn a return. He points to the Canada Pension Plan, teachers' pension plans, other pension plans that invest in infrastructure in order to produce returns for future retirees. And he's right, they do. And they have, all around the world and right here at home. In fact, the Quebec Caisse de dépôt is a large shareholder currently in the Canada Line, which was the largest infrastructure project in British Columbian history. A large, rapid transit train project funded 1/3 by private investors who formed a consortium that included Quebec pensioners. Or Pension Fund Realty, which built a public transit station in Coquitlam with the money of its future pensioners because they wanted to bring more traffic to their shopping center. So they said, we'll build the station in our own shopping center then the people getting out of the train and walking around will buy stuff from our tenants and we'll make more money. The Canada Pension Plan was at one time, and may still well be, the largest shareholder in the 407 privately owned highway in the Greater Toronto area, an investment that produced for it very large dividends that supports the retirement of Canadian pensioners. So the member is right. Pension funds do buy and own and even manage infrastructure and do so well. And they've been doing it across Canada for many years, which begs the question, why do we need an infrastructure bank to have them do it? They're already doing it. So that can't be the reason for the bank. Second, they say, and they suggested in their budget document, there's $2 trillion of potential worldwide investment looking for projects. Global capitalists have money for projects, they say, and Canada has projects that need money. So let's connect the dots. But wait a second here. If the dilemma is that there's too much money in the world looking for infrastructure projects, how could the solution to that dilemma be another $35 billion of money? I thought the premise of the program was that there is already a lot of money out there, that we would not need taxpayers' money to build infrastructure because these global investors would build it for us with their money. So that can't be the reason either. So what is the reason? One need look at Division 18 of the Budget Implementation Act to find out. Because the overwhelming preponderance of money in the infrastructure bank will be delivered in the form of something called loan guarantees. Now, what are loan guarantees? I can tell you they are a fantastic instrument for the person being guaranteed. They mean that that person can make risky investments that could produce profits for him or her, but that if money is lost, the investor is guaranteed against those losses. Now, be careful. That doesn't take the risk out of the project. It takes the risk out of the hands of the person who invested in it. So where does it go? It didn't vanish. It's got to be somewhere. If a global investor builds a bridge and it goes over budget or has a revenue shortfall, that risk has materialized in serious losses. Somebody's got to pay for it. Who's holding the bag? Well, the answer is right there in the budget. Division 18, Clause 23, 35 billion Canadian tax dollars will backstop the losses of these international investors. So therein lies the real function of this bank, to backstop the profits of investors in large and sometimes risky infrastructure projects. That does violence to the basic free market principle that risk and reward go together. When you sever those two things, you have something called moral hazard. Moral hazard is when somebody is encouraged to take risky behavior because they can transfer that risk to somebody else. And that is exactly what this bank does. It is a gigantic insurance fund to backstop the profits of the wealthiest people on earth. The Prime Minister, and if anyone has any doubt about this, the Prime Minister got the idea for the establishment of this bank at Davos, a Congress of billionaires, from the head of the biggest asset managing firm in the world, BlackRock, which controls over $1 trillion of wealth. He then met again with the same billionaire firm in New York, and then he allowed that firm to organize an entire planning session for the establishment of the bank at the swanky Shangri-La Hotel in Toronto, whereat his minister's own remarks were vetted by these billionaire pension fund and investment fund managers, after 2 years of consulting the billionaires on how they could use 35 billion tax dollars, he's allowing a parliamentary committee 2 hours to represent taxpayers. That's right. The billionaires who have everything to gain get 2 years of consultation. The taxpayers who have everything to lose get 2 hours of consultation. This is a growing phenomenon whereby powerful financial interests are increasingly looking for ways to put the risk of their investments onto the shoulders of taxpayers. There's something called rocking chair money. Money that comes to you as you sit back in your rocking chair. Used to be, institutional investors would get it by buying government bonds. It was risk-free money. But bonds only pay 2.5% now. They're too low. So these investors are looking for higher rates of risk-free return. And so they persuaded the Liberal government in Ontario to pay thousands of percentage points of markup in price on electricity for so-called wind and solar power electricity, which has bankrupted families and driven 60,000 people to food banks across the country, made Ontario the highest poverty rate in the entire, of any of the 10 provinces in the country, in order to backstop the profits of wealthy so-called green energy entrepreneurs. We see it with Bombardier, where instead of issuing new shares in order to raise money to pay for their cash shortfalls, the billionaire Bombardier Baudouin family protected its feudal privileges to control a majority of the company with a minority of the shares by getting money from Canadian taxpayers handed to them by Liberal governments in Quebec and here in Ottawa. We see this phenomenon spreading far and wide of crony capitalism that seeks to put the burden of risk on the shoulders of the hardworking middle class through government backstops, while giving all the profit to the wealthy elite who can afford the lobbyists, the donations, and the influence to control the levers of government. The greatest concentration of wealth there is, of course, is government. And those with the most power to influence government always attempt to unlock that vault to their own benefit. And so today we stand in opposition to this naked attempt to undermine Canadian taxpayers by taking $35 billion from their hands and using it to backstop the profits of the wealthiest elite. And we reaffirm our commitment to true free enterprise on the side of those who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Here I thank the member for his speech, and I read it more as a lament for the decline into populism and Trumpism of the Conservative Party. You know, the words like the billionaires. Well, when he says billionaires, what he really means is it could be the bus drivers union in Rio de Janeiro. It could be teachers in Alabama. It could be municipal employees in Alberta. These are pension funds. These are sources of capital. And yes, there is $2 trillion or maybe more of capital looking for returns to ensure the futures of those very people. And we can put that money to work right here in Canada, creating jobs, creating construction jobs, building strategic trade-enabling infrastructure, and having Canada be open for business so we can sell our grain, open our ports, and keep this country moving forward economically and in every other way. These used to be things Conservatives used to talk about. They don't talk about them anymore. They just descend into buzzwords and snap phrases, and now here we have the evidence of the decline of conservatism in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a sad day.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, he says that they're doing this for bus drivers and teachers. Mr. Speaker, how many bus drivers and teachers were invited to the Shangri-La Hotel to talk with the Prime Minister about this $35 billion tax dollar corporate welfare bank that they're setting up. Were there any bus drivers there, Mr. Speaker? Or were there simply those trying to harvest the biggest return with no risk to themselves whatsoever by offloading that risk onto taxpayers? Mr. Speaker, that is not populism. That is basic free market economics. You don't get rich by shuffling off your risk onto someone else. If you want to make an investment to earn a profit, that's great. We stand beside you. But we will not allow you to force other people to take the risk of that investment.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I wasn't sitting in my place watching the member, I might have thought it was the leader of the interim NDP party that was speaking at times. I understand and I appreciate that the Conservatives have really lost touch with this particular issue. When you think about it, the member says, well, his problem is that the government is contributing to the bank. Well, by doing that, you're enabling other stakeholders, such as, let's say, the City of Edmonton or the City of Calgary, some of those great Western cities, to be able to look at it and say, maybe if we can get some assistance here, we can pool in some money. And yes, there might be a component for a private investment. And as my colleague points out, much of that money that's going to go in there is going to be from pension funds. Some of those pension funds, if they weren't going to be invested, let's say, in this future bank, will in fact continue to leave the country of Canada. Many Canadians will benefit by this investment bank, and the member needs to acknowledge that. But to say or try to imply that there is no role for government to play when it comes to leveraging additional private dollars in order to get a project up and going, I believe the member is wrong, and I would suggest the Conservative Party might want to rethink their position, because I would have thought they would have been supportive of a policy of this nature.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party does not believe in welfare for the wealthy. And that's exactly what this program is. This is designed to allow a private sector for-profit enterprise to come in and build something to profit, but in the event it all goes wrong, turn the risk all over to taxpayers. Now, we have no problem if somebody wants to come in and build something great and profit from it. In fact, we encourage it. We cut taxes for people like that. We remove red tape. Those are called entrepreneurs. But you know what entrepreneurs do? You know what they're known for? Taking risks. This is not entrepreneurship. This is corporate welfare. This is an attempt to take the risk off the balance sheet of the wealthy interests who have control over this government and put that risk on the shoulders of Canadian taxpayers. And we will never stand for that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very happy, as always, to speak today, but the problem is that we really wish we wouldn't have had to debate this issue here in the House of Commons, because from our point of view, the infrastructure bank that the current government wishes to create is a major mistake. And it shouldn't happen, because the tool that they want to create already exists, but in a much more controlled way, in a much more relevant way, in a much more efficient, effective way, and that's a PPP Canada, if you will. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that this government is creating some new widget that's going to generate a whole bunch of red tape, a whole bunch of paper, and it's going to generate, as we've seen since the beginning of the creation of the infrastructure bank, it's going to create the risk of a potential Gomery 2.0, as the member for Arthabaska said in question period. Mr. Speaker, this project of creating an infrastructure bank is a bad project in its from all angles. At a parliamentary committee, we're debating Bill C-44. It's a bill that would implement budget measures. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an omnibus bill which contains within it elements which are not tax or fiscal elements found in the budget, but rather It's an omnibus bill which includes, hidden in its paragraphs, things which are not included in the budget. And, Mr. Speaker, I think I have to remind my friends across the way that 2 years ago they were elected, sadly, on a plan to not use legislative subterfuge to avoid a study in Parliament. But that's exactly what they're doing with this infrastructure bank. We are in a situation where they're trying to avoid debate in Parliament. They're trying to get something passed quickly, but this is something that is bad. It's something that we should not do, that we should immediately shut down. And if what they should be doing is having this debated fully by Parliament. But again, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the many promises that's been broken by this Liberal government. So this doesn't have its place in this bill, this omnibus bill. Remember, Mr. Speaker, that because this was in an omnibus bill, it's important. It's an important part of Bill C-44, and it's been debated just maybe for 2 hours in a parliamentary committee. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about $35 billion in taxpayers' money. We're talking about trying to attract foreign investment, but the reality is what? Well, here, parliamentarians, who are the representatives of those who are going to be paying for this bank, well, they're getting it through as quickly as they can, washing their hands, and bing, bang, done. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, once again, is moving forward and going against the interests of Canadians to profit foreign investors. So once again, instead of having a clear, open debate with representatives of Canadian taxpayers, the Prime Minister once again has held meetings in hotel rooms and created this bank behind closed doors. Maybe that's how the Liberals like to operate, and we all remember the Gomery Commission, but the Liberals are heading once again towards a mega problem, and if, unfortunately, we see that again, well, once again, Canadians are going to pay the price for their poor decision-making. And, Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that, you know, everything has to be done properly. When this ambition of creating an infrastructure bank is being done hypocritically, it's being pushed through an omnibus bill from a government that said that they wouldn't do that. Well, they're doing it. But even despite the fact that this won't be voted on by the House of Commons, and hasn't been voted on yet by the House of Commons, they've decided to keep moving forward anyway. They are appointing people to this bank. They've decided where it's going to be located. Hey, stop. Hold on. At least have the decency to respect the work of parliamentarians. But no. Here, they're moving forward. They've decided it's going to be in Toronto, which is, of course, a disappointment to the people of Quebec. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention that, you know, it's not a question of saying we're against Toronto or Montreal. We are against the infrastructure bank, full stop. So it doesn't matter where it is. From our point of view, it's not a good idea. And that's why we haven't, you haven't heard from the Conservative members from Quebec saying, oh, it should have been in Montreal, not in Toronto. Well, it's because we don't want it to be anywhere. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an omnibus bill, no debate in Parliament, a secret meeting with the Prime Minister in a hotel with people that we haven't been able to identify, and the decision's already been taken by the government, even though politicians haven't passed this measure. It's completely unacceptable. Now, let's talk about this bank itself. What is the government's goal here? Well, the government is saying that it's going to allow us to fund infrastructure. Because, you know, we're nice. We're investing as much as we can in infrastructure. Now, I have to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that under the work done by the Honourable Member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean, when we were in power, we put in place and implemented the biggest infrastructure investment program in the history of Canada, $80 billion over 10 years. Different from the current government, when we put that program in place, the budget was balanced. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's certainly easy to spend billions of dollars left, right, and center when you're running deficits of $30 billion a year, and they're not even able to say when they're going to come back to balanced budgets. You know, it's not, who cares if we're adding to the debt? Who cares if our children are going to have to pay for this? Well, you know what? There's a limit to that. We can't continue to play people for fools, Mr. Speaker. Our infrastructure program was tabled in a budget that was balanced and unlike the previous government. So we are for investing in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, but it should be done with the means that we have with a balanced budget. Another point, Mr. Speaker. The tool that the Liberals want to create for their own party, well, it already exists in a legal and good way without having to deal with foreign investments and taking billions of taxpayer dollars. It's Canada PPP, private-public partnerships. Our government founded that in 2009, and it allows investors, private investors, who want to invest in infrastructure programs. The member earlier mentioned some examples that work very well. And the member for Surrey said earlier that this is working well. Good. So in 2009, when our government created 3P Canada, the basic budget was $1.3 billion, and now that has been an economic driver that has brought in $6 billion worth of investments. Have you heard of any scandals? Has any money been lost? Have Canadians been poorly served by this? No, Mr. Speaker. This is an institution, the Government of Canada, a Crown corporation that the Conservatives created in 2009, and it works. So there's no need to create this new Liberal widget with the Investment and Infrastructure Bank. So, Mr. Speaker, we are for private investment when it's done well, and when it goes through a 3P Canada, we don't have any problem with foreign investment to the extent that it's done for the good of Canadians and not just to fill their own pockets, as my colleague described just a few moments ago when he illustrated in a very relevant, clear, and obvious way that right now with the government's program, with the Infrastructure Bank, what's going to happen? Well, all the risks will be taken by Canadian taxpayers, and if ever there are problems, well, it's Canadian taxpayers going to pay for those problems, and they're going to pay back foreign investments. That's not what we should do if we want to really take care of Canadians and their wallets, Mr. Speaker. The government keeps saying, you know, we have lots of infrastructure programs underway, but 94% of the announcements that they have made still have not come to fruition. So they love to speak, but, you know, if a year and a half from now Canadians give their confidence back to the Conservative Party, the programs put in place by the member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean, well, those are billions of dollars that were invested in our infrastructure, and what we're getting from this Liberal government is just blah, 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 blah. And I'll remind you again that 94% of their announcements still haven't come to fruition. And, Mr. Speaker, creating this bank that's $15 billion in taxpayers' money plus 20 additional billion that will be frozen for 5 years. What does that mean? That means that that's billions of dollars that we won't have right now to meet the needs of, for example, small municipalities. Because that's another element that's a problem with this bank, is that this infrastructure bank is going to be for major investments of over $100 million, major projects. And as we heard from the member for Athabasca this morning, Mr. Speaker, is that infrastructure projects in Canada on average are worth $6.6 million. So when we're talking about $100 million, what are we talking about? Well, Vancouver, Montreal, Toronto, okay. But what do we do for all the other Canadian cities? Here's the problem. $15 billion that should have gone directly to Canada's small and medium-sized cities, and it's going into a bank for the pleasure of foreign investors who aren't going to be taking any risk on, and that risk is going to be borne by Canadian taxpayers. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, in its current form, the infrastructure bank is not a good idea. And as was very clearly said by KPMG, the group that was asked by the government to analyze this, there's a danger here, and we should not go forward with this new widget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Quebec City across the way is falling into proceduritis, as I call it. He says we've got just 2 years to discuss this, but 2 hours rather to discuss this, when actually we have spent 8 hours discussing it today. Earlier, I asked our colleague from Trois-Rivières the same question, and I'm going to ask it again now to my colleague from Quebec. we won't talk about Gatineau, Quebec City, or Trois-Rivières. We can talk about a project in Montreal, the REM, the Regional Electric Train System, the Caisse de dépôt, which invests around the world in infrastructure, in major projects, in businesses. It invests around the world. Now here we have a major, important project that is viable in Montreal, where we have an investment. Our Caisse de dépôt wants to take money from our pension funds and invest with the Government of Canada, and I hope the Government of Quebec, to ensure that we have this important structural infrastructure put in place. Now here, this is the kind of project that the Infrastructure Bank will look at. This is a public asset where users will pay. They will pay to reduce the debt of the Caisse de dépôt, and those are profits that are going to go into Quebecers' pockets at the end of the day. Is this member against this kind of project, which is important, that we're going to see in Montreal, in our province, and probably across Canada? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, now, the member said something absolutely ridiculous when he said that we've been talking about this 6 hours. What we're talking about here today is an NDP motion. We're not talking about the bank in and of itself and the legislative measure that will put it in place. Now, Mr. Speaker, secondly, the project in Montreal, well, you know what? We don't need this new Liberal widget to put this in place. If the federal government thinks that this could be a good project, well, there's 3P Canada. We don't need to create a new government thingamajig just to do this. And, because the members brought this up, if the Caisse de dépôt thinks, after a good analysis, that this is good for the Caisse de dépôt and good for Quebec's taxpayers, well, fine. They can go ahead with that. There's no problem for them to go ahead with that. 3P Canada would allow them to do that. Why should they create another Liberal thingamajig? Why?
Questions or comments? Question commentaire on la députée.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent for his speech and also for his passion. And I know that he likes numbers, so I'd like to ask him a question. Well, he might have an answer. For a few hours now, I have to say that, I'm looking forward to taking my retirement, given that pension funds are going to get so rich under the Liberals. So, 2 questions. Do we have an idea of the number of workers, first, who are not covered by pension plans, so for whom this Liberal argument doesn't mean anything at all? And second, what's the proportion, and this would be something interesting to study in a parliamentary committee if the bill could go there, well, what is the proportion of gains that we can hope to see in our retirement if we compare that to the amount that we're going to have to pay if these projects go south? Well, Mr. Speaker, this is why we can't move ahead so quickly and blindly with the creation of something like an infrastructure bank. We need to take the time to look at it properly. And it's not the NDP who says that. It's not the Conservatives saying this. It's KPMG who, in a damning report, which was requested by the government, said, look, be careful, because this represents a grave danger and it raises many questions. If the government wants to go forward with this terrible idea, well, you know what? They should do it properly, not in a hypocritical way by hiding it in a 300-page omnibus bill. Canadians deserve a good debate on this issue. My colleagues' questions are absolutely relevant. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer, but it shows, Mr. Speaker, the importance of having a good, detailed debate, and we're going too fast on this.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Lot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very important topic. I'm very glad that we can debate the NDP's motion calling on the government to split the Mammoth Bill C-444, the Budget Implementation Act, which amends 30 pieces of legislation, and it contains over 300 pages, and we have only had 4 days of debate on it, and one day was a Wednesday, and one day was a Friday, so each of those were only 1 hour of debate. Only 7 of my NDP colleagues were able to speak to Bill C-44, which is a bill on the budget. It's extremely important, Mr. Speaker, and the less we debate it, then the less Canadians will be aware of what is going on here and how they will be affected, especially in terms of their wallet. So this mammoth bill, this anti-democratic omnibus bill, and is something that the Liberals boasted during the election campaign, that they would never, ever use omnibus bills, for example, to present budgets. And they also promised they would never, ever use tactics to hide information. And yet that is exactly what they're doing with this bill. We're talking about an infrastructure investment bank, a privatization bank, really, because that's what it is going to be. That's what it's becoming. And no one in the public has been consulted. Only private businesses have been consulted. Billion-dollar companies that have been consulted, and they are among the advisors to the Minister of Finance. In order to ensure that the profits generated by these infrastructure projects come back to those very same companies, the companies that were consulted. So we can see that this is really a kind of scam. It was discussed behind closed doors. No one has access to those conversations, and ordinary Canadians were never consulted. And so we are calling for this piece of legislation to be withdrawn, to be hived off from the budget bill so that we can study it in depth to ensure that Canadians can find out what is going on, because we're talking about $35 billion of public money that is going to be invested in this investment bank. So we really need to debate it today. And I hope that the government will hear reason and that it will support our motion to ensure that if it doesn't really have anything to hide, then we should be able to go to committee to study this Canada Infrastructure Bank in depth. And since the beginning of the negotiations, the discussions about this bank, it has been controversial since November 2016, and this omnibus bill only reinforces what we fear now. It won't be a public bank for sure, because my colleague from Trois-Rivières said that when we're talking about public infrastructure, as soon as we talk about public, we have to talk about the common good. These projects have to be in the public interest, the interest of ordinary Canadians. And we understand that under this bank, the projects have to generate profits for companies that have invested in it. So it is certainly not in the interest of the public. My other colleague from Elmwood Transcona, he referred to, renovating your kitchen to show how absurd it is to, they would have to use private companies, which would ensure that there would be tolls or user fees every time the kitchen was used. That is not in the public interest, in the interest of ordinary Canadians. So what is the advantage of that investment bank? The Liberals are unable to tell us how it is going to benefit small municipalities and how it is going to benefit the average Canadian. All we know is that it's going to benefit rich business people. And yet, during the election campaign, the Liberals were elected based on promises to reinvest in infrastructure, to invest for communities, and that is not at all what we see in this mammoth bill in C-44, where this infrastructure bank is buried. We don't even know either the criteria that will be used to judge these projects. They should meet the needs of Canadians, but really they're going to be meeting the needs of the investors. This bank was created by the private sector for the private sector. Of course they want to make money. That's the purpose of private businesses. But why did the government choose businesses to build our public infrastructure, which should be something that is sustainable, which should be something that is properly used? Because I would like to remind you that we're talking about $35 billion of public funds that are going to be used for this investment bank. There was an advisory council also that was created for the Minister of Finance. And we can go into a bit more detail here. on the advice of a number of people, and I'm going to give you the exact name. It's the Advisory Council on Economic Growth. It's not the development of public infrastructure. It is said that BlackRock makes a specialized investment in infrastructure. So please remember the name BlackRock, because who is it? It is the largest manager of private assets in the world, which examined and commented on a presentation on the infrastructure bank by the minister even before it was presented to private clients. And it worked with the government for 3 months to tout the benefits of it to private investors. 3 months. And we have 1 day to discuss that. But why did they get to discuss this for 3 months with private investors? It's absurd. BlackRock. Another troubling thing is that files from the government show that large multinationals like BlackRock had unprecedented control over the development of the Liberal Infrastructure Bank. This is very serious, Mr. Speaker. It is rife with conflict of interest. And where is the contribution of members to this? We can't discuss this because we don't have time. There is also Goldman Sachs, one of the business banks that led to the financial crisis of 2008. And there are other companies like Cenovus, one of the largest oil companies in the country, based in Alberta. And it is going to be sitting on the board of that bank, Mr. Speaker. Only members from the private sector, not one single representative of the municipal, provincial, or federal sectors. But it is for the interests of the citizens. But no citizen actually sitting on this board. Well done. Also, the bank is supposed to seek to attract private sector and institutional investment. There could even be lawsuits for those people who might dare disclose public information. Now, that really smells fishy, Mr. Speaker, and it's scary, in fact. What are the objectives? Mr. Speaker, I forgot to tell you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. The bank is trying to attract private sector and institutional investment to revenue-generating infrastructure projects in Canada, or partly in Canada, that will be in the public interest by, for example, supporting conditions that foster economic growth. So, really, there is no explanation on how, where, or why these projects will be approved. And we know that there will be toll highways and bridges, physical infrastructure such as airports, for example, and even pipelines that are going to be funded with public monies but will be managed by the public sector. So guess who is sitting on the advisory council? Brian Ferguson, CEO of Cenovus, one of the largest oil companies. And when I say that there are a number of examples, I don't have a lot of time left, but sometimes this private sector involvement doubles the cost of these infrastructure projects. In Ontario, these projects cost $8 million more for taxpayers, and in Quebec, the Auditor General said that the province could have saved $10 billion on the CHUM project if it had not gone the P3 route. So I hope that the Liberals will allow us to hive off this bill so that we can study the Canada Infrastructure Bank in depth, in committee, independently, so that we can get to the bottom of these things. Thank you. We have the time for a very brief question and answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Very, very quickly, and I would ask if the member would at the very least recognize that many of the individuals or groups that will in fact be investing in the infrastructure bank will in fact be Canadians throughout the country, and they will be doing that through things such as pension funds. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way believes that having some of those funds invested in Canada is healthy for our Canadian economy. Given that today we see many of those funds leaving the country because we don't have an investment bank such as what we are proposing, so we have those funds financing infrastructure programs outside of Canada. Wouldn't it be good to have that, or at least provide the option to have that here in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Silwa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is the Liberals' only line of defense. They have no figures to support what they are saying. I have numbers. The only project that is going to be accepted by the Infrastructure Bank are projects that are $100 million or more. How can small towns and ridings like mine that need, for example, a new fire station, how can they ask this bank to invest in their community to help them go ahead with their project? Some people want to work on aqueduct projects, but in small municipalities, for example, in Elgin, it's small, so small. How can they submit projects? It's impossible. So for small municipalities, they will never get any help from this infrastructure bank. And, they're going to charge user fees and tolls. There will be... I'm telling you, that Auditor Generals from Quebec, Ontario, and BC have said that the fees will double with regard to actual infrastructure costs. So we need to study this type of project in depth and independently so that it's not buried in an omnibus bill. Since it being 5:15, according to the order adopted earlier today, all question necessary to dispose forthwith of this motion is deemed put, and a deferred recorded division is deferred to Tuesday, May 17th at the end of the time provided for oral question.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, perhaps rising on a point of order.
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, you would find it the will of the House to call it 5:30 at this time, so we could begin private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.?
Agreed.
Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, commencement of debate at second reading of Bills ST 231, Journalistic Sources Protection Act, standing in the name of Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel, appuyé.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that Bill S-231, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act and the Criminal Code, Protection of Journalistic Sources, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must say that as a former journalist, it is very sincerely that I rise to speak to this bill at second reading, this bill S-231, which deals with the protection of journalistic sources. It is a wonderful story, Mr. Speaker, because it started badly but ended well. It started badly because only a few months ago, we in Quebec learned about a very troubling situation. In fact, that journalists were being monitored by the police to find out what their sources were. And Senator Claude Carignan in the upper chamber took things in hand and worked very relevantly and effectively to draft Bill S-231 seeking to protect journalistic sources. This bill was adopted unanimously by the upper chamber of Canada, and it is with great honor and it's a great privilege for me to participate in this debate because this is a fundamental cornerstone of Canadian democracy that we are going to talk about in this next hour. Mr. Speaker, Bill S-231 seeks to protect journalistic sources and not journalists themselves, and the bill itself has four key elements that make it a good bill. First, it protects the source and not the journalist. The bill clearly defines what a journalist is, so that people can all of a sudden call themselves journalists and commit certain acts. And it also will allow policemen to conduct investigations, but they will be superior court judges rather than appeal court judges. And in addition, the onus, the burden of proof will be switched because it is the policeman who will have to prove that it is their last resort to conduct this investigation, and they will have to apply to judges to get this permission. So what is the good thing about this bill? Well, it is that it protects the source and not the journalist. So obviously other parliaments have adopted whistleblower legislation, people who sound the alarm, people who find out that there's a problem and who call journalists to say, listen, what's going on in this area is absurd and you need to cover it. What I realized when I was a journalist, and everyone who's been a journalist knows this, is that it is essential as journalists that we be able to talk directly with people who are at the very heart of the information and who want to convey it. But those people have to feel protected. If, unfortunately, we learn that as journalists we're being wiretapped and that could lead to the disclosure of who the sources are by the policeman, well, then the profession of journalism is done for, and that would be bad. So this bill seeks to protect the source rather than the journalist, and that is a very important distinction. Secondly, it clearly defines what a journalist is, because yes, obviously, you can start up an internet site or a blog, and you can sit in a basement in front of your computer and then call themselves journalists. But no, this bill clearly defines what a journalist is. And thereupon, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to point out the remarkable contribution of Senator André Pratt. Senator Pratt, as we all know, is a career journalist who was, among other things, the editor-in-chief of La Presse and one of its famed journalists. And it is very good for democracy to have him here in the upper chamber. Senator Pratt proposed an amendment, and it was with goodwill. He wanted to move things forward, and that is why now this bill has a very clear definition of what a journalist is. Not just anyone can call themselves journalists. It is the judge who has to decide that whether the person who is the target of a police investigation is a journalist or not.
The third thing is that it's a Superior Court judge who will henceforth authorize investigations. In Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, according to my experience, it was a Justice of the Peace who granted these authorizations. But in Montreal, 98% of the applications were accepted. So if there was, in some cases, the investigation was a bit more in-depth, but Senator Carignan said, well, let's give this decision to Superior Court judges. Let's have them decide, rather than Justices of the Peace. And I do not mean in any way to discredit Justices of the Peace, but for a decision of this gravity, we need a Superior Court judge. They have the training required to make those decisions. And there's also a reversal of the onus of proof. If police officers want to investigate a journalist, they will have to establish, and the judge will have to be persuaded by the police officer. So this is a change, a significant change. It's a reversal of the onus of proof. So if police officers have very good grounds for investigating, they won't be prevented from doing so, but they will have to go through this rigorous process. They'll have to do it themselves, and then they'll have to convince a Superior Court judge that their analysis is correct. So this is a well-drafted piece of legislation, and it will protect journalists if this is passed. It will give them even more confidence, and they won't be afraid. They'll be able to really reassure their sources that they will be protected. And I spoke to Mr. Lagacé at a time when he was being wiretapped, and so we always said hi to the police while we were talking. And this had to be fixed. And Senator Carignan's bill fixes the problem. The Department of Justice has analyzed this and made some changes. It's also gone through the police forces. They've taken a look at this, and we've got nothing against police work. We're all for it, but we would just want to make sure it's done as well as it can be done. So this bill is well drafted. It's certainly meets a need. So journalistic sources are protected in Australia, Germany, Great Britain, many other countries. There's a legal framework that oversees the whole thing. And now with this bill, Canada will be joining the ranks of that type of country. We'll be able to move forward. And the newspaper La Presse, its editors and its journalists have given this bill a round of applause. Let's look at some of the opinions. Sources are currently afraid of talking to reporters from La Presse. They're afraid of talking to journalists, but with this bill, that will no longer be a problem. Another opinion. Michael Cook, editor-in-chief of the Toronto Star and the Globe and Mail's chief editor-in-chief, says,
sources are facing enormous threat. And Mr. Wesley pointed out that the Globe has spent nearly $1 million in legal fees in 2009 and 2010 to protect the identity of the source, whose revelation conclude to good and great articles. So,
Mr. Speaker, what you can see here is that the whole print media has commended Senator Carignan's bill. This bill was passed unanimously. It was amended by professionals who know their stuff. They made this the best piece of legislation they could. The department had a close look at it. There's a clear definition of what a journalist is. It protects sources. It's a bill that will enable police officers to do their jobs, but it reverses the onus of proof so that we're sure that these authorizations are granted only when they're appropriate, and it's a Superior Court judge. This is a great bill. It's a great day for democracy. It's a great day for press freedom. Let's hope that everyone agrees with this bill. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a Quebecer, I would add to what my colleagues said. There were concerns and fears about wiretapping, inappropriate eavesdropping and wiretapping, and our Quebec reporters have been concerned. Luckily, we can debate this in Canada. You can't always talk about these things in some countries, but I would join with my colleague. I share his concerns about protecting sources and about finding the best way possible for reporters to be able to do their jobs and report facts freely. Journalism is an evolving profession, and this is definitely an issue worth debating, so I'm glad that we can, in this House, debate this issue. That said, and my colleague won't like this part quite so much, my question is, this is a bit of a change of tack for the Conservative Party. Now, the member opposite wasn't there at the time, but there were 10 years of secrecy around cabinet meetings. There was a list of journalists, a restricted list of those reporters who were allowed to ask questions. Scientists were muzzled. They weren't allowed to communicate with journalists. So does the member opposite think this bill is a way for the Conservatives to redeem themselves with journalists? The honourable member for Saint-Laurent. I'm really not surprised how low the Liberal member is stooping on this wonderful day for press freedom. Many of my colleagues are former journalists. The member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, he was a magazine editor. We have lots of journalists among us. The member for Thornhill is a very well-known journalist, was before he was elected. So I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm so disappointed to see the awkward, clumsy partisanship coming from my Liberal friend. Questions and comments?
Qu'est-ce commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I always appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. And one of the things that I have witnessed over the years is that just the significant way in which media has actually evolved. And that's one of the things that I believe that we also need to take into consideration. I can recall when I was first elected, and like the member opposite, we both served in provincial legislatures, there was a great deal more media attention at that point at the local legislature levels. At least that's what I had found. But I'm wondering if my colleague across the way has anything that he would like to add to it in terms of just because of the modernization or the changes that we've witnessed, that there are some other things that maybe we should be taking in consideration when we talk about legislation such as the member opposite is proposing today.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Question. I do appreciate that kind of stuff. The point is that, for sure, as this is a very evolving situation, you know, when I was a journalist just 8 years ago, one of my last reports was about Facebook. Believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, Facebook was not permitted in the National Assembly. They consider it as a social media just for the fun of it. So it's crazy to see how it's important. Can you believe that a politician will not have the right to have the Facebook page in the National Assembly in 2008? That was the reality of the time. So it's moving so fast. Yes, for sure, but journalists shall address new issue day after day. In that case, I think that nothing is perfect for sure, but I think that we cover so many areas to protect the journalist sources that today, at that time, it's correct. Maybe in 2 years from now, we'll have to refresh this piece of legislature. We will welcome that kind of work.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity today to speak to this bill, S-231, an act to amend the Evidence Act and the Criminal Code, protection of journalistic sources. I was tempted before I began my speech and heard the last little exchange. I was tempted to compliment my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. I think in substance we agree, and we will have the opportunity to debate further. But I tend to agree more with my colleague from Gatineau. I'd like to thank Senator Claude Carignan, who did amazing work on this bill and was very diligent in moving this legislation forward. I think that's worth mentioning, Mr. Speaker.
The bill is laudable, which is to ensure that the protection of journalistic sources are given due consideration whenever they are at issue in Canadian courts. As we all know, this bill was tabled in response to recent events involving the use of investigative tools targeting journalists, in particular revelations that police in Quebec had obtained warrants to monitor the cell phones of several journalists. Mr. Speaker, let me be perfectly clear. Freedom of the press is a fundamental Canadian value, critical to Canadians and to Canadian democracy. I think we can all agree on that. That is why it is enshrined in our Constitution under our freedom of expression rights in Section 2B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Our government is firmly committed to defending it assiduously.
Last week, the Prime Minister himself underscored the importance of protecting journalistic sources. He said the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which has been around for 35 years now, has made press freedom a key right. The Charter and the freedom of the press entitles Canadians to the information they need that will influence the course of events. This goes to the very heart of a healthy democracy, and press freedom is crucial. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, there was a journalism contest that awarded a prize for the 68th time.
Reportage on the deadly opioid crisis across Canada, the tragedy of soldiers and veterans who died by suicide after serving in Afghanistan, an expose of unsavory practices fueling the Lower Mainland real estate boom in BC, the 50 years of mercury leaching in northwestern Ontario, the miscarriage of justice that resulted in a mentally ill Canadian ending up in one of America's most notorious prisons, and the investigation into the death of a 4-year-old First Nations foster child.
These are telling examples of journalism that has provided Canadians with the information they need in order to fully participate in our democracy. And all of these stories very likely involved confidential sources.
Evidence Act and the Criminal Code by creating special regimes to protect confidential journalistic sources. The Canada Evidence Act proposals would create a unique regime applicable anytime the media wish to protect a journalistic source. This new regime attempts to codify the common law developed and interpreted through several Supreme Court of Canada cases. The bill effectively elevates journalistic source protection to a class privilege. It would also place the onus on the person who seeks disclosure of the information instead of the person seeking to protect the information, which is currently the case.
The criminal code provisions address how you get a warrant to wiretap when involving a journalist, of course. The idea is to protect journalistic sources, and this procedure would apply whenever a journalist was the subject of investigation. And the evidence would be confidential, and this bill proposes that only a superior court judge could issue a warrant.
Excellent improvements to the protection of journalistic sources, and our government is currently studying them closely. In doing so, there are several issues that I think we must closely consider. We must look at how it seeks to codify the robust common law protections in this area. We should also consider that the regime would apply equally even in cases where the journalists themselves are suspected of criminal activity. Additionally, I have some questions about the bill's provisions that would provide that the new procedures override all other laws in Canada, including those that relate to privacy and national security. We should ask whether override clauses are an appropriate tool here, as they necessarily create conflicts between statutes and can have unintended consequences as a result. Comme plusieurs d'entre vous le savent déjà,
as many of you know, protecting journalistic sources under the common law there are already robust protections, but this bill will strengthen the common law protections. We need to make sure that we don't undermine these protections accidentally. We have to make sure that we protect journalistic sources adequately. The Supreme Court in the Globe and Mail versus Canada and R versus National Post cases applied the Wigmore test to determine whether or not a given journalistic source should be protected. The Wigmore test applies on a case-by-case basis in order to determine whether confidential information should be released.
Following conditions are met, as I'm sure most members know. So first, the communications must have originated in a confidence that they will not be disclosed. Second, the element of confidentiality must be essential to the full and satisfactory maintenance of the relationship between the parties. Third, the relationship must be one which, in the opinion of the community, ought to be carefully and continuously fostered. And fourth, the injury that would be caused to the relationship by the disclosure of the communications must be greater than the benefit it would provide for the correct disposal of the litigation. This differs from a traditional class privilege, such as solicitor-client privilege, which is a presumed privilege recognized by the courts. In a class privilege, once an individual has established that they are a member of the class, the privilege automatically protects against disclosure of certain information, and exceptions are extremely narrow and limited. On comprend que l'intention qui anime le
The intention behind this bill is to clarify the rules surrounding journalists and their sources. But as members of Parliament, it's up to us. And as government members, we need to make sure that Bill S-231 strikes the right balance. In other words, once these new rules are codified, they will apply.
Amendments proposed by Bill S-231, which relate to how investigative tools are issued and executed when they relate to journalists. This aspect of the bill is most relevant to the circumstances emanating from Quebec that gave rise to the introduction of Bill S-231. Like journalistic source privilege in the courtroom context, The issue of investigative tools targeting journalists has also been reviewed by the Supreme Court of Canada in CBC versus Lessard and CBC versus New Brunswick, and the court set out a number of factors to be considered anytime an investigative tool is sought against a journalist. And these include whether or not the evidence can be obtained through any other means, whether or not the information was already public, and whether the execution of the tool can be tailored so as to minimize its impact on the media. However, the court also stated that factors which may be vital in assessing the reasonableness of one search may be irrelevant in another. On doit garder à l'esprit ces sacs.
You have to keep in mind these wise words while debating this bill. And we have to ask ourselves whether the courts have enough leeway or flexibility to deal with these issues.
It is important that we look to ensure that journalists and their sources are provided appropriate protection, but we must ensure that any reforms enacted in this area do so in a way that builds on the common law and does not adversely undermine other important societal interests. Donc, Monsieur le Président, sur le fond, peut-être.
So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, when it comes to protecting journalistic sources, this is a very good goal, but the government is still studying the different amendments to the bill that is before us today. Thank you.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to maybe send some flowers in the other direction, despite this Liberal obsession with living in the past, we should maybe remember that on International Press Freedom Day last week, we had Reporters Without Borders who reminded us that Canada fell 14 points in the ranking when it comes to press freedom around the world. And I would remind you that that's been happening for 2 years. So that corresponds with 2 years ago when this government was elected. So without falling too far into partisanship, the status quo is not good for democracy and journalism. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that Bill S-231, as has been mentioned, a response to some things that we've seen in the media, particularly the surveillance of Patrick Lagacé by the police in Montreal. But in the speech that we heard from the government representative, the federal government is not immune from falling into the same trap and threatening freedom of press and democracy. Just think, for example, of the journalist from Vice who is in court right now protecting a source from the RCMP and who's risking prison. Yes, prison, Mr. Speaker. And why? Because the RCMP is trying to get information which is not going to help them in their investigation. Quite the contrary. All the information that the RCMP needs is already in the public domain through the articles which were published by the journalist in question. I think that this is a very striking example. And it's not just that, Mr. Speaker. We know that the answers which have been provided by the RCMP and by CSIS in recent weeks or even in years on different incidents which have taken place. For example, the case of Joël Denis Bellavance from La Presse, who was followed and listened to by the RCMP. Well, the answers that we've gotten from those bodies are not very convincing. And once again, as I've said, the status quo is not working, and that is why we are very happy to support this bill, because we need to move forward. That having been said, Mr. Speaker, we do need to recognize, and I'm sure that the member from Louis Saint Laurent agrees with this, even if he's sponsoring the bill here in the House of Commons, that, we might have a bill here from this initiative of an individual parliamentarian. It's time that the government put forward something even stronger from the government. I think that there's a need here to have reform which is more major reform, if you will. I don't want to criticize what's accomplished by this bill. Quite to the contrary, this is a good step in the right direction, but I think there's still a lot of work to be done to update our legislative framework and bring it into the 21st century because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, with the use of social networks, as the member from Louis Saint Laurent mentioned, or the omnipresence of cell phones, the work done by journalists and police has changed enormously, and it changes almost every day, and we have a lot of catching up to do to ensure that our system meets the needs of the 21st century. And just to go over the bill, if we look at the situation with the Vice journalist, among others, when it comes to protecting sources. Well, there's a reversal of the burden of proof here. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is important because it gives a mechanism to ensure public safety if the police can show that this is the only way that they are able to obtain information which would save lives, for example. We know that this possibility exists, but I think that this bill is right to put the burden of proof on the police and not on the journalist who is trying to protect his or her source. I think that's essential. Also, we see that mandates are given by superior court judges and not justices of the peace, warrants rather, I should say. This is an important point. It creates a stronger system, and it codifies and tightens up this system to ensure that journalistic sources are properly being protected. Mr. Speaker, there's a quote that I found that illustrates this well. I don't know if it goes against the rules to comment on my own absence to the House because of a prior engagement. I arrived a little late, but so if this was already said by the member for Louis Saint Laurent, I apologize, but this is something that shows the culture that we're starting to see amongst journalists and their will to do their jobs. When you're afraid of doing your work, well, that can affect the result. And in this case, democracy. So I'll start with a quote in English. Tom Hannaford, who from Canadian Journalists for Free Expression, who says, when it comes to the journalist from Vice,
with ties to free expression in the country are supporting him and condemning the fact that the government is violating press freedom in such an aggressive way. We feel this is a serious blight on Canada's international reputation and a major mistake on behalf of the RCMP.
Another quote from Denis Lassalle, who is a parliamentary bureau chief in Quebec, or well, he might have things might have changed since then, but who talked about the surveillance scandal in Montreal with the SQ, saying, I've been covering politics for almost 40 years now, and I don't want to mention my age, Mr. Speaker, but that's a lot of years, and we're convinced, the quote continues, that it seems that we were wrong when we thought that the police wouldn't go this far. So, Mr. Speaker, this shows that even a journalist with 40 years of experience in sensitive areas, a journalist like this is starting to see his attitude change towards the work that he's doing. And so it's basically, this whole affair has been a cold shower on the work that he's doing. Now, Mr. Speaker, another example from Marie-Maude Denis from Radio-Canada, who says, I've always been very careful with my confidential sources, but we're not fighting with the same weapons as the police. So the future will tell us, or maybe we'll never know everything that they know about me. Now, Mr. Speaker, this shows once again the culture shift that journalists are going through. They're asking questions, but they don't have an answer. They want, when it comes to how much information the police or other intelligence agencies like CSIS, for example, have on them, and that's very concerning. Maybe just as an aside mention here that there's a lot of work that is to be done at the NDP. It goes without saying that a good example of this would be reform and our position on repealing Bill C-51. We've heard certain journalist groups express their concerns with certain parts of C-51, particularly those who infiltrate terrorist cells, for example, to report facts for the public interest. They have concerns which are very important, particularly among journalists who are not necessarily employed by the big media corporations, which have the financial resources to offer better protection during the judicial process. That's another important element here that we need to remember. Mr. Speaker, I will finish my remarks by talking about a problem that we have with this bill, which we hope to fix in committee. It's an amendment which was adopted by the Senate, an amendment that we don't agree with, and that's concerning the definition for what a journalist is. We believe, having spoken with certain groups and journalists who are working on this file, that the definition is very restrictive and could cause problems, for example, for bloggers or journalists from non-traditional media. And I think that the member from Louis Saint Laurent recognized that once again in his comments, that with all these changes on social networks and the internet, among others, clearly there are some changes that need to be made. So we think that we should leaving discretion to judges to determine whether or not the person is a journalist and doing journalistic work. We think that would give sufficient discretion to ensure the integrity of what's found in this bill, but also ensure that we don't unjustly punish journalists who once again are working in new media or non-traditional media. So that's the proposal that we are going to make in committee. That having been said, this is a really good step in the right direction. And as a critic for public safety, I'm very happy to recommend to my colleagues and say, Mr. Speaker, that I will be supporting this bill. I would like to thank Senator Calignan and the member for Louis Saint Laurent for bringing this forward. And it's very appropriate that this bill was tabled on May 3rd, as that's Press Freedom Day, International Press Freedom Day. That's something that we should all take to heart. You know, certainly as politicians, we don't always get along with the media, but our democracy is better served by freedom of expression and freedom of press. And I congratulate everyone who is working to further that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it really is a pleasure to rise and talk about Bill S-231 and speak in support of my colleague, the member of Louis Saint Laurent. Like himself, I've been a journalist prior to this career. I was a print journalist for close to 25 years. In fact, I still think I have some ink in my veins. I don't think once you have that, you'll ever lose that. And there's two things that I really want to focus on as part of this discussion tonight. I know it's been touched on a little bit before, but there's two elements of this bill which I think are vitally important as we move forward. I like to think that my career as a journalist really helped get me where I am right now, and that is representing my constituents of Foothills here in the House of Commons. And why I say that, and certainly, I've talked to a lot of the community members. I knew the issues. I knew who councillors and those types of things were. But I think the fundamental reason that why the residents of Foothills elected me in 2014 and again in 2015 was over the years as a journalist, I had earned their respect, I had earned their trust, and I believe I had earned their faith. And I think those are so fundamentally important for yourself, for a journalist, and I think those transfer well into being an elected official as well. But that's an issue that I think that we are losing as an industry in terms of journalism, that respect factor, that trust in journalism. I think part of that is, in this day and age of social media, alternate facts, fake news, whatever you want to call these things that are happening right now, people are having a difficult time trusting the media that is out there nowadays. And I think one of the aspects of this bill that I think is a great step forward is to define journalism, define who a journalist is. And I think we're seeing the focus of journalism has certainly changed over the 20-plus years I was in the industry. From now it is who can get the information out there first, not necessarily who gets it right. And I think that is really the core issue when it comes to Canadians losing faith in journalism. And I think that's why we have to take those steps to define what journalism is and who a journalist is. And I think that can be discussed further at committee in terms of defining. Certainly there are many more mediums to get that information out there, but I think Canadians have to have faith in who the journalist is and can they trust the facts that they are bringing forward. And I think the other one that I wanted to touch on especially was the fact about protecting our sources. And I just wanted to have a quote here from Carl Bernstein. The lowest form of popular culture, lack of information, misinformation, disinformation, and a contempt for the truth or the reality of people's lives. This has overrun real journalism. And that touches on what I was speaking there about the lack of trust that we have in journalism today. And I think that's something that this bill will help to address a great deal. The second issue that I wanted to touch on was about protecting our sources. I know in my years as a journalist, one of the big issues that I dealt with was a magnesium plant which is in my constituency, but was in the circulation area of our newspaper. And I was doing phone calls from not only High River to New Orleans, to Dallas, Texas, to Los Angeles, California. A lot of this had to do with a company that many of us remember, Pacific Gas and Electric, from the Aaron Brockovich movie. But I was able to track down a lot of corruption that had happened in the building and the construction of that operation, which never really became operational, became a huge white elephant for the province of Alberta. But I never would have been able to track those things down if I didn't have the faith in my sources that they knew they would be able to be kept secret. And I think that is such a fundamental part of journalism and the media, but also a fundamental part of our democracy. We have to ensure that our sources as journalists know that they have the faith and the trust and the security to come forward with information, whether it's about public spending, about government, about their community, about misappropriation and misactions with businesses and corporations. I think we have to ensure that sources have that protection. And I think many of us were shocked in the journalism industry, but even as members of Parliament, to learn that the Montreal City Police and the Quebec Provincial Police were tapping the phones of journalists to be able to try and track down their sources, but also track their movements. I think those of us in Canada just didn't think something like this would ever happen. But it has happened, and we have to take steps to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Now, you could imagine, take a look at our history, and I was inspired to become a journalist because of some of the amazing stories that have happened over the years. Take a look at Woodward and Bernstein in Watergate. The Spotlight team at the Boston Globe, shedding a light on the Catholic Church in Boston. The liberal ad scam. Some of these things may never happen or brought to light if we didn't have sources who have felt safe coming forward. This is, maybe that'll be next. But these are some of the things that these were transformational stories that not only that we'll remember for generations, but also force governments to change how we do things, to ensure that these things don't happen again, and we want to protect our constituents. So, Mr. Speaker, I really feel that is something that is fundamentally important, that we protect sources. The journalists and the sources out there are out protecting us to shine a light on things that need to be exposed, and we have to make sure that they have the opportunity to do that. And we have to give journalists the tools to do their job properly. And that's what I think is another fundamental piece of this bill. Journalists have a very difficult job, but sources and journalists have to understand they're protected. They can do their job unmolested in the quest for the truth. And we have to support them in that quest, because journalists on this quest that they are, their journey takes them to where history is made. And I want them to be able to take that journey and find that quest for the truth unmolested, knowing that they are safe, and knowing that we as legislators are there to back them up as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, and it's a pleasure to rise and provide some comments on what is a very important bill, and look forward to ultimately hearing more members express their thoughts on it. I have, when I posed the question to my colleague across the way, have had many experiences over the years with journalists, and I think it's safe to say, when you think of Canada as a great nation as we are, that there's some very important components to it. The foundation of who we are. We can talk about our elections, democracy. We can talk about how important it is that there is that interplay between our Parliament and our media. This sense of accountability or transparency, and how that is best had through interactions of politicians and media. But it goes far beyond just the issue of politics. If you were to ask Canadians in terms of what's important to them today, and one of the things I often make reference to inside this chamber is the fact that back in the early 80s, when Pierre Elliott Trudeau brought in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that has become a part of the Canadian values. We genuinely appreciate the role that the media play in our society, and our Charter of Rights, I believe, ensures that we continue to have a free media, Mr. Speaker, a media that does feel comfortable in order to be able to report on the facts of matter. And there are certain tools that they require in order to be able to do the job that they have done. I want to maybe share and maybe even use as a couple of examples some of the things that I've had to go through, and it hasn't always been good things, good reports that I've had with media. But good or bad, I've always accepted the fact that it's important that we recognize the independence of media and what it is that we can do to support that independence. And that's why, I was glad when we had the ministerial letter from the Prime Minister to the minister responsible. In fact, in that letter to the Minister of Justice, and I'm referring to the mandate letter, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has tasked her with ensuring that the rights of Canadians are protected and that guarantees that those guarantees are set out in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms are in fact respected. The Minister herself has recognized that the freedom of the press is a fundamental Canadian value stated in the Charter. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, back on May 3 of this year, during question period, our Prime Minister stated and made it very clear that protection of journalistic sources is something our government strongly believes in, Mr. Speaker. So let there be no doubt in terms of how it is that this government recognizes and respects that independence of our media. When I posed the question, I talked about how media has really changed, Mr. Speaker. Before it tended to be, a little bit more focused on TV, newspapers, and radio. Those would have been the big three, if I could put it that way. Today, I'm not convinced that those are the big three anymore. Because of social media and the internet, there's different pressures that are being put on or applied to other media outlets. Today, quite honestly, if there are some media networks where if you get that 10-second clip, it will do you well. It can reach many Canadians, thousands, hundreds of thousands of Canadians in that right clip with the right station. But today, and I've really recognized just to what degree social media is playing a much larger role. Facebook is a great example of that, Mr. Speaker. It's truly amazing. I believe that Canadians on a per capita basis in the world are more connected to that social network than any other country in the world. And what you're starting to see is a great deal more advertising done on Facebook. In fact, I suspect you will find that every member in this House, if they're not on it, they ought to be on it in terms of being able to communicate their messages, Mr. Speaker, not only to constituents, but to the broader community. The way in which YouTube in itself has been utilized. I'm not the most computer literate individual, but I do recognize that there have been significant changes. One of the changes that I had recognized early in the game, relatively early in the game, was the issue of blogging. And this is why it's important that I would suggest to you that we factor in many aspects of journalism. It doesn't take much for an individual to say, I'm a journalist, and ultimately start writing stories on the internet or blogging stories on an internet. And there is a responsibility that is there, that's very real and it's tangible in terms of the type of credentials that are out there. There's obviously a great difference between, let's say, a CKY or the Winnipeg Free Press than John Doe's blog that appears on the internet. There is a significant difference. And we need to recognize that, at least in good part, Mr. Speaker. And it's not to take anything away from John Doe. John Doe can have a super fantastic blog and could have literally hundreds, if not thousands, of dedicated followers to it. And it is an important way in which we often reach out into our communities. I think we often underestimate some of those community efforts. And I think, for example, in Winnipeg, our ethnic media or some of those community media outlets. I have found, for example, whether it's the Filipino Express or Ang Periodico or the Filipino Journal, just in one group, or Artista, for ethnic community newspapers that have done so well, even under the competition that is there from mainstream media. And that's just one. I can recall, when I was the immigration critic visiting Toronto, and in Toronto I had a meeting, discussion with some of our Indo-Canadian newspapers and media outlets. And I was amazed in terms of just how many there are in terms of print and radio in particular. So why I bring that up, Mr. Speaker, is that I do believe that we need to look at the bigger picture of media and ensuring that media remains a very important and protected industry. And when I'm saying that with respect to the bill that the member has brought forward, it's the individuals that take the time to understand, to take the time to become an investigative journalist, if I can use those words, Mr. Speaker, that will do the background work that is quite often required in order to uncover things. And some of those things might be uncomfortable. My colleagues across the way cited a couple of examples. I too could cite a couple of examples, such as the Senate Gate issue that occurred just a couple of years ago. There are no doubt many different examples that could be used, whether it's at the national level, provincial level, or other jurisdictions where we have seen outstanding reports in investigative journalism, where by the efforts of those journalists, we have a better, more educated society. We have, whether it's government, nonprofit, or even private industry, Mr. Speaker, where there is a higher sense of accountability because of the independence of journalism. So in looking at the legislation that my friend has brought through and picked up through the Senate, I think it is something in which that we do need to have that healthy discussion inside the chamber. And I look forward to hearing what others have to say. But I would like to emphasize, from my perspective, that when you think of that journalist, that we have to go beyond just stating the obvious, the mainstream media, because it does go beyond that, Mr. Speaker. We do need to factor in the internet and the different community newspapers and radio stations and so forth. So that's something in which I felt was a good thing to contribute to the debate on with, and I look forward to further comments by others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. I will let him know there are only about 7.5 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business this afternoon, but he'll have his remaining time, of course, when the House next takes up the question before the House. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is a really fascinating topic. As many of my colleagues here, I spent a long time as a journalist, but in a somewhat more esoteric field than most. I spent 9 years as an editor and freelance journalist with an online technology publication. So I was way ahead of the curve. We started writing in 2000 entirely online. We had no print publication. And by the end of 2008, we were up to about 2 million monthly readers on the website. It was called Linux.com at the time. We were released without, the company was sold without including the staff, and that's how I ended up leaving journalism. That's another whole story. But the subject in front of us is protecting sources. And I can't tell you how important that is to journalism, no matter what you're covering, no matter where you are. So I think it's a very important topic to discuss. I haven't had a chance to read the bill itself closely, and I'm looking forward to doing that when I have the chance. But when we're writing, you have to go out and network. It's really important to know the sources and the companies, the people who are working in the trenches. And so when you need information, they feel comfortable coming to talk to you, telling you what they know, and using that information to write your stories without revealing who that was. So this is a really important topic. I think it's, and I thank both the Senator and the member, Louis Salara, for bringing this before us. When I was writing, one of my favorite things to do was to write satire pieces. And around 2003, the state of California, where my company was based, but I wasn't, I hadn't actually been there at the time, was going through an entertaining state election because they had removed their governor, and there's 100 and something odd candidates, including Arnold Schwarzenegger, who ultimately went on to become the governor of the state of California. I'm sure many of us remember that particular moment in time. And I wrote a satire piece declaring that Linus Torvalds, who was the creator of Linux, was getting in the race. And the article itself, and it was a fairly popular article in the technical community, and I had invented a number of quotes for him in the satire piece. But what amazed me was that a couple of other publications took my clearly marked satire piece, ripped my quotes, and used them as their own in an article about the same thing, making it a real story. That certainly wasn't the intention, but it made for a good laugh. But protecting sources has another side to it. You have to actually have sources. You have to have legitimate research. Real journalism truly requires it. So, I don't know, the topic before us is very important, and I'm certainly enjoying listening to this debate. Yeah, so anyhow, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to get a few quick words on the record on this. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my time is limited, but I just wanted to also comment on this bill emanating from the hard-working member for Louis Saint Laurent. We appreciate his efforts towards getting this bill into this place from the other place. But this bill, of course, brings up a number of questions of law. And I spent many years practicing as a lawyer, so it engages the Charter under Section 2B, under Section 8, of course. Section 2B, of course, protects freedom of the press. Section 8 protects all Canadians from unreasonable search and seizure. And then it also engages the common law in a number of occasions. And there's something called privilege under our Evidence Act and under common law in Canada. And there's a specific privilege, journalistic source privilege, of course, which is engaged from time to time. And it's meant to protect, of course, journalists and protect their sources, because without unfettered access to these sources, journalists frankly, could not do their job, and Section 2B of the Charter would therefore be undermined. Freedom of the press would be prejudiced, and our democracy would suffer. I think everybody in this House, Mr. Speaker, agrees that a robust and free press is a fundamental pillar of a democratic society. we would be hard pressed, I think, to find any member that doesn't agree with that. And that's why I think this bill is an important one that the House give due consideration to, considers all of the consequences of it, but puts it in the proper legal framework, as well as in a sense of a social framework that it needs to be. And we've heard many members eloquently speaking about how journalism has changed, how media has changed, and how people are getting their news from other sources. And I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, that's quite apparent. But I think something that hasn't changed, something that is almost immutable, is that journalists, especially investigative journalists, need to have the proper tools to do their job. And whether their stories are written in the print media, whether they're spoken on the radio, whether they're on television, or whether, frankly, if they're on their own blog or on the internet or on their social media page, when journalists rely on sources to get their stories, generally speaking, those sources ought to be protected. And this, I mentioned the common law before, and this has been known as the Wigmore test. It's been considered by the Supreme Court, and it's a significant threshold that needs to be met. So this journalistic source privilege is assessed, of course, on a case-by-case basis, but it's not something that should be taken lightly. And I think when the House is considering this private member's bill, it serves us well if we give some consideration to how the law exists now, and then I think our analysis must be, does the law need to be improved? And I'm not, frankly, in a position to come to a conclusion just yet. I appreciate the time to consider this bill. But just the Wigmore test, as it's known, and it was determined in the Supreme Court as R.V. Grunke, of course, is the communications must originate in a confidence that they will not be disclosed. This element of confidentiality must be essential to the full and satisfactory maintenance of the relation between the parties. 3, the relation must be one which, in the opinion of the community, ought to be sedulously, which is that's a great old word, but it means diligently, deliberately, and consciously fostered and for the public interest, served by protecting the identity of the source in this particular case, must outweigh the public interest in getting at the truth. And I think we have to remember number 4. Journalistic privilege, at its essence, is meant to serve the public interest, and we need to all keep that in mind when we consider whether or not to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora will have 6 minutes remaining in his time when the House next resumes debate on the question. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conflict of interest in the Ethics Commissioner's term of office will expire in July of 2017, and so far it seems that the government has not taken any steps to find a replacement. When Mary Dawson's term expires, the government has 3 options. The government could extend her term with another short-term extension, they could leave the role vacant, or they could hire a new full-term commissioner. And each of these 3 options at present, in the way the appointment process works, has problems. They could extend her term, but that may create the appearance of a conflict of interest and put her in an awkward position, and she may well refuse, since she has been on 2 extensions and has expressed some interest in moving on. She's mentioned that she has not reapplied, and since her continued employment is determined ultimately by the Prime Minister, whom she's investigating for unethical behavior, this would be a problem to continue to reappoint her. If they leave the role vacant, not only would they be failing to uphold the Conflict of Interest Act, they would clearly demonstrate that their political interests trump all of their petulant claims to be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. If they appoint a new commissioner, while this case remains open, though, the new commissioner will be put into an immediate predicament, since he or she will inherit an open investigation into the Prime Minister for his personal conduct and his unethical use of private aircraft while on his visit to Billionaire Island. This would also put the Prime Minister into a conflict of interest, since he will be deciding whom to appoint to continue and complete an investigation into his own conduct. An ethics commissioner appointed by the Prime Minister is not a wise way to structure an accountability institution, and likewise allowing a commissioner whose term is ending to reapply or to receive an extension also places him or her into a conflict, since the commissioner effectively serves at the pleasure of whom he or she is supposed to keep accountable. In light of these two conflicts, last week I asked the Prime Minister whether or not he would recuse himself from the appointment process for the new commissioner. And like the vast majority of answers he and his ministers provide, the response was irrelevant, underwhelming, and frankly an insult to the intelligence of Canadians. Instead of upholding the integrity of an appointment system by agreeing that he would recuse himself, the Prime Minister instead just veered into a vague and barely related tangent of credit-taking for the Liberals' exercises in identity politics. It's just another example of the Prime Minister talking down to Canadians through their elected representatives, much like he did yesterday when opposition members asked him over and over again whether or not he had met with the Ethics Commissioner about the investigation. Every single time he stood and delivered the same banal response about being happy to answer her questions. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's actually not relevant whether he is happy or not to answer her questions. We want to know whether he has met with the Ethics Commissioner about the investigation, whether he realizes that he has created a conflict of interest by appointing her for a temporary term, whether he understands that the next commissioner will be in a conflict potentially due to the same investigation, and whether or not he has the personal integrity to recuse himself completely from the appointment process. Canadians, parliamentarians, and a current commissioner deserve to know whether her replacement can finish the investigation in good conscience without conflict.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand and I can appreciate the member opposite does have some concerns about the appointment process. And I'd like to provide the member opposite some assurances that he does not need to be concerned. That, in fact, Mr. Speaker, let me make a very clear statement, and then I'm hoping the member opposite will understand and appreciate why it is that I say that. It's important to recognize, since being the Prime Minister, that we have seen a much higher sense of accountability and transparency on many different fronts, and that includes appointments. I would compare appointment processes of the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and for that matter, many other Prime Ministers, but in particular, Stephen Harper's, to the current Prime Minister and what this government has actually been doing with respect to appointments, Mr. Speaker. We, in fact, did put in place a new appointment process which supports open, transparent, and merit-based selection process. Our aim is to identify high-quality candidates who will help to achieve gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. This is something in which this government has been progressively and aggressively pursuing since it has taken office. And, you know, if you take a look at what kind of results that we have actually seen, under our new process, we have made 122 appointments, of which over 60% are women, 13% are visible minorities, and 10% are Indigenous. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can continue to apply for positions on commissions boards, crown corporations, agencies, and tribunals across the country, as a selection process for more positions continue to be launched. Mr. Speaker, I genuinely believe that what we have seen through this new process is something in which Canadians as a whole would support. And at the end of the day, you know, the Conservatives can stand up day after day as if they so choose, if they feel that that's the direction and they feel that that's what Canadians want them to do in terms of dealing with this issue. It's up to them as the official opposition. But I suspect that if we shared with Canadians, and if the members across the way shared with Canadians some of the results that I just shared with the House, that a vast majority of Canadians would recognize that what we are doing is far better than what we have seen in the years leading up to this Prime Minister becoming Canada's Prime Minister. That we, in fact, have a government that understands that we need to get those qualified individuals, and there are some other considerations, and we're not talking about political, partisan considerations. And a best example, one of the examples, I should say, that I could use is even in the appointment of senators. We have more and more senators that are genuinely and truly independent, Mr. Speaker, and I think that that is starting to become that much more recognized throughout the country as this Prime Minister is starting to change the way in which appointments are actually taking place. We see it as a positive, and we would ask for the Conservative Party to get on side and support this process.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I think it'll come as no surprise to anybody that actually listened to that response that I found it something less than assuring. Mr. Speaker, this member just talked about nonpartisan appointment processes right after they just appointed a Liberal loyalist and former cabinet minister to be the official languages commissioner. He told me that they have this wonderful new appointment process that's underway, even as people charged with murder are being released from prison for lack of judges to hear their cases. He is telling us that we should be assured by their appointment process because of all of this wonderful flowery verbiage ascribed to their process. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is under investigation for his own personal ethics and is still retaining for himself the power to appoint the commissioner that will investigate him. It's absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. The Ethics Commissioner, their appointment is ending. The Lobbying Commissioner needs to be reappointed. They're investigating Liberal fundraising. Mr. Speaker, they are clipping the power of the Parliamentary Budgetary Office. It's absurd, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll have to save the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer for another debate. I want to focus on something which I believe that the Conservative Party is not really on side with a vast majority of Canadians. You see, and this is where we disagree. We, on the government side, or at least the Liberal members of this chamber, understand that there was a need for change. And this is a part of the real change that we talked about. We wanted to establish a process of making appointments that was different than what Stephen Harper and other prime ministers had done, Mr. Speaker. And the results speak for themselves. When I said 122 people, and I'll repeat, out of that 122 people, over 60% are women, 13% are visible minorities, 10% are Indigenous, all of which, Mr. Speaker, are highly qualified individuals to take those appointments. I'll compare that record to Stephen Harper's record any day, Mr. Speaker, because we have a process in which the Conservative Party should get behind.
The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, on February 6th, I asked the Minister of Health if the federal government was going to give the provinces the funding they need to provide people with the health care they need. In recent months, under federal pressure, the provinces and territories had to accept deals that reduce health transfers from 6% to 3%. It is clear that this is in keeping with the Harper government's austerity policies and in the face of increasing health costs, which are predictable for the next 10 years. In Quebec, this has a significant impact. So far, 30% of costs were covered by federal transfers. In the future, it'll only be 20% of healthcare costs, which will be covered by the federal government. So that's $20 billion Quebec will lose out over 10 years. And in concrete terms, what that means in Quebec and all across the country is longer wait times and fewer services. The Quebec health minister says that this deal will have long-term consequences. These cutbacks will compromise the quality of care provided patients and will also affect the healthcare professionals as well. This will be a real puzzle for Quebec, how to juggle rising costs and lower funding. The Liberals are taking a short-term strategy that doesn't take into account new issues in health like the aging population. We regret that the federal government used this strategy, which was almost blackmail, to force the provinces to agree to these deals. The money promised by the Trudeau government, the Liberal government rather, was made available to the provinces and territories only if they signed a deal. So there are two particularly worrisome things about this. First of all, the government is reducing transfers to the provinces and getting out of the business of health financially. And secondly, it adds a lump sum to the provinces that they have to respect priorities set by the federal government and subject to performance rating. And this puts the provinces under the federal government's control. And the NDP would challenge this federal intrusion into healthcare. They're controlling the provision of care without paying for it. I would also add, Mr. Speaker, that the health minister, by forcing these deals through, has used strong-arm tactics, and it has introduced these tactics into federal-provincial relations. Health care, like home care and mental health care, are already priorities for a number of provinces, including Quebec, because they know what the needs are in real life, and they don't need the federal government to set priorities for them. In my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, health care institutions are working in partnership with community organizations, and they are fully aware what residents need. When I think of mental health organizations like the Psychosocial Center, Richelieu, and other organizations in my riding, when it comes to home care, I can also think of a number of organizations in my riding in Saint-Hyacinthe. All these organizations are already doing outstanding work around mental health and home care. So the federal government's approach is absurd. There's no need for it. And it undermines the cooperative spirit of federal-provincial cooperation around healthcare. So by way of conclusion, I'd like to know whether the government plans to respect provincial jurisdiction in the future, or will it continue to ride roughshod over provincial jurisdiction? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for her interest in this issue. These are very important issues, not just for her, but for the vast majority of Canadians. All Canadians care about our public health care system, which is universal, and they think it's something to be rightly proud of. Every year, Canada spends more money on health care. In 2016, health expenditures were estimated to be $228 billion, or over 11% of our GDP. Though through the Canada Health Transfer, our government provides significant and growing funding for healthcare to the provinces and territories. In 2017-18, our government is providing $36.1 billion in cash to provinces and territories through the CHT. This funding will continue to increase each year in line with the rate of GDP growth, with a minimum increase of at least 3% per year. That outstrips the annual growth, Mr. Speaker, in provincial funding for healthcare in recent years. Over the next 5 years, this translates to approximately $200 billion to support the health and well-being of Canadians. The funding outstrips the rate of inflation as well. But the reality is that the system is simply not keeping pace with the needs of today's families. Demand for prescription drugs, home care, mental health, and community-based services all continue to grow. And it's no surprise our population is aging, people are living longer, chronic diseases are on the rise, and technological progress is impacting on how we care and treat patients.
Our system remains trapped in its original design of more than half a century ago, with a focus on high-priced institutional and specialist care. And given today's pressures, it makes more sense to shift healthcare delivery away from institutions into the homes of Canadians and their communities. This is why our government has shown leadership and a real commitment to engaging in a discussion with provinces and territories about how to improve healthcare in Canada. In keeping with its mandate commitment to a new health accord, last December, our government proposed to invest another $11.5 billion over 10 years to support targeted actions in home care, mental health, health innovation, and pharmaceuticals. These are the 4 areas which federal, provincial, and territorial governments agreed in January 2016 as the priorities for investment. Budget 2017 confirmed this federal offer, which includes $11 billion over 10 years to provinces and territories to improve home care and mental health services, as well as $544 million over 5 years to federal and pan-Canadian health organizations to support health innovation and pharmaceutical initiatives. This investment, targeting improvements in home care and mental health, is unprecedented and will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. Les fonds seront fournis à ces provinces et territoires selon leur part de la population.
To date, nearly all provinces and territories have signaled their willingness to work with our government in using $11 billion in new targeted funding to improve home care and mental health services. Funding for these provinces and territories will be allocated according to each jurisdiction's share of the Canadian population. I see that I don't have much time left, but these monies have been very well received by the provinces and territories and will make a difference in providing quality home care and mental health care to Canadians all across the country. In Quebec's case, we also respected the principle of asymmetrical federalism. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bagot. In my riding and elsewhere, people are getting older. The latest statistics show that 1 in 4 people is 65 or older. And in the future, regardless of GDP or inflation growth, more and more seniors will need care. Seniors participate in the vitality of our regions. They volunteer, they participate in lots of organizations, they champion causes that they care about. They share their experience with future generations. The municipalities of Saint-Hyacinthe and Acton are proud and enriched by their seniors, and that's why I think with these deals, the health minister and the federal government are taking an ill-considered step by reducing health transfers that jeopardizes the health and autonomy of our seniors and future generations. It denies them the right to enjoy their retirement fully in the best conditions, and it jeopardizes their active participation in community life. Recently, we've seen that the number of seniors has outstripped the number of children in society. Is this government truly concerned about the lot of seniors? this government should maintain sufficient funding, sufficient transfers to the provinces so that they can see to the health care of our seniors. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think to answer the member's question, yes, we're full aware of the challenge of the aging population, and that's precisely why, in addition to the increase in the Canada Health transfer, and I should mention it's a bigger increase than the GDP growth and the growth in the rate of inflation. It's a larger increase than in previous years. We've also committed to spending $11.5 billion over the next 10 years for mental health and home care. Given the aging population, this should alleviate some of the pressures on the healthcare system. Canadians expect governments to make sound investments in our healthcare system, investments that will achieve measurable improvement in health outcomes. The facts simply don't support the notion that what our healthcare system needs is more cash. Canadians spend more per capita on health than many other countries around the world, and many of those countries get better health outcomes than we do for less money.
To better meet the health needs of Canadians today and of their families, we have a strong interest in helping to ensure that new money doesn't simply inflate an unsustainable system even further, but help to strengthen the healthcare and the road to long-term stability. Am I out of time, Mr. Speaker? Yes. Well, I'll conclude on that. Je veux remercier la députée de Saint-Hyacinthe.
I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
La députée de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me in turn to rise and participate in this adjournment debate on a very important topic, and that is the government's failure to come up with money to pay down the huge loans that future generations will be burdened by. And in connection with what the agenda says for today, we're talking about airports. Why would the government be tempted to sell off airports? Well, the answer is simple, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government has put so much on its credit card that they need money to pay the interest on the debt that they've run up, which is mushrooming and ballooning day after day. And the miracle solution that this government has come up with to service the debt is to sell off our assets in the form of Canadian airports. The Prime Minister recently stated that there were other priorities, higher priorities than selling off airports. But when the Prime Minister says something won't happen, that's when you need to start worrying about it, truly worrying, because I remember clearly during the election campaign, the Liberals made promises in every region. They said, we're going to run a modest deficit, a tiny deficit. And only a month later, we learned that the deficit was going to be twice that. And then the finance minister himself, a little bit later, not the Conservatives, but the Liberal finance minister himself admitted that there was a forecast. I hesitate to call it an economic forecast when I'm talking about Liberals. But anyways, a prediction or a forecast produced by the Liberals themselves, and they said that the books wouldn't be balanced before 2050. But during the election campaign, Mr. Trudeau, how many times did he say that balanced books would return in 2019? But unfortunately, it's not going to be till 2050. And who's going to pay for that deficit, Mr. Speaker? My kids, my grandkids. And if the Liberals stay in power till 2019, it'll be our great-great-great-grandkids. We'll never see the end of it. We'll be paying that deficit, that debt down forever. So when an election approaches, the Liberals manage to cook up some numbers that will look better. And how are they going to do that? By selling off our airports. When the transport minister, when we asked, do you really intend to sell off airports to service the debt? The transport minister replied, we're concerned about air safety. That's our priority, and passengers' rights. So they didn't answer the question. When we asked for a copy of the study that was done on privatizing airports by Credit Suisse, what was the answer? No, we can't give you that study. So for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand up tonight and say it's not a good idea to sell off our airports. And there's a Liberal senator who fully agrees with me, and perhaps on my reply to the parliamentary secretary, I'll be able to talk about that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, je me remercie l'honorable.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable for his question and the opportunity to discuss this subject.
We've not put forward a proposal on the matter of airport asset recycling. However, the member will recall that in November 2016, the Minister presented his Transportation 2030 strategy, a plan for the future of transportation in Canada, for a safer, more secure, greener, more innovative and integrated transportation system that will support trade and economic growth, a cleaner environment and the well-being of Canada's middle class. The traveller is the core theme of that vision. Transportation 2030 also includes the ability for Canadian air carriers greater access to international investment, allowing for current air carriers to be more competitive, but as importantly, opening the way for new ultra-low-cost carriers to develop in Canada. These ultra-low-cost carriers have the potential to provide more choices at lower prices for Canadians and can increase the competition among air carriers in Canada. To demonstrate our commitment to this, in December 2016, the Minister issued exemptions to two companies, Enerjet and Canada Jetlines, to support their efforts to develop ultra-low-cost carriers in Canada, while we pursue the necessary legislative amendments. Again, Canadians should benefit. More routes, more options, and lower prices.
Canadians want a transportation network that is strong, integrated, and modern. This is crucial for continued economic performance and competitiveness. Our government will support more options, better service, lower prices, and new rights for middle-class travelers.
Our government is committed to getting Canadian products to global markets. We recognize that Canada is a trading nation, and being competitive on a global scale requires world-class infrastructure. Our government is moving ahead with making smart investments that will grow our economy.
We will make strategic investments in transportation projects that build transportation corridors toward international markets that are stronger, more efficient, and help grow Canadian companies and create more jobs for Canada's middle class.
That the member would be happy to know that others agree with our approach. The President of the Association of Canadian Port Authorities had this to say about Budget 2017. We welcome the focus this government has placed on our marine ports and our national trade corridors, and the recognition the critical role these assets play in our global economic competitiveness. I hope that the member is reassured that all decisions we take moving forward will continue to be in the best interest of Canadian travellers and Canadian gateways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, I didn't hear any reference to the privatization of airports, but I'd like to remind the Parliamentary Secretary what the Minister of Transport said in a publication by Bloomberg.
No decision has been made on whether to proceed on the privatization. So, c'est encore dans l'air, Monsieur le Président.
So it's still out there. It's still up for grabs, this idea of privatizing the airports. And in l'Acadie Nouvelle, there was an article by Senator Dawson, a Liberal senator. He said a number of these decisions are motivated by the finance minister's desire, by his greed and desire to generate short-term revenues. And a former president of IATA said that the Government of Canada will regret selling off these assets, which are very valuable. So the Parliamentary Secretary has 2 minutes left to answer the question, yes or no, does the minister intend to sell off our airports, the crown jewels of federal assets? And if so, is it to pay down the debt? Is it to service the debt, pay the interest, this huge debt? Or is it just simple ideology? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to remind the Minister of Transport is committed to building a modern, efficient transportation system for the future, a system that will work effectively to grow Canada's economy and to support middle-class Canadians. A key element of this vision, Transportation 2030, is the traveller. The Minister wants Canadian travellers to have more competition, lower cost, enhanced passenger rights, and greater connectivity.
Canadians want a strong, integrated, and modern transportation network. This is essential for continued economic performance and competitiveness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.